Listen, on this game show today that we call life, electric word life, that means forever, and that's a mighty long time. I don't think he says electric word life, does he?
You're the one who.
What did Prince say?
I don't know. I don't even know what song you're referencing.
Let's Go Crazy. Come on,
Okay.
Del. What the hell does everything have to be Yin Yang Twins and Lil Jon with you?
At least it's
And booty music from
it's
booty music from Miami's 80s era Two Live Crew.
Well,
Chris Wong.
Finally, you showed some diversity in your slander because normally it's like,
Yeah.
what is it, Del? Was Avril Lavigne?
Yeah.
Or Evanescence?
I like Evanescence using that sound
so
too.
shout out to you for showing some diversity.
I usually try to think of female-led bands,
because
not
you're trying to insult me by saying
Green Day. I
might
don't
have
say
been
that.
Green Day's great. You try to insult me by suggesting I like pop stars when I was young. Is that your bit? Hey, look, that when you were 18, you liked an 18-year-old pop
No, but
star.
that's goth stars. You're more
Avril
goth
Lavigne
music.
wasn't a goth star.
Well, she's not, but you also like Alanis Morissette because you considered her a
what?
MILF at the time.
Is this your narrative for me?
Yeah.
I don't even.
I create
how
narratives for people. You didn't hear?
How much
You didn't
older-
hear the little intro?
I heard it. We'll get into that because you were asking what we should start with.
Now,
We
listen.
should start with the
I didn't know
the
these
rest
things.
of the lineup getting after you.
Yeah, I didn't know these things were said about me, but I just think you need to take. Listen, Paul came over from Seattle. Let's just go through all three of these guys now.
Who
Paul-
do you want to start with? Paul?
Paul took his first shot at me saying I was a slob. Okay.
Did that
yes.
happen yesterday, Sean? All of that happened yesterday? Littlefinger, slob,
Yeah.
villain, all of that?
Yes, because Paul alleges that Lance told Joel that it was Paul who left some tissues.
He probably did.
in
Listen.
He probably
I
did.
mean, who do you think did?
Listen.
But he told Joel that it was Paul, and so Joel got not real aggressive on the text with Paul, but
Somewhat.
No
he
way.
He confronted Paul over text.
Joel did that? That's surprising.
I know. It is crazy.
Listen, it's called a redirect. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lance
did I do it?
Lance
Yeah, I did it.
definitely blamed Paul
I
for
did
his
it. Big
mess.
deal.
Yes.
It's just called a redirect.
deal
but I didn't
anyway?
think Joel. I mean, I thought I was the obvious target.
You thought
I
Joel
didn't
would
think
just
Joel
let it-
would actually think that it was
Oh,
Paul.
okay.
For some reason, he trusts you and,
Yeah.
and your
Who would
words.
trust
First
I
mistake.
wouldn't.
No.
So we've got Paul rightfully upset about you trying to shame him or slander him, and Joel
However, Paul
and him bearing the
comes
brunt
from
of Joel's
Seattle
rage.
and is a big mainstream media guy who doesn't believe all of the,
A radio host named Paul Gallant.
Mm-hmm.
He's mainstream media when Tucker Carlson goes after
Yeah.
him like that. Yeah.
Tucker Carlson went after him, and then he almost had his apartment burned down in Seattle
I
during
remember that.
during the I don't know what they were called, if they were called riots there or unsettlement or I don't know, but Paul almost had his apartment burned down.
But what does this have to
So-
do with you?
That's what I want to know.
No. What is your talking about Paul's biography have to do
Exactly.
with you?
That's the point, Del.
That's not a point.
Exactly.
You're deflecting. That's the point.
No, you're making my point for me.
Okay.
Thank
What's
you.
your point?
You're contradicting yourself, Del.
No, I'm not. What's
Yes.
your point?
My point is, can he be trusted when he almost had his whole place burned down? Can he be trusted when
You're
Tucker Carlson
victim
had to
blaming is
go
what I
after
hear.
you? Can he be trusted when he's known in the office as Two-Faced because he also cheers for the Mariners and the Astros, and there's
Okay.
a poster outside
There
of that?
is a poster.
Can't trust him. But, yeah, I mean, I left it, but you can't trust him in general. Michael Connor, Josh Beard. Josh Beard had a fall where he knocked himself unconscious.
You think it's
a concussion. Gave himself a concussion
Has he
falling down
recovered?
steps.
Has he recovered from that?
We don't know.
Okay.
This is the thing. If you get concussion stacking, which is very, very dangerous, this is why you don't come back too early.
That's why.
Did he ever clear a protocol?
That's why Tua's like a top 5 finalist for comeback player of the year because all those concussions.
That's right.
Should Josh Beard even be working now?
That's the question.
Should we?
At one point, he was in here with sunglasses on. Does that sound like somebody who should be at work? That sounds like light sensitivity, which means you have not passed the concussion protocol.
So is
Michael Connor
is that on us or on
slide
him?
from station to station like a weasel.
You've done that
Yeah, but it's different. I was doing it for
what?
the city.
You went over 790 for the city?
The city was asking me to move.
Okay.
So, but Michael did it out of selfish reasons. So we can't listen to him. He's a me guy, not a we guy like I am. So just so y'all know, if you hear it from me, it's legit. I'm a numbers guy.
So you have 3 people in really relatively short order go after you, and you're not the problem?
Mm-mm.
You know what they say? If you go through...
And then Joel texted me and said, why am I a villain? I said, well, we just thought you looked kind of villainy. But I said, but then we landed on John.
Well, you landed on John because you got afraid.
Yeah.
So you know that saying, if you go through life running into a-holes, you're probably the a-hole?
I don't know that saying.
So you've blamed all these other people. Maybe you're the problem, Lance.
I'm just saying I've got an unstable group surrounding me. I'm not saying that they were wrong. Was it me? Yeah. Do I do little finger stuff? Absolutely not. I just sit in my room and watch tape. Except yesterday when I was supposed to be watching tape, but was at an urgent care for 4 hours.
What did you do to yourself?
I didn't do anything. Snacks was wrestling somebody at school, fell and broke his collarbone. And so now he was in phenomenal amounts of just immense amounts of pain. I went over a speed bump at one time, and I thought he was going to die and pass out. You know, when you apparently you're so the pain is so much that you hear people pass out. That's what I thought was going to happen for him. I got him to urgent care. I had already figured it out. It was going to be collarbone. I diagnosed it.
You're a doctor too, I guess.
Yeah, so I sat there with him, and, that never goes fast, even though they tried. The nurses did a good job of helping, but you can only go as fast as you can. And so I did that all day, dealt with that, and that was fun. And so that's going to have to be fun. It's his right hand, too. We do things with our right hand, not what you're thinking.
Why?
But, like,
What?
you write, you type, you wipe. And so
are you gonna wipe for him?
No. And my wife said, have fun with that. I said, absolutely not. You tell me that she tells me that this is my duty. She like lays out a husband's supposed to do that. The dad's supposed to do that. So I'm like, oh, that's mom category there. This is clearly not dad category.
So how long is he going?
He's just going to have to learn how to do things left-handed.
What's the recovery process?
Like,
what's the length of the recovery?
Depends. It's looking like, well, he wants to know if he can get back and play basketball.
What? He doesn't have a right arm. How is he going to play basketball?
Yeah, he's got that dog in him, though.
Yeah, he does have that dog in him, but he sits on the bench and doesn't get in games. So I just want to say,
I guess he
listen,
can play basketball.
You
He doesn't
can
play.
suit up and sit on the bench in a sling. So it's looking like he can get it off maybe in 2 to 3 weeks. Maybe it can come off, but he won't be. He's still going to be about 8 weeks to 3 months, depending on physical therapy. I just need to know when he can wipe his own butt, and because it's going to be today. Actually, it's not. He has a left hand. He didn't break both.
You can use your left hand.
Yeah, and then the typing and writing. I just need him to be able to move it enough to where he can get his stuff done. It's not like he was trying hard.
Is he the bad student anyway? Or is that okay?
Yeah.
He broke his collarbone wrestling, but he was not a wrestler.
No,
So
he was wrestling around with his teammate. He goes, the doctor came in and said, or the nurse came in and she said, okay, tell me what happened. He goes, well, I was wrestling around with a friend of mine, and I had him in a certain hold. He started getting specific. He goes, I had him in a hold, and I was trying to bring him down to kind of sink it in. Like, oh no, he's like doing MMA stuff.
Okay.
He wanted to sink something in like his jujitsu. And then I said, Snacks, just tell her what happened.
I've asked this question before, and you kind of deflect because you always do. Is this are all these incidents, whether it be his lack of, well, I would call it a clear delusional path he's going down as far as his skill set in basketball, his inability to go to class or get good grades in those classes. Now he broke a collarbone wrestling. Is it a reflection on you as a parent? You always say no, but
I don't think so.
they're stacking up. Much like concussions, these are stacking up. Does this say you're a bad parent?
To me, the blame goes on my wife.
Of course it does.
Like I would not say either that or Joel. I would not. Joel, please. I'm just joking. I don't think it's me. No, I don't. Think
you don't blame yourself at all.
I don't put enough into it to be blamed.
So you're
like if I.
So your neglect means you can't be blamed.
No, people who are invested in it. If you fail, then let me ask you, how much were you to blame for the Texans over the last 3 years?
But that's different.
Well,
I don't have any to blame. I don't have any stakes with the Texans. I can't be blamed.
How much were you to blame for the failures in the postseason from the Heat?
You mean making the finals as a failure?
Yeah, but losing.
Okay, sure. I have no blame because I'm not associated with them directly.
The Dolphins' inability to win big games this year.
So you are comparing my fandom to your ability, to your parenting?
I'm a fan of my kids.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
you don't sound like it.
I'm their biggest fan.
Um,
When they do good.
yeah, when I hear a lot of phone
Well,
calls
that's
off the
not
air.
what fans are.
There are a lot of phone calls off the air.
I'll follow them when they win.
No,
That's me.
you can't be a bandwagon fan of your kids.
Yes.
That's
Yes, you
you're a bad
can.
parent then. If
No.
you are a bandwagon fan of your kids.
I'm taking what we do in society,
No.
and it's applicable. It's a nature nurture thing,
No.
and so I'm just saying, okay, you know what? When you guys do well, I'm going to cheer for you,
No, you can't. That's not how it works as a parent.
and I'm going to
from
tell
what
you
I've
what
been told.
And here's what fans also do. I'm going to tell teams what they should do. I don't know if they're going to do what I tell them to do. It's the same thing. Fans say you need to do this, you need to do that, they need to do this. I say that sometimes too.
I don't think you can pretend like being a parent's the same as being a fan. It speaks to your neglect and how bad of a parent you are that you're actually trying to compare the two.
I do try, but I like to distance myself
When
if
things go
they're-
poorly?
Yeah. Kind of like when.
So you are like Littlefinger.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. I'm like a bad NFL general manager where you you start leaking to people. I didn't even want him.
It's not my
You
player.
start leaking that to it's not my player. You leak that to media members. Just so you know, like that wasn't me. That was the other guy in the building.
I don't know.
I didn't want it.
I don't know the.
You didn't get that from me, but you can say sources in the building.
I don't know the palace intrigue of the Zerline household, but it appears on occasion that happens quite a bit. Where sometimes that kid is your kid, not our kid, and it is not.
Oh no,
it's not unique to you. Nicole
that's
does
every
it too.
family says that. Your son,
Yes, when
your
things
daughter.
go poorly.
Oh yeah, she says that to me. That's a wife move to a husband. Your son, you
Your
can ask
kids.
any day. Yeah, my kids when they're in trouble, and I'm just like, hey, they're on a 1-year deal, club option. That's how I look at it. That's how it should be, club options. But I keep giving them the club option. I keep staying in. There's a series of 1-year deals that I keep. Okay, we're going to re-sign this kid for another year. It's a developmental year, just like
Is
with
it a club option?
Trevor. It's just like with Trevor Lawrence. It's a developmental year. Sebastian's in his 15th year. That's still a developmental year.
That's actually
still
true
hoping.
for him. He is still developing.
Yeah.
What Trent Baalke said about Trevor Lawrence ain't great. We'll talk about that as we actually do
I
talk
think-
about sports
I think
at some
the big
point.
story. I think the big story is going to be Bill Belichick's not coaching this year,
He's not.
and I'm not sure he's coaching anymore.
You think he's going to let the Shula thing, the record, just
I
go
don't
by the
know.
wayside?
When we come back, we'll talk about it because I don't know that it's his choice, to be honest with you. I know it's my choice to drink Maestro Dobel. I know that's my choice, and it's a choice that I make generally every Friday. I've got a little it's just a little a ritual that I will have some Maestro Dobel Añejo or Cristalino on a. Now, I keep them refrigerated mostly to hide them in my office in the refrigerator, but I do think the flavor's going to be more appealing in terms of being able to grasp all the notes when you have a little 2-ounce or 3-ounce pour. I think it's going to make more sense if it's a little more warm, close to room temperature, but it's your choice. It's your call, because I can tell you the Maestro Dobel goes down great in cocktails and iced cocktails. It goes beautifully, whether it's a silver or smoked silver, whether it's the Reposado. Those are the three that I like most with my margaritas or my cocktails. But when it comes to sipping, I love the Cristalino. I love the Añejo, and they have the Añejo Extra Cristalino. Wow, that is a high-end bottle that is phenomenal. For me, it's the best I've ever tasted. It's made in Tequila, Mexico, 11 generations. It's aged properly. The ingredients are on point, and you are going to get a delicious tequila with great flavor profiles every single time at a very reasonable price. Make sure you find them wherever fine liquor is sold. You'll find Maestro Dobel.
We now return you to the Veritex Community Bank Studios and your regularly scheduled programming. John and Lance.
We going to do that butt thing?
No.
We'll see if we can get a Cabo Cup update later, just to mostly bug him. So John is out. Dell is here. Day 3. Sean is here. If you guys want to jump in at any point, you're welcome. 713-780-3776.
You are the little finger of the station. Are you the worst parent at the station too? Would you get that? There are a lot. I'm not a parent, but everyone else besides Paul.
My kids say I've got all kinds of. I can just tell you this. This is a bit for the show. I've got so many different letters from my kids, like birthday cards and father. You're a great dad, that say that on the Father's Day card that they hand wrote. So
they wrote you're a great dad, or was that already in the card before they bought it?
My daughter says things like, "You work so hard to provide for us. You work. Sometimes we don't even see you." And I'm like,
"You're an absentee father."
No, and I'm like, "Yeah, because I'm working 2 jobs." And then sometime when you go into the room, you'll let us watch a program with you.
Sometimes,
not Warrior,
not all the time.
Not Banshee, not
you
Warrior.
Can't let them watch those two.
Yeah, you can't watch that. I don't want you to watch Oppenheimer, which I'm finishing right now.
Why? Because they'll fall asleep.
It's long. Yeah, I'm watching it where I can't play the subtitles, and I've noticed I'm a subtitle baby now too. I can't believe this. How did I become a subtitle person?
I think it all started for me when I was watching
Peaky Blinders.
Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, Peaky Blinders.
And now I just watch them all the time now. Even though it's still in English, I'll still have them.
I don't know. I mean, I just feel like I don't know. I feel like it's not good to do that, but I'm doing it now. So if I don't have it, I'm blind.
You're a bad dad. That's understood, and a villain. But would you allow your kid to be the next Keyshawn Boutte? Or Booty, depending on how you want to pronounce it?
No, I'd like a winner. Like
he was winning.
No, he wasn't. Read the article. He actually, the way the article is written, so Keyshawn Boutte, we need to tell everyone what's going on. So Keyshawn Boutte, he is the wide receiver, formerly of LSU. His final year, he was drafted in the 7th round despite having first-round talent. His first game against Florida State looked like he wasn't even trying. Now, this is what I heard from somebody at LSU. Keyshawn believed there was a certain amount of do-re-mi coming. Brian Kelly's staff came in. The certain parameters were not met. And Keyshawn's like, screw this. And kind of open up a can of, I'm not really going to go my hardest.
Which is interesting considering.
In the Florida State game, he had 2 catches for 20 yards. They showed him running routes. I'm sure you watched the game.
Yes, I did.
He was like a non-factor. This guy was one of the top wide receivers headed into
Much
the
hype
year.
coming into the game.
And it was a nothing.
It's an interesting way to go about things considering he put money on himself performing in the game.
Yeah, this is what I don't understand. So Keyshawn Boutte, so the way it's written, Keyshawn Boutte, who is with New England right now, he was arrested and charged with computer fraud and gaming prohibited from persons under 21. Louisiana State Police announced Thursday he was booked into the East Baton Rouge Parish Jail and posted a $600,000 bond. That's a pretty serious bond, by the way. Boutte was released according to court documents. So what happened was he used his mom's name, like Kayla Fortenberry. So he faked his identity so he could do that because he was underage. And then he bet on himself. Now, he made 8,900 wagers over a 2-year period. 8,900, which I'm guessing a lot of them were like, 30, 40.
Yeah, sure.
Not a ton of money. But I guess he put in 137,000 initially or something like that. He had taken some money and put that in, probably from, whatever. Maybe I know why he was mad at LSU.
He had a gambling problem.
Yeah,
he needed more money.
His do-re-mi. But anyway, so the affidavit said police later discovered a second account linked to Boutte under the name Kayla Fortenberry, opened on April 5th, 2022. That account was funded by his mother's bank card, and the account's username was Keyshawn Boutte 01.
He didn't do very much.
He put his freaking name on the username.
He had 2 accounts, and they both included his name.
God almighty. The stupidity. You can't draft a guy that dumb. Boutte allegedly placed a wager on September 4th, game between LSU and Florida State, betting he would score at least 1 touchdown in the game, and placed another bet that he would have over 82.5 receiving yards. Both wagers were part of an 8-leg parlay. Boutte only recorded 20 receiving yards and no touchdowns. And I'm telling you, He wasn't even close.
So how can you not try when you've got money on the line
so
on
it doesn't
yourself?
make any sense. He didn't look like he was playing hard. And I watched it on tape. I'm like, oh, this is bad. According to the affidavit, Butte bet $450,000 total dollars when you do all of his bets. Because, you bet some, you win some, and then you lose some. Win some, lose some. So he made bets in total of $450,000, but lost $65,000. The final plus minus ended up minus $65,000. Yeah, because the way I first read it and the way they had it written in some articles was that he made like holy
800 something thousand.
Yeah,
I was reading. I was like, wait a minute,
650 some odd thousand or something. He lost $65,000 that year. In 2023, he bet $186,000 total and lost $16,000. So in total, he lost $71,000 is what he lost. Regarding so LSU's been in cooperation. They say that it's, I don't think anything's going to happen, except I do think the Patriots will probably get rid of him just because
he's not
is
good.
The juice worth the squeeze?
He wasn't good last year.
Yeah.
And, well, surprisingly enough, the Patriots drafted a bad wide receiver. My favorite.
But does this? How much have you paid attention to anything that's going on in Iowa? It's a crazy story. Apparently, Iowa and Iowa State, the FBI, I guess it was, they came and like geofenced an entire location just around Iowa's campus and Iowa State's, and their targets were male D1 athletes.
Yeah.
And so they got football players, wrestlers. They were geofencing to see any wagers placed on, I think it was one or maybe two sites. And it was kind of like it was a very targeted thing. The police, apparently, the wrestling coach was like, this is completely against regulations and rules, and this violates whatever statutes, I don't know. But this was almost like
a sting.
You were not targeted for probable cause. They were just going to set up an entire
fence
sting
and see if they could catch anyone.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, which is apparently legal to geofence. So I didn't know if you had heard any of that. But the gambling thing, this was something that was always going to be like, they're going to have to put out fires. We've already seen the NFL's had to put out some fires. I don't know, a lot of people don't think it's a big deal, and they just say, what's the deal? Just let players bet, or let them bet on other sports, or let them. But the problem is players are friends with guys in other sports.
True.
And so the leagues, if you go back at all, if you have any historical knowledge of the Black Sox scandal from the 1900s, early 1900s, I mean, the idea that games, Pete Rose in baseball, and baseball's had mega cheating. Pete Rose is not allowed in the Hall of Fame and never will be. The idea that you could conspire to alter the veracity of a game is like they can't. Boxing suffered greatly over the years. Many people like me, lifelong boxing fans, just knew it just mattered who Don King wanted to win. Like, it wasn't going to matter when you saw some of Riddick Bowe versus the Riddick Bowe fight versus Lennox Lewis. Like, it didn't matter what happened on there. One guy was going to win. And so I think the leagues are always going to be extremely concerned about making sure that you believe games are on the level. And I think this is always going to be an issue that they're going to have to, fires are going to have to put out. And I don't think, fans who don't care, well, the leagues care a lot. And there's a lot of money involved in there. And I don't think they're ever going to give in on any kind of maybe something really minor, but it's not going to be much.
When these stories pop up about athletes gambling, and now particularly college athletes, my first reaction is I don't really care what's the problem, but when you lay it out, what it could lead to where games come into question, because you can't trust a gambler, particularly an athlete, not to gamble in their own games, not to be directly affected, not to directly affect the game because they're gambling on it. If I could just say, if I thought Keyshawn Butte would never gamble on LSU football while he was playing, I'd be like, I don't really care that he's gambling on other sporting events. But the NFL actually doesn't care as long as it's not the NFL. You're allowed to gamble on other sporting events as long as it's not the NFL. But
only not
away from the facility.
You can't do it at the facility.
Yeah, you can't do it at the facility.
Okay.
That's what the Detroit Lions guys got in trouble for. But you can never trust a player not to. You know what? Maybe I'll take a prop where I get 5 catches. I'll bet on the under or the over because I know I'm not part of the game plan this week.
You can have an impact on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can never trust the player not to notice an angle, an advantage for himself to maybe
or to reach out and get reach out to an agent and ensnare other, an agent who has player in a different sport. I think that's one of the concerns also is you're going to act like basketball and football players are not they're not friends. They don't have the same agents. They don't go to the same parties, or they don't know each other from college or whatever the case may be. That's the concern I know that a lot of places have is it's not the game stuff. It's the individual because the individual bets are the ones that are scaring them now. But I don't know. I just thought that's an interesting one. Keyshawn Butte. But Butte, man, a $600,000 bond. One of them's a felony. One of them's a misdemeanor. I don't think ultimately he's going to do any jail time, but that dude was arrested.
Yeah. My favorite part of the story is FanDuel alerted authorities of a former college athlete gambling. Oh, what alerted them? The fact that he used his own name?
Yes, that's the easy one. Keyshawn Butte.
How difficult was it for them to figure out, oh, this might be an NCAA athlete that we might have to inform on? Someone says, or Jason says, I have you to hurt your leg this year in a three-way parlay. What say you? He says that about you.
For me to hurt my leg in a parlay?
In a three-way parlay.
I mean, don't throw the ticket away.
No.
We're only in January.
Yeah.
I mean, I hang on to that thing.
I think that one's coming due.
Yeah, I hang on to that thing. Let's get real quick before we get to the break. Let's get Sonny in here. Sonny, what's going on? How are we doing?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Can I predict what this call is going to be about?
Yeah, my comp to Rasheed.
I knew it was going to be a Rasheed Rice.
Well,
That's
yeah.
SMU, Sonny.
Yeah,
it was going to be Rasheed Rice.
Of course.
By the way, Rasheed Rice. People talking about how, Pat Mahomes has no targets. Dude, Rasheed Rice is playing really good football. He's turned into a really nice wide receiver over there.
He has. Hey, I appreciate that. I love the show, but yeah, there has been a lot of dogging the Chiefs receivers this year, and man, I'm pumped for Rasheed. What's interesting though, like I watched him for years, and he was such a good downfield threat, and so I'm excited because now they're kind of throwing it to him like short range, mid range, but he can go get the deep ball. So, yeah, man, I'm pumped for Sunday. We got a pony on the other side, Brandon Stevens. So, they're going to go head to head, hopefully. And, man, I just had to get a call in for Rasheed. And also, we do have a hand sign. Y'all were talking Southwest Conference. We do the pony ears. So, ears down, like I see it off and on, whatever. If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping. All right, let's go, Rasheed. Thanks, guys.
All right.
You see pony ears down? Who's doing that? What, TCU or something?
Who does pony ears? And what is
Who
pony
does
ears?
what is pony ears?
Yeah, I
I've
don't know
never
what they
seen
are.
pony ears.
I'm going to have to look it up.
Sean, you're
It's just
you're a Texas
pony
fan.
ears is just, I'm looking at it. It's just two hands up. It's almost like,
When did they start this? Because back in the day,
it's close to almost horned frogs, which they hate.
yeah,
Pony ears is very close to frogs.
they do pony ears down.
Yeah, who does pony ears down?
I've never seen pony ears down. North Texas?
No,
like-
it has to be TCU. That's their big rival.
But then you're too close to doing your own claws
This is
down.
what I'm saying. I know they would probably tell you it's not close at all, the two, because, of course, everyone should know that they're clearly different.
Look, Fort Worth, like, they should have to play a series of all sports, and the loser has to leave Dallas.
They
area,
do that, though,
Metroplex.
don't they?
No, but they should. But they should have to keep like some kind of scoring system, and then one of them has to go. I can't have TCU and SMU.
Why
One
can't,
of 'em
why
has to
can't
go.
you? How does it affect you?
I just don't know. They both their ear things are the
Pony
same.
ears.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have told anyone that, to be honest. I would have come
I
up
would
with
have kept
something
that.
else.
I would have kept that quiet.
Aren't you the Mustangs?
Look,
I know ponies is one of your nicknames, but do something with Mustangs. That sounds better than pony ears. Pony ears sounds like, look at this little pony. That's not cool.
No,
That's
it's
not
not.
cool.
It's not
Be the
cool.
Mustangs. Lean into Mustangs.
Yeah, SMU. Yeah, you're not the
Like
pony.
they do
Although
pony-
they did call Pony Express back in the day.
that
when
was
it was
fine. And they
Eric
they
Dickerson.
might do pony up. I'm not sure, but the Mustangs. That's tough.
Who are the two most terrifying? I'll give you. Who are the two most terrifying running backs in your life, in your entire life that you remember when you
Adrian
went
Peterson.
against them? Okay, that's
that's
always good.
He was
Yep.
scary,
Uh-huh.
and the handshake wasn't great for your hand. Who else? In my prime,
In your
watching
life-
them in their prime,
Yeah.
I think I was really young, but Barry Sanders was scary.
Yeah. The two most terrifying that I've ever, and they're two very different times in my life. When my dad coached at U of H, Eric Dickerson, it was just a matter of time before he was going to crush you. And also Chris Johnson from the Titans and East
ECU.
Carolina.
Yeah.
Dude, Chris Johnson, if he got one step on you, it was done.
Honestly, college Reggie Bush.
Yeah?
what? Because he did it all: punt return, he could catch the ball in the backfield, and obviously the potential when he was just being
Achane might
when
make
they handed
people
the
feel
ball
that
off.
way right now. He may be headed in that direction.
Yeah, he's already got. I don't know. Reggie had a pretty good rookie year, and he was good in the return game. But Achane's doing really well. We'll see if he can hold up. Maybe I imagine he'll put on weight because he doesn't have to run track anymore. I don't know if he's going to play in the 180s his entire career. But he held up after he got back from those initial injuries and finished the year. But yeah, he's been pretty good too. But Adrian Peterson, Barry Sanders, two different backs, but scary in different ways.
Yeah, they were very, very scary to me. Okay, when we come back, we'll mention Bill Belichick, why I think he may never coach pro football again and come up short of the all-time record. We'll look at 2 coaching positions are filled. Only 2 to go, right?
And the Bobby Slowick watch it's probably over, right?
I think the Bobby Slowick watch is over. But you never know because
you didn't see Raheem Morris being a Falcon, so who knows what the Commanders might
or
do.
Canales being the
Panthers.
The Panthers. So we'll get into the hirings from yesterday, Bill Belichick, and I think Slowick. I think we're in good shape with Slowick coming back, unless you are anti that, which you're just kind of a hater.
We saw what he did in the divisional round. What was that? Maybe he should go.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that on Twitter. 7:34. I want to tell you about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Had them come out just yesterday. As a matter of fact, we had something go on with our with garbage disposal, and they came out and got it fixed up pretty quickly. Like everything went. I asked my wife, everything was fine. Everything was fine, and before you know it, boring, I'm getting a call, and my wife says, "Hey, Snacks did something to his arm. He's crying and wailing in pain and blah blah blah." And she said, "I am the guys, the plumbers are here," and I said, "Okay, I'll go up there." She calls me back like 3 minutes later. They're already done. You want me to go up there? I said, no, I'll go. But that's how quick they were. They came in, they got it diagnosed, they snaked it out all the way to the line out in the yard. They get things done, not just quickly, they diagnose quickly. They diagnose the right way. If it needs to have the cameras down there, they'll do the cameras. There's a variety of techniques that they use to make sure that the job gets done the right way the first time. And they're very reasonably priced and completely transparent. Aqueduct Plumbing Company. This is your plumber. This is our plumber. We want this to be your plumber. You can trust them. Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
These 3 guys know this is the best part of your day. Listening to their show, that is. Conversely, it's not really their strong suit. You know, actually listening to one another. Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John, Lance, and Dell.
All right, phone number 713-780-3776 if you want to jump in. We had 2 hirings yesterday. The Panthers hired Dave Canales as their new head coach. He was the offense coordinator for Tampa Bay Bucks and had success with Baker Mayfield. That was, you kind of got Baker back. Everyone's looking for somebody who gets a quarterback right or has a quarterback playing at a high level. So Dave Canales was a very surprise. I saw his name mentioned, really hadn't heard much about him. That was pretty shocking to me. I also think, and I've been saying this, I don't think a lot of coaches want to coach there. It's not a surprise to me. To me, you don't just take any job that's available. So if you don't think that that's a place you want to go or it's going to be hard to win, you don't go there. I don't care if you don't do that just because, I may never get another job. No, you take your chances. You have confidence, and you don't walk into a job where you're going to be dead man walking if that's what you think is going to happen. So, unless you're Dave Canales, and best of luck to you.
So Dave did something you didn't think Bobby Slowick
Dave did something that I think Bobby Slowick. Dave doesn't know. Baker Mayfield's leaving. Bobby Slowick has got a quarterback.
You think Baker Mayfield's not going to be there next year?
I think they got to make a decision on him. Baker also could, there's talk about Baker maybe going with Raheem Morris, who had him and previously. No, what is it? There's a link to.
Well, Raheem was the defensive coordinator in Baker's short time in L.A.
No, that's what it was. Yeah, that's the connection. He was there, but Baker only played 1 game.
Yeah,
but
I said short time
that I remember. But maybe there's a connection where he'd want to go after a quarterback in Baker Mayfield. I don't know.
If you're Raheem Morris, don't you want to start? If you're in a position where you draft a young quarterback, if you say, hey, don't pin Desmond Ridder on me, wouldn't you just draft a quarterback?
We're skipping right over Raheem Morris, the defense coordinator from the Rams, is the new head coach of the Atlanta Falcons. And there's some crazy stuff going on over there, or some unexpected stuff, I should say. Rich McKay, who's the president, the CEO of football and president, he was somebody that they thought, okay, he's got a relationship with Bill Belichick. They'll be able to work together. Well, guess what? Bill Belichick's not going there. They hired Raheem Morris. Bill Belichick had 2 interviews. They hired Raheem Morris, who was 17 and 31, I believe, whenever he was at a head coach previously with Tampa, had 2 very bad seasons and 1 average season, and he's getting another shot, which is fine. Raheem was the hot name coming out. He got hired as a 32-year-old, and I just don't think he was ready for it, to be honest with you, his first chance. Raheem's now like 47, I think, and I think I'm interested to see how he does. He's a respected name around football, so good to see him get a shot, and we'll see how he does. But the interesting thing to me is that Arthur Blank now said the general manager and the head coach are reporting directly to him. They no longer report to the CEO of football, Rich McKay. Rich McKay has no power anymore. And I wonder if any of that had to do with, because supposedly Bill Belichick was the favorite coming in, but my guess is how the power structure was going to be. Bill Belichick is only going to want to, I think he's going to be a little picky, Dell. I don't think he's going to, that's why I don't know that he would ever work for Jerry Jones. He might, and that would be a great spot for him. But if he doesn't work for Dallas next year, if Mike McCarthy doesn't get fired and Bill Belichick take over there, Bill Belichick is another year older. Bill Belichick likes things a certain way. He's clearly going to have to back off of the Patriot way. He's not going to be able to have control over the personnel. Who's going to give him that? Who's hiring when everyone's looking for young guys? And Bill Belichick at most is 3 years? At most? Who's going to want to hire that?
And you look at what he has been since Tom Brady left. He's been a below-average head coach.
Yeah.
So how many people look at the record post-Brady and go, why are we rushing to go give him all the power and give him every say when he has proven to be below average and maybe just flat-out poor when he doesn't have the greatest quarterback of all time helping him? So I don't know. And particularly with his goals in mind,
yeah.
If he really wants to break Shula's record, he wants to do that relatively quickly. He doesn't want to be mired in a rebuilding process. So he's going to have to look for a place where a team underachieves. He likes the quarterback, and they still have a team built for success. So he's going to be picky, and a team or an organization is going to have to look at it and go, hey, we feel like we're a coach away.
It's also not like Bill Belichick has some juice. Like, he would matter. A fan base would be excited about him coming in. I think most of them would. But here's the problem. It's not the owner and the organizations. Their number one focus shouldn't be getting Bill Belichick to the 15 more wins. Theirs is going to be to build a winner. And if you think you're just going to be part of a chase for 15 wins, like, all that's doing is setting you back. Are you making decisions that are best for your team long term? Or are you just trying to win right now so Bill Belichick can get his? Who wants to do that? I'm not convinced that Bill Belichick ever coaches again on the professional level as a head coach, because I think what he's trying to do directly is in direct opposition with his age and the amount of wins he needs. It's in direct opposition with building a team through a process and trying to win at the highest level. It's just in the Texans stuff, this stuff just doesn't happen very much, where you go from really bad to, pretty good this quickly. It's very rare.
You'd have to have a unique owner in a unique situation who is fine with giving him
Which I thought Atlanta would be.
But give him 3 years to reach the top of the heap, and then we're going to have to do this process all over again. And I don't know how many people want to jump into a situation where it's a short-term deal. You generally want stability, and if you have success, you want that success to continue. And if Bill Belichick's going to take over your whole organization for 3 years and then leave, sure, it could turn out great, but then you have to revamp the whole thing. And I'm not sure how many people want to do that. So I think it'll have to be, if you look forward, if you want to future cast who it could be, you'd have to look at who is in a spot where if they don't win, they're out. Would it be Philly? But does Bill Belichick think Jalen Hurts is the guy for him? Because Jalen Hurts would still be under contract.
Dude,
so I think it is very
matter?
difficult.
Look who he had.
True, but he wants to win a lot of games.
Jalen has won a lot of games.
Well, we'll see with whoever the OC is. But I imagine Bill Belichick wants to go out with one more title without Tom Brady to cement the legacy as well.
Want what you want.
This is what I'm saying.
Jalen gives you the best chance, and Dak. Dallas, Philadelphia.
Dallas would be another. I think the fit, if Jerry Jones would be okay with it, would be Dallas after this year.
What if I threw you this? What if Dallas gets off to a 3-4 start? They fire McCarthy. Any chance you would see, and this never happens. Interim coaches coming in from the outside, that never happens. So I don't think that would happen. But I'm just trying to think of Bill Belichick unless he gets the Washington job, which I don't think he's going to be in line for. And what's the other jobs?
Seattle.
I don't see. I mean, I could see him working with John Schneider. I could see him doing that. I just haven't really. Has he been interviewed there?
I don't think so.
Ben Johnson's going to get one of these jobs if he wants them. Slowick, in theory, could get the other one. Mike Vrabel. Here's the thing that scares me a little bit. Mike Vrabel. A lot of people tied him in with the Titans. Let's see if Vrabel gets one of these jobs. The two vets that people are looking at, Pete Carroll's done. He won't get a head coaching job anywhere. But Bill Belichick and Mike Vrabel are the two vets. Am I missing somebody else? Ben Johnson, that's the coordinator. So those three. But I don't hear Belichick and
Did he interview any place but Atlanta?
I gotta see.
Think so.
I'm not sure, but I do know this. Bobby Slowick could still, the more I work through this, Bobby Slowick could still be on the menu for one of those two teams. Because if they don't go with the two veteran coaches, who are the hot coordinators? I mean, is anyone going to interview? Is Mike McDonald? Has he interviewed? I don't know. I haven't seen his name, but Mike McDonald, the defense coordinator for the Ravens, that's got to be a hot name.
I saw the
somewhere.
Commanders wouldn't be making any decisions until after championship weekend because I think they do want to talk to him.
Good.
So I think the Commanders' job, at least according to reports, will stay open because they have interest in some of these coordinators that are involved in championship weekend. So Slowick probably won't get that one either. I think John's fears can be put to rest. It appears at this moment that we're one Mike McDonald great interview away from possibly not having to worry about Slowick for another year.
Good. 7:47 here on the bench. We're running a little bit late, but we'll get you in here on the other side. Keith, 713-780-3776. I want to tell you about Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMCs. Their great selection that they have for them. It is all about making sure that you find the car that you want and not one that they're pushing on you. A lot of dealers, what will happen is a lot of dealerships have salespeople, and they'll have, I'll tell you a little dirty little secret. They'll have vehicles they're having a hard time moving, and so they'll create little incentives behind the scene that, hey, if you guys can sell this car, you get this, or you'll get tickets to this, or you'll get this. And before you know it, they're trying to push a car off on you that you don't necessarily want. Well, when it comes to Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC, that is never, ever, ever the way that's going to work with Craig DeSurf. Craig DeSurf wants you to get the vehicle that you want, the interior you want, the exterior features you want, whether it's a pickup truck like the Chevy Silverado or the GMC Sierra, whether it is a crossover vehicle like the Buick Enclave. They're going to make sure that they find what you're looking for, not just colors, but also the accessories. And if they don't have them, they can put accessories in your vehicle or on your vehicle that you're looking for. They want you to be happy with not just price, but also selection and, of course, service. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Start your car buying experience online at lantzcars.com.
If you really want to keep listening to John and Lance this morning, I guess I'll allow it. Oh, wait. The true gatekeeper of the Veritex Community Bank Studios is here. That's Dell. Dell, what say you?
He says you can keep listening. All right, let's get to, we told you when you call, it's the shortest wait time in the history of radio.
You stole that bit from another show.
Did I?
Yes, it's a show I was a part of, but you stole that bit. That's a Raheel and I bit, and you stole that from him.
Oh, I just say whatever I hear.
I
and
know.
then make it my own.
You're a parrot. I understand.
713-780-3776. It's the shortest wait time in history. I started that.
No, you
Let's
didn't.
get Keith in here. What's going on, Keith? How you doing?
Hey, guys, love the show. Would have loved to get in yesterday. Want to stay on the Bill Belichick conversation. Hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. He's not going to Seattle. It's going to be Vrabel. He's not going to Washington. They're waiting on the Lions to lose for Ben Johnson. Hear me out. You ready for this? Bill Belichick, head coach of the Michigan Wolverines. What do you think?
I think Sharon Moore is going to be named within the next 2 days.
What? Fine. Your wackadoo theory is fine. Can we get into passive-aggressive Keith for a second?
Would have been great to be on yesterday.
He also tweeted, hey,
yesterday,
guys, I was on for 40 minutes yesterday.
You could have said what you wanted to say yesterday. You could have got that in right now.
Yeah. It's a new character, passive-aggressive Keith.
Yeah, I know. I haven't seen that.
I haven't met him yet. It used to be, street free agent, Keith. Now it's passive
Now it's
aggressive.
passive aggressive.
Keith.
Would have been great to get in yesterday. Yeah, I recognized what he was doing. I didn't think you did, but yeah. Hey, would have been great to get on. Let me stay on Belichick. Wait, what's the other thing?
Hold on.
You said?
So would have been great to get on.
Disagree. Okay, he would disagree that we have the shortest wait times.
Yes, he was on for because he let it be known he was on for over 40 minutes yesterday.
Yeah,
and then he also would have been great to get on. I don't think Bill Belichick is going to Michigan because it doesn't line up with his goals. I don't know if Michigan's looking to hire Bill Belichick either.
No, I don't think Bill Belichick's. All right,
you know what Bill Belichick wants to do? Convince 17 and 8-year-olds to come to a school.
I need to know about this NIL and transfer portal. Find out if you guys want to portal in. It's on to Rutgers.
I don't want to hear him say it's on to Rutgers.
Look, I'm going to say highly unlikely. It doesn't feel like a man who wants to sit in the locker room and travel to the outskirts of, Grand Rapids and maybe take a trip to Carmel to go get an offensive lineman to come play at Michigan. Doesn't feel like it.
I like the little theory there, Keith, but it's not. The college game is not for Bill Belichick. I don't know when the last time he's ever been in college. I mean, he's been in pros forever. So, no, I don't see that happening. I'm telling you, I just don't know that Bill Belichick as head coach is. I think maybe Bobby Sloak will be hired as the head coach before Bill Belichick, which would mean that maybe it's next year. And Bill Belichick has to be available for next year. What does he do in the meantime? Does he keep himself in the public by doing media? That doesn't seem like him at all.
He does his radio show. Do you think he would continue to make?
Oh yeah, I guess he does.
He shows up for documentaries and stuff. I don't know. I don't know if he'll be on the Sunday morning shows. Do you think he'll do something like that?
How much bigger can the desk get?
It's true.
They're all like 6 deep.
What network has room for him? Well, Jimmy Johnson's getting up there. Maybe they get rid of Jimmy and put Bill Belichick.
Bring it this one.
Yeah, just get one out, bring
Maybe
the other one in.
Maybe so. And what else was I gonna say? I think that's really all I wanted to cover from a Bill Belichick standpoint. It never made sense to me that everyone thought he was going to be this. To me, he was a very targeted target, either for the Chargers or the Falcons.
It really didn't make sense why he wanted to go to Atlanta.
Rich McKay, maybe, because he has a background with that. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe a weak division?
Yeah, they have some offensive talent on that roster, but does the appeal – and he knows what working with below-average quarterbacks can do to your team. Why would he want to sign up for that again?
Well, look at the head coaches. Brian Callahan, Tennessee, which I didn't think Tennessee is a great job. It's okay if Will Levis can be the quarterback. It'd be a pretty good job. But Brian Callahan, you have, by the way, Dan Quinn is expected to get a second interview for the Commanders job this week. So that might be somebody who also, that's definitely going to be somebody who's in the mix. I think we're safe with Bobby Sloak. But you look at it's Callahan, coordinator, Tennessee. Raheem Morris, defense coordinator, but former head coach in the league. He is with Atlanta now. And then Dave Canales, is an offense coordinator who's going over to. This is the thing. This is what they're looking for. They're looking for younger coordinators. Raheem's not young anymore, but they're looking for younger coordinators. So we get one more year of Bobby Sloak, and that's it. And if he doesn't get hired next year, it was a bad year for the Texans. That's all there is to it. It was a really bad year for the Texans. When we come back, we're going to jump into a little bit of the there's some history that was made in the basketball world, and then want to get into the actual games this weekend and see kind of where your head is on a couple of these and what it's going to take specifically for the Lions to go. And I want to talk about the Lions as a sports town. There's a lot being made about the sad sack Lions and the poor sports town. This is the team everyone's cheering for now, so I want to get into that as well. 7:57 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can listen online. You can on the app. You can check out our YouTube channel. Go to ESPN 97.5 on the YouTube channel. Just click live, and you can watch the show as you listen along right here throughout the day. Thank you for those compliments, guys. I take them as compliments.
What's Josh's issue with you? I didn't even hear Michael Connor say anything.
Yeah, Michael caught a stray earlier.
Yeah, you went after Michael. I don't remember him saying a word.
I thought it was the whole show.
Well, now he'll give it to you when he comes on today. What's Josh's beef with you?
I don't know. He said that I like gaslighting people. I don't like gaslighting people. I do like to try to trick people. That's totally different.
Okay, sure.
Totally different. I don't like to make people think things are their fault. I do like to trick people.
Do you like to get a text message from one of those people after the show asking you what your problem is?
No.
Then maybe you should knock it off.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just here to. And by the way, we didn't say Joel was the villain. We said he looked villainy. He had a villainy look.
Well, I
in his
did
eyes.
say he would be John's henchman. I did say that.
Yes, you did. And I said John was the villain.
That's true.
And then we had a great role for Bill O'Brien. And then we got a Cabo Cub update where some unfortunate things were said. And I'll just have to stand on business with what I said about that. So hopefully John was the Jalen Green yesterday. 801.
You said some flagrant things. Well, I think we all did.
Yeah.
I think
don't act like you didn't say flagrant things.
I said some. Well, Sean didn't. Sean found a way to come out unscathed.
It's best that you not get in because John will start to. If somebody takes a shot at him, he knows that it's literally mutually assured destruction on this show. But if you're outside the realm of his show, you don't want to come after him because he will. Don't even joke around and say something because he'll come after you quick.
He will.
He did that with the Wheelhouse one time.
Yeah, he suggested he'd have sex with one of their moms. I think.
Yeah, way out of line, in my opinion.
All because they suggested he was overpaid and maybe he should give up his paycheck. He didn't appreciate that, and then he goes, "Well, maybe I'll do something with your mom," which is, I guess, you respond that way.
I know that's a little much. So your boy LeBron
made calling him my boy
yesterday. He's the first player ever to be named as a 20-time NBA All-Star. 20-time NBA All-Star. James passed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for most All-Star nods and was joined in the West starting five by Jokic, Durant, Luka, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
The big news.
A lot of people thought James shouldn't be the starter. Like in real life, in the real world, he shouldn't be the starter.
The big news is that Steph isn't a starter this year, which breaks a streak as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and he doesn't deserve it. That team stinks. I don't know if that LeBron does either, but he's one of those guys.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's, man.
Yeah, but LeBron's reached a status where he's always gonna be there until he decides he doesn't want to play anymore. He's a made man. He's stamped. He'll get that spot.
The East had Giannis, Joel Embiid, Jason Tatum, Tyrese Halliburton, and Dame Lillard. How's Dame played over there?
He's been fine. Dame has never started an All-Star game because he's been in the West behind those other guys. Now he will get a chance to start in the East. I mean, we know the Bucks' second best record in the East, fire their coach, and Dame's been a part of the reason they've been good, just not up to their standards. So that's why Adrian Griffin had to go.
Did the Bucks make a mistake by bringing in Damian Lillard and getting rid of Drew Holiday, who helped give them their defensive, and Budenholzer? I mean, maybe he just had to go. Obviously, the Griffin firing was the players are already celebrating when he was gone. Like that was bad behind the scenes between the players and the head coach, Adrian Griffin. So he's out after 43 games where they were 30-13. They're terrible on defense now, where that used to be their strength. Was their off-season Budenholzer out and Drew Holiday gone? Is that a mistake, or would they have been okay if Adrian Griffin had stuck around with Drew Holiday on the team and not had Dame Lillard?
Their team whose goal is to win a title. So we're not going to know if it was a mistake or not until the playoffs. Like, great record, bad defense. They hope to get it better with Doc Rivers. We talked about the irony of hiring a guy who consistently doesn't get past the second round as your savior for the season. We'll see how it goes. But none of that will be figured out until they're either in a deep playoff run or knocked out in the playoffs. That's what they're built for. The regular season is for them is fine tuning, and they didn't think they're getting to a point where they thought they could compete for a title because of their issues with Adrian Griffin. The team had just tuned him out, I guess. So we'll figure that out come June if they get that far. We're talking about the NBA, so Gio, we see you on talk the Mavericks, which kind of brought this to the forefront of my brain.
We didn't get to it yesterday.
Luka had an interesting week. He allegedly threw
Well,
out
you
a
want to see
fan.
if Giovanni wanted to bring that up? You may be
Well,
ruining this call.
We
He's
want to
gonna
play the
say
sound. We want to
steal
play
his thunder.
We want to play the sound so people
Okay.
know what he's referencing. In a post game presser, Luka had a back and forth with ESPN reporter Tim McMahon. If you missed the incident, if you want to call it that, during the middle of a game against the Suns, which Luka has beef with because of a past playoff series, he had a Suns fan who was wearing a Devin Booker jersey, Luka's archenemy, allegedly thrown out of the game. Luka says he didn't, but the fan was cursing at him. There's some back and forth about whether the fan left on his own accord, but he was approached by
Did you see the
security.
video where he points? And
Yes.
he points to him and he
Yes.
does out. He's lying. Luka's lying.
Well, the reporting later said the fan left on his own, but the only reason the fan even thought about leaving is because Luka had security go talk to him.
Right.
And Luka even admitted, at least initially, that, yeah, I mean, he had been cursing at me throughout the game. I had had enough, and then I don't like kicking out fans, but frustration built, and I had had enough. This is Luka in his back and forth with ESPN reporter Tim McMahon.
When you said about the fan, that was not a true all. That was not the only thing he said. But I knew you would be the first one to point out something like that. I'm not going to say what he said, but I knew you were going to be the first one to put out something like that. So I just saw it, man. It's just funny. You always seem to be the first one to put some bad stuff about me.
First of all, 99% of the stuff I've written about you has been good.
I don't know.
I was sitting 2 rows behind us.
All right, so it was the only thing that time he said something, the only thing?
That was what you reacted to.
Yeah, I was hearing the whole first half, right? Oh, you didn't hear anything?
He was definitely hollering.
Okay, there we go.
Acted.
But you put out something that was just the only thing, but
What was
the final straw? What was the
issue?
What was the thing that?
it's not the issue. I'm just seeing you seems to be the first one to always put something bad about me.
Several of
ask
us
for the
actually
fan to be
tweeted that.
ejected.
That's fine. It's all over.
Why did you ask for the fan to be ejected?
Because he was cursing me the whole first half too.
The final straw.
I don't believe Luka. Tim McMahon was sitting there 2 rows behind that guy who was on the second row. I just don't believe Luka. I think a lot of the players in general are extremely sensitive. I'm not a fan of. I don't believe him that the guy was cussing at him. I think Tim McMahon would have heard that. I think that.
Well, Tim McMahon did not dispute that he was riding Luka the entire game.
Oh, that may have been.
Yeah.
But the cursing, but riding somebody the entire game, I'm sorry. It is. I would never do that. I would never let my kids do that. But I also understand that it is one of those things that happens in baseball, basketball, football. As long as you don't cross line, telling him he looks tired, he needs to get on a treadmill.
Get your
That's
ass.
not. Yeah,
get
get
your ass
on the treadmill. Do you think that crosses the line?
I don't yell. I wouldn't yell at a player. I don't go to as many games, so I'm not sure what is considered line crossing. I just don't have the personality where if a player is
No,
playing,
I don't either.
I'm not going to yell at them because he's on
But
the
I
opponent.
don't think
on the
players
opposing
should be
team.
allowed to just kick out. I don't think they should just be allowed. They get rid of fans a lot now.
And here's the quote.
And I think Luka is just mega soft. I
Here's-
think he's already. I've dealt with this before, right? You said all this negative stuff about me, like, bro. Like I kept I keep Lance's weaknesses. DK Metcalf has my weaknesses in my scouting report. Dude, I had him higher. I have him like as the 7th best player in that draft. He was the second pick, the last pick of the second round. People across, I had him higher than anybody. But that's all you know. And it sounds like Tim McMahon deals with the same thing where Luka, any criticism against Luka, and you're always picking on me and going after me. Do you think Luka's soft, yes or no?
I think I don't know. Soft is the
Bratty,
word I don't
entitled.
know. I don't know if soft is the word I use because he's a killer on the court.
Yeah.
I would say he's whiny. He whines
Yeah.
to the officials. He doesn't like when things don't go his
The
way.
team has had to talk to him about constantly whining. There was an article yesterday that said the team has to always say, Luka, you can't do this with the officials all the time.
He gets agitated easily, but soft I always use as a term where a guy
Okay.
backs down. But I get your point. He's whiny. He complains. That's part of his on-court demeanor.
Sensitive.
He's sensitive. This is the quote. Luka, you're tired. Get your ass on the treadmill. And apparently that was it. But Luka is pointing to the fact that he had been getting after me the entire first half. Later on, I think yesterday, Sean pointed out to me before the show started that he was on Inside the NBA, part of the All-Star festivities, and said he shouldn't have had that guy thrown out. So Luka has said I shouldn't have had that. I shouldn't have done that. So
Because a lot of veterans, like a lot of veteran players who used to play the game, were not a big fan of what Luka did.
yeah, I don't like the aspect of the players pointing. And there's the LeBron meme where they show it every time something like this happens. LeBron is guiding a security person over to the stands to get a guy out. So I don't like it either, but I get it. Sometimes fans are a-holes, but
Remember Russ had somebody kicked out for saying Westbrook.
yeah, he called him out of his name. People are like, they called you out of your name. What did he say? Oh, he called me Westbrook.
He called
and
me
everyone's
Westbrook.
like, what?
That is my grandfather's name, Westbrook. He's being disrespectful to my family. He's coming after my family. Well, wait a minute.
Everyone was on his side.
He's coming after your shooting.
Everyone was on his side until they found out what the name that was being
Yeah.
used. Like, oh, he called
He
you
went
out of your
after
name.
your family. What did he say about your kids? Well, he called me Westbrook, which that's my grandfather's name, is Westbrook. So he's coming after my family. No, he's saying you can't shoot.
Yeah,
You're
but
historically the worst
But he's
shooter in the
making
NBA.
fun of my name by talking about how I shoot poorly.
Oh, you brick. You are Westbrook.
Yeah, but my name is Westbrook. You called me out of my name. Thank you.
But
Get
you
out.
You call me trash ass Lance. You have that in your phone. That's calling me out of my name. Have I ever had you kicked off the show?
I don't play in the NBA.
Yeah, and I'm not sensitive like Russell Westbrook.
I'm not a fan of yours and
I'm not sensitive like Russell Westbrook.
These are the things that are different between the scenario you drew and this and
People
what
call
happens in
me
the NBA.
Littlefinger, so?
I'm not a fan of yours or the show I'm on, so I'm not like an NBA fan. And you're not the talent that Westbrook is, so you can't get me kicked off.
Yeah, I could.
I'm sure you could.
I could, but I wouldn't. You know why? Because
You ain't soft.
I'm not. I'm not.
I don't call you out of your name. I don't change your name.
TAL.
No, but I didn't like if he called him trash ass Russ, would he still be upset?
Yeah, because Russ is his name. You're calling him out of his name.
He didn't change
I guarantee
his name.
Russell. If you said, "Oh, trash ass Russell Westbrook," you'd be gone.
But I didn't call him out of his name. It's just trash. I just added something.
If you said trash ass LeBron James, he's pointing. Trash ass Luka, he's pointing.
Russell Westbrook does that he did that to Rudy Gobert.
If you say
he does that
trash
to
ass
people.
Dylan Brooks, he's not getting you kicked out.
I wouldn't. Well, I'm not changing the context of his name. I'm just calling you trash ass in front of your name. I think
know.
it's different.
But I think NBA players would get you kicked out for calling them trash ass.
Well,
except for Dylan Brooks wouldn't. He wouldn't do that.
He would just stare at me maniacally.
Yeah. Good. That's how you're supposed to do it. Somebody made the point. Kobe, as an NBA player, I think, said Kobe would have just got 20 and stared the fan down the whole time.
Yeah, he would have looked at him after every shot.
Luka's like, him, out of here.
Yeah.
Kobe would have said, sweet, I got something to piss me off.
Like it's a middle.
Or Jordan, too. Is he big enough for you when he dunked on Mel Turpin and he was yelling at the fan courtside?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of Robin Ficker?
No.
Google Robin Ficker. Robin Ficker was a judge in Washington during the Bullets days. Robin Ficker was famous because, or he was either a lawyer or a judge, and Robin Ficker was in Washington. He got a seat right behind the opposing bench, and he would scream at the players the entire game. Now, he never cussed. But he would go after them nonstop. And you couldn't get him kicked out. Now, Washington, the fans didn't really, the organization didn't really like him. So when they moved to they didn't renew his tickets. When they moved to a new venue, they didn't renew his tickets. But Robin Ficker's whole thing was he was known for being the guy that would heckle the team nonstop. Do you have anything? Tell me when you have anything, Sean.
I right now I just see him doing like interviews and stuff, talking about. I don't have any of his actual heckling. Quite.
I'll see if I can find some because that guy could never make. And I don't know that you want somebody behind the opposing bench nonstop yelling at him. Little bitty rookie Ed Horton couldn't stop that, and he's
He's the guy with the like little mouthpiece. There's a picture of him I've seen before sitting or standing up. Michael Jordan's on the bench sitting down, and you can see Robin Ficker with a tucked in Washington Bullets t-shirt and like a plastic little megaphone thing that he has cupped, and he's just like shouting. It's a very funny picture.
I guess if you don't have to sit next to it the whole time, it's funny. But the players just dealt with it. They just dealt with it. And I'm not saying if it crosses the line or whatever, but to me, Luka doing that, man, I think Luka's a phenomenal basketball player. Luka is sensitive, though. He probably does need to get on the treadmill if he's tired.
Oh, well, was he tired? Maybe he was more upset about being accused of being tired. We're not done with the NBA nonsense. Our favorite, or one of your favorites, Pat Beverly, was at it again in a different way. He and Wendell Carter had an issue. We're gonna play the sound from that on the other side. And there's a question of whether Patrick Beverly manufactured a particular soundbite out of nothing, or was it organic? Magic reporters think manufactured. We'll have that on the other side. We got or we got 5-star coming up
5 stars at
9:30.
9:30. Yeah.
We might get a Cabo Cup update as well. Remember, you can watch the show on YouTube. You can watch Lance be the villain of the station on YouTube. Sean Mapes is in the building, filling in for me because I'm filling in for John. This is a Friday. Lance, is it a holiday show, or are we actually treating it like a real show?
No, we treat it a real show. This is a real show. This is the show before the AFC and NFC championship game, which decides who gets to go to our Super Bowl as a country. So this is it's a very patriotic day. Friday is a patriotic football day, and we're going to treat it as such. We're not just giving up and quitting because it's Friday.
That's unique for this show because generally the person sitting in the seat gives up at about 8:20 on a Friday, and the rest of the show is us carrying him to the finish line.
Yep.
Thankfully, we have real professionals in the building. I'm not going to call it the bench because we don't like that branding here. Only Lance does. But John and Lance with Dell, with Sean, we'll be back.
John plus Lance equals a damn good start to your day and a damn early start to Dell's day. Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
I'll bring it back because Lance is in a wormhole as this chair keeps messing up. Lance was you're on X looking at images of something. I'm not going to tell people what it is. That's his own private thing. But before we went to the break, I talked about Patrick Beverley. Patrick Beverley, former Rocket. We all know the deal. Scrappy player, defender, Russell Westbrook, the guy we talked about earlier. What did he say about Patrick Beverley? He'd be tricking y'all, making you think he do something because people will put 30 up on him, and you guys think he's playing great defense.
It is kind of true.
Yeah. So Patrick Beverley is a podcaster now, as you know. A lot of NBA players are doing it. He's got a pretty successful one, and there's a question of whether he used a post-game presser to get content for his podcast. First, we're going to play the sound from Wendell Carter after a game and Patrick Beverley's response on his podcast. Now, the tweet that's going to be referenced is Patrick Beverley, I guess, tweets after wins and says, and this one was belt to ass tour because I guess the Sixers beat the crap out of the Magic. This is Wendell Carter being asked about the tweet, and then Patrick Beverley responding to Wendell Carter's response.
Hey, let's go to Wendell Carter.
Game ended about 30 minutes ago. 25 minutes ago, Pat Bev tweeted belt to ass. Something that pisses you guys off. Do you guys not pay attention to it?
I mean, to be quite honest with you, no one's really worried about Patrick. I mean, a 5-point game, like, what did you, I don't understand how he affected the game, but that's what he does. You know, he's trying to get us to buy into his online antics. He's just doing a lot right now. And I guess that's his angle he's trying to take now. He's towards the end of his career, so, I mean, kudos to him. I guess he did a good job tonight.
Losing mentality. I think I was the highest plus minus off the bench. I think I led the team in blocks, steals, 6 dimes. I think, young fella, the game ain't all about points, man. I think you had 25 and lost. You're the leading scorer off the bench on your team, but you lost. Would you take the 5, 6, and 4, 2 blocks and a steal and a dub, or the 25 with a loss, Mr. Carter? But I ain't really known him for being in playoff games neither, so a person like that should say something like that because they haven't been part of winning in their career. So in his mind, winning thinks, a bunch of points. In my mind, I think impacting the game, doing everything, we win.
What's your problem with all this?
I don't have a problem
What's your problem? That Patrick Beverley's telling it like it is, and he's a winner.
I don't have a problem with content. I don't have a problem at all. The people who do have a problem with it are the people who cover the Magic on a daily basis. This comes from Magic radio host Brandon Kravitz, who quote tweeted or quote posted, whatever the terminology is now, the Patrick Beverley sound that we just played. I recognize every voice that asks questions in Magic postgame pressers. I strongly believe this was a Pat Bev plant. So the Magic play-by-play guy doesn't believe that was a real reporter.
They said they don't recognize him, right? The reporter?
Yes, they don't recognize him. Now, if it was a Philadelphia reporter, they may not recognize him because if he's only there twice or maybe even once a year, depending on how many times they go travel to Orlando, there's a possibility he would not recognize the voice. But another independent Magic reporter, Dylan Bosch, corroborated Kravitz's theory. It was a plant for sure. I was in the press conference room when that happened, and after the press conference, I went in front of the Sixers locker room to see the players walk out. As I'm waiting to see Pat Bev and the quote-unquote reporter who asked that question greet each other. Then Pat Bev walks out of the locker room. He was wearing black boots. I don't know why he has to give his attire. Black boots, orange, and black jeans. He walks up to the reporter, guy who has with him 2 girls, and tells him, "You got it?" The reporter says, "Yeah." Then signals him to follow him to the team bus, and they leave.
Typically, and Dell, you've watched a lot of these shows too. When you watch these documentaries about false claims or murders or cover-ups or whatever, when you give too much detail, that means you're lying. Pat Beverley could be getting lied on here.
You think Dylan Bosch?
He was wearing black boots and orange and black jeans. Why is that part of this discussion?
Yeah, I didn't get that part when I read it the first time.
You
or when I
watched
just
enough
read it
to
there.
know that's a telltale sign when you give too much detail.
Do you think Mr. Bosch, one of the shows you loved, that you couldn't stop talking about for a while, do you think he's inserting himself in this story and he didn't really see all that?
I think there's a possibility. I think people come after Pat Beverley for the wrong reason.
So you're a Pat Beverley defender.
Yeah, he was a Rocket.
You don't. So what? There are other. You're a Chris Paul defender.
Yeah.
So every former Rocket.
I like Chris Paul.
Every former Rocket.
Not every. I'm not a James defender unless it's about how great a scorer he was and all that. I mean, there's some stuff you should just admit.
But what do you?
Yeah, I actually
do you think it was a plant?
Rockets.
Do you think it was? Yeah, you defend all the
Rockets.
Rockets.
Yeah, of course it was a plant.
So you believe Pat Beverley did that to get content?
Yeah, I think the other guy needs to be careful about giving too much detail. That's one thing I've learned is if you ever do, look, I'm not telling you guys to do this, but if you ever do something terrible,
okay,
and the police are going to suspect you and they're going to interview you, don't give too much. I just learned this from watching streaming shows on Netflix. Don't give too much detail. That's the number one
be
thing.
Concise.
Be concise, and don't give it too much detail. And no matter how much you try to cry or fake cry, it's a delicate balance watching shows. If you don't show enough emotion, they think you're a suspect. If you show too much emotion, they think you're a suspect. It's a delicate balance here. If you don't give information, that's suspicious. If you give too much detailed information, that's suspicious. There's a sweet spot for getting away with it. And I hope that never happens with you guys. I hope you're all caught. You make a mistake. Well, I hope you're caught with the devious things you did, the listeners.
So you want our listeners to go to prison?
Well, I want them to get caught for doing bad things. I'm not on the side of evil, despite what Paul Gallant and Josh Beard.
You mean the rest of the lineup?
Yeah, I'm not on the side of evil. But I am telling you, completely dispassionate and from an outside observer, there are certain things that are going to get you caught, suspected.
Here's
an
underrated aspect of Pat Beverly's talking to Wendell Carter about not understanding winning. What has Patrick Beverly ever won?
He considers winning more than what the Magic have done.
Understood.
He's done more than them.
But has he ever been to a conference final even?
With the Rockets in 2015. How about that, Dell? He also won the play-in game for the Minnesota Timberwolves.
They lost in 5 to the Warriors?
In the conference title game.
Okay.
You asked if they've been to the conference finals.
Very early in his career.
How far did he get when he pushed Chris Paul down? They got eliminated.
Yeah, that wasn't good.
Was that conference finals or semifinals?
That was after they got eliminated in the second round.
So, sure, Wendell Carter hasn't done a lot of winning, but it's not like Patrick Beverly is stacking up.
Wendell Carter wishes he single-handedly took the Minnesota Timberwolves out of the play-in tournament.
You think that,
and then lost in 5 in the first.
You think that was a Patrick Beverly joint? He was the reason that happened?
I've only seen the GIF, and he looks very involved in the GIF. He's crying afterwards.
I remember. We've all seen it. But if I'm Wendell Carter, it's like, I'll take my 25 if winning for you consists of being a bit player on a team who's made one conference final in your entire career.
My contract's coming up. I need to score 25.
Yeah, you're 35. I'm in my mid-20s. I got to score 25. What are we talking about here? Yeah, I win. I'm winning.
Yeah, but he gaslights you into believing you're not winning.
I don't care what Patrick Beverly says about winning. Wendell Carter was right. He's at the end of his career. Patrick Beverly's forming a media brand himself. I get why you would do it, but I'm not going to take it from you because you led in stocks. His big comeback was, did you lead the team in stocks, steals, and blocks? I'm like, all right, we're done.
How about this? 6 dimes, 2 steals.
And I'm
like, ooh, cool, Pat.
Sorry, I'm glad. Sorry, you play with Joel Embiid.
This is literally a generation where
his assists have got to have been a pick and roll. He dumps it off to Joel Embiid 17 feet away from the rim, and Joel Embiid makes a jumper, and that's your assist.
Yeah.
Stop it. Cut it out.
Sorry, Pat. You live in a generation now where 40 and 18 and 14 is not a big deal anymore. Like, guys put up incredible numbers.
Man, I led the team in stocks. Oh, that's a terrible comeback.
Yeah, that's not a great. You know who loves those comebacks? Like Jeff Van Gundy. That was a sick burn right there, Pat. Like Jeff Van Gundy would love that. And also charges taken.
Oh,
you know who wouldn't care? Wendell Carter.
No. Because Sean is right. Wendell Carter's coming up on a deal.
Yeah. He doesn't need to lead the team in plus minus off the bench and deflections. He needs to put the ball in the basket.
Yeah. He's got a long career ahead of Mac.
Pat is a plus minus guy.
Yeah,
glue guy. If you're a glue guy and an irritant, that's fine. That's what you have to keep doing.
Yeah, Wendell Carter will be 26 when his contract comes up in a couple seasons. Stocks ain't getting it done for him. Lead the team in stocks ain't getting it done.
All right, let's get to break real quick, and when we come back, we're going to hit on the AFC and NFC championship games. We're going to give you winners. I'm going to throw out some prop bets for you as well for you to look at, and you can take a look and see if that's something that interests you. It's 8:29. You guys want to jump in and talk about it? We'll get you on in advance, 713-780-3776.
The recipe is simple. Take 1 part John because you know what you're going to get. And add like 50 parts Lance because you never know what you're going to get. Spike the spice with some Del Olaleya, and damn, it tastes like the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
All right, 8:34, and we are going to bring you into the show if you like, if that's what you're interested in. 713-780-3776. Rumor has it that John may have gone hard in the paint yesterday. Let's try to see if we can get him on right now. Cabo Cup update. While we're doing that, John's in Cabo, for those who don't know, in a huge golf match where they're staying in a castle somewhere, and he's just with a lot of his friends in a castle pretending like this is a huge golf match and drinking. Okay. Do you care about, okay, so if the Lions, we're gonna have 5-star on later. If I told you could have the Lions plus 7.5 points, is that something that would interest you? Would you take it? Are the Lions ready to go on the road
and play within a touchdown?
And play within a touchdown. I think so.
I think they can. I like their offense. I think they can run the ball in San Francisco, and their play action, I think, will help. Now, Fred Warner and those linebackers do a great job of eating some of that stuff away in the middle, but if Laporta can play and be effective, yeah, I think they can play within 7.
Okay, so I'll make it 7. It's the same thing. Over under 52 seems a little robust going up against San Francisco's defense. Oh, hold on. Before we do that, we've got to get to this a very important Cabo Cup update brought to you by, I assume, Coors Light is all I can assume. I assume that's what it's brought to you by. John, the streets are talking. The streets are saying that you went hard in the paint yesterday. I don't know how you did from a golf standpoint, but the streets have been talking a lot about John Granado and you know, him getting after it in Cabo. Is this accurate?
Yes, it's accurate. What do you think? I mean, that's a ridiculous question.
I think the streets are right.
First, I went hard in the paint. And I also won my match. Martin and I, we picked up 3 valuable points for Team Trauber. We beat the captain of the other team, and Justin, Black Horse, Limo Justin, destroyed them. And here we are with 3 huge, huge points for Team Trauber. Listen, you guys having this insight into the Cabo Cup on this radio station, having someone inside, you bringing this kind of insight to what's happening, a big up to your radio station for this, okay?
Yeah. There's no way that the Pendergast and Payne have this. There's no way, unless you're going on.
No.
Would it be one of their radio dying wishes? Would it be Seth Payne?
Inside information.
Would it be Seth?
All Cabo Cup all the time.
Well, maybe for 10 minutes. I don't know if we want it all the time.
Yeah.
No.
Maybe not all the time. So let me ask you a question. So you won, so you had to party. But if you had lost, would you have still partied?
Yes.
That's what I figured.
That's what we all
I didn't
figured.
think it was dependent upon the 3 points.
No. John's
win or lose, it's a party.
John's
okay?
like Harden. John would have been at that white party, too, after they lost. It wouldn't have mattered.
Yes,
we've called him John Harden before.
I know.
Oh, yeah. Immediately after I'd have been at that party. Yeah. Oh, you think I'm for who? For what? I'm going to sit around and not party for you and for my loss? No, thank you. And today, so an update here. Team Trauber down 1 point. The Captain Trauber picked up 2 points. We picked up 3 points, Martin and I, so we got 5. But they swept 2 of the other 2 matches.
Who choked on your team?
This is me?
Who choked on your team?
Oh, there was a choke. You know what? Sometimes the other guys play well, right? That's all there is to it.
I was going to say,
listen, we're a team. We're a team. We're not going to point fingers, all right? That's not what we do here.
John is
what we do is we say, hey,
this is
pointer. Let's all get together.
All he does is point fingers.
No. We don't point fingers on this team. What we do is
Let's see what happens when y'all lose and have to pay that big bill for the meal. Let's see how many fingers start getting pointed then.
Well, last night was a pretty good one. Well, we had sushi. There was 16 of us in a sushi restaurant. It was strong. It was with all the margaritas flying. Yeah, it was a strong night. I can tell you that.
Yeah, sushi at night. Sushi lunch is reasonable. Sushi dinner, get ready.
Not so much.
Get ready.
Not so much.
The same fish
it's
is a
gonna be-
whole lot more expensive.
Yeah, we're getting ready right now for round 2.
What are you
Cowboy
doing
Club.
today?
And I'm sure all the city. I get shamed with the afternoon shows. Well, I noticed that who are the villains in the afternoon that you guys are have on your station? I forget.
Here, I want to play this for
yesterday.
you. And Sean, play the intro, at least the beginning part that Frank put together. Apparently, the afternoon shows were saying some things about me. I don't think these things are fair, but I want you to hear this and see what you think about this. Frank made it part of the intro.
Okay.
Littlefinger Lance Zerline told him both Paul and Mike and Josh were the ones who left the trash in the studio. When we all know that Lance is the biggest slob at the effing station.
Lance called Joel the villain of this station. True villains of this station? It's Lance, who we all once heard say he loved gaslighting everybody at the station. Paul called Lance the little finger of 97.5.
It is flattering, you feeling such dread at the prospect of me.
Do you think those are fair comments?
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
I'm on board with all of that. If you want to know the truth.
What do you think he would say? There's a produced audio of people ripping you. You think he would disagree with it?
Yeah.
You don't know him at all?
honestly. Is Lance not the worst person at the station, though?
Well, that's
No,
confirmed.
biggest slob, yeah. I mean, that's fine.
And then,
Have you seen my office?
But then you blame someone else for it.
Yeah, that's part of the game. That's the fun thing.
What game?
I just say, wasn't me. He knew it was me.
Chaos
but I
is
just
a
said
ladder?
it wasn't me.
Is that the game?
Yeah.
Chaos?
And then for them to say,
Yeah.
I like gaslighting people, I like tricking people, not gaslighting people. It's different. I love to trick people.
Well, in your case, I think you do both, if you want to know the truth. I think you're bad.
Yeah, let's not limit you.
I think they're dead on.
Let's not limit your tricking and gaslighting. You do
I'm not a
both.
villain. I've never been looked at as a villain. You yesterday, John, caught the villain role.
How did I? No. You know why? Because you were scared of Joel after you called him the biggest
I know,
villain.
and even
So
though I tried to pull
then
out
you
of that,
put it
like,
on me.
I'm going to get a text from Joel. I still got a text from Joel.
So you being soft and scared didn't even help you.
Well, I just said, I don't want to get the text about the villain thing.
And you got
it's
it
John.
anyway.
John's the villain.
Nah, Joel's John's henchman.
Then we tried to really take it to Bill O'Brien and what his role in a movie would be, which was good. And then, it still didn't cover up.
If we're actually doing this, John, if you're going to make John the villain, John would just look to his left and give Joel a look, and Joel would just grunt and then do what John wants him to do. Like, he would be the one who goes and kills someone for John. John's not getting his hands dirty.
No.
Wait, how did you guys get Joel? I'm not even. I mean, you guys are the ones that are recklessly throwing Joel's name around.
If we're going
when you know it's going to
if
coming back at you.
He can text me all he wants. I'll just put it on Do Not Disturb. Doesn't bother me. If we're going to do this, play this game where one of you is the villain, John's the mastermind, and Joel's carries out the orders.
Yeah, that's fair. In real life, that would
and
happen.
Lance's little finger trying to disrupt chaos. Chaos is a ladder. You're
I'm
right.
more of Varys, who I just like. Yeah, I'll
So
see which way the wind is blowing.
So you've been chopped off?
No.
Well, you just called yourself Varys.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to go that far with the Varys
Well, don't
thing.
make the comparison.
Okay. I'm more like Hannah. I'm more like Hannah McNair. I'm making things happen behind the scenes, but not in a bad way, in a good way.
So you're not Worm Tongue. You're something else altogether.
Yeah, I'm not.
So
I'm not,
you're like Gandalf. He made stuff happen.
No,
behind
I'm
the
not
scenes.
doing that show. No one likes that show.
John loves that show.
I know, but I'm only
that
doing
movie.
Game of
Everybody
Thrones
loves
shows.
that.
He loves Lord of the Rings.
He's warm tongue.
Oh,
is what he is.
You know who I am? This is easy. I'm Jon Snow.
What?
I'm Jon Snow.
You're not a hero. How are you a hero?
I'm Jon Snow.
Are you a bastard too?
No, I'm not a bastard, but I am Jon Snow, and I've been thinking
not
about this.
You're not Jon Snow. You've done nothing heroic.
Ever.
Exactly. He can't name it. You're not Jon
A
Snow.
lot of stuff. Oh, raised money for Katrina back in 05.
Sure.
Did a
sure you did.
Did a toy drive, a Blue Santa toy drive one time, radio wise. We were broadcasting from there. I broadcasted Trailer Wheel and Frame before. Broadcast at Kobo's.
Is that heroic?
Thanksgiving, Cobos. Before the Astros big parade, I was there.
Sure.
You're
struggling.
I have done
You're not
things.
Jon
I
Snow.
have done things for good luck for this day. I played disc golf so that we could win a World Series. I played throughout the fall, throughout the playoffs in 2022.
Do I have to stay for this?
No,
or
it's nonsense. Do I have to stay for it? Can I go?
No, you can't leave.
Why can't I just
You're
leave
Sam.
right
no,
now?
what he is, he's Samuel Tarley. That's who you are. If we're going to give you a Game of
Is
Thrones
he the
character,
guy that was reading books or
Yes.
whatever?
Yes,
And
you
he
love it.
accidentally beat a White Walker?
And he actually found the answer to being the White Walkers. You are Samwell, if you're anyone. You
Nah,
stumble
I'm
into
Jon-
things.
I'm Jon Snow.
You're not Jon Snow.
Oh,
It's
my
an
God.
awful-
You
Are we
are
gonna have a
Ramsey Bolton. You're an
Are we
evil
gonna have
little
a show
conniving
when I
little
get back?
bleeper.
I'm not
Is what
Are
you
we
are.
still going to have a show on this air when I get
Not
back?
if he keeps going the way he's going. No.
We were
No,
trying to talk
no,
about
I
the
know.
Lions, and this is what Dell brings up.
I didn't want him on the show. You wanted him on the show.
Well, the people want to find out what's going on with
I
Cabo
never
Cup.
want him on the show. I think it's been pretty
Chicago
clear.
Cup update.
Thanks,
you
John.
used me for your own game, your ratings, to get ratings, right? While
good
I'm
luck.
gone. Then you're
Somebody
gonna
said that
claim
I
it was
sound like
all
I'm
you
the
guys.
Cowboys, living off of stuff that happened 20 years ago.
They've got a point.
I've done a lot of good things since that Katrina stuff, and a lot of it's giving homeless people cash, things like that.
How about them
Lottery
Lotto?
tickets?
Can you say how about them Cowboys? Can we see how it sounds?
Nope.
Okay.
Never gonna let you get that.
Okay.
Never. I've already done the glory hole thing. I'm not letting you have another one on me.
Well,
All
John,
right, John,
I
good
don't know.
luck.
I don't know what this was. I'm not sure. Lance just wanted to talk to you, I guess, because he misses you. I'm not sure what this was.
No, people wanted to know
Yeah.
about the thing, and we found out what's going on. John
How
got his
about
3
that?
points.
John won his
Brought to you by
match.
Coors Light.
Shout out to
I
John.
picked up
Brought to you by Coors Light.
Three yesterday.
Good
All
luck.
right, I got to go. Coffee time, and we got a big match today. Okay?
Yeah.
I'm playing with Captain Trauber today, so it's big.
Okay.
Doesn't get any bigger. The pressure's on. Okay, the pressure is on today.
Pressure's on.
You guys don't know nothing about it. You're
Okay.
talking about villains. I don't know what you're doing.
Go have a
Okay,
drink. Go
so-
have a Coke Zero.
Uh,
The real one will
no.
start drinking now, but whatever.
Coors Light now time already. It's already 8:30 in the morning. It's Coors Light time.
All right. 8:46.
Get out of here, John.
Here on the bench. 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. I can tell you, I'll try to bring it back into more sportsy type stuff.
That would be
We'll
appreciated.
come back. Yeah, I think that's
You want to
probably-
talk championship preview?
I do want to get to championship preview. Yeah, I do want to get to that. And then I also, there's a couple of other things I want to get to in the sports world as well, including the awards don't happen until February 8th, but we're starting to see award votes already from different entities in the NFL. D'Amico Ryans won an award. There's a chance the Texans could sweep. We'll talk about it when we come back. 8:47 here on the show. Talked to John Daspit a little bit yesterday just through text, and he's been very, very busy. When his phone's on green, I know he's busy. When the phone's on blue, he's available. He had listened to the show for a while. He had big compliments for my Australian voice and accent, which I don't blame him. It was outstanding, and it's one of the other things I've done heroically. And so he understands that. He recognizes that. John is part of a team along with Selvin Young. They do things in the community like, give out bikes to churches. So by proxy, I'm kind of involved with giving out bikes to churches and things like that. So we're doing a lot of great things in the community, me and John Daspit, mostly John and Selvin Young. But that's one of the things he does is he helps in the community. He helps with your personal injury and personal injury cases. That's something that's even bigger to you because when you're hurt badly at work, out on the roadways, wherever it may be, you may be minding your own business, you get injured, and that injury, and I'm not talking about just falling down. I'm talking about you get hurt to where you have hospital bills, and maybe you end up missing time for work, or you're going to have physical therapy because of the injury to your shoulder, your back, your leg, whatever the case may be. John Daspit's there to fight for you to make sure that all those bills are going to be paid for. It wasn't your fault you got hurt, so it needs to be paid for by the other side's insurance. And from there, he's also going to make sure that you get your pain and suffering because that was something else you didn't ask for, the pain and the suffering that you have now and may have for a long time. Sometimes very, very bad injuries occur. Sometimes loss of life occurs, and you want someone on your side to look out for you in your time of need. And that's going to be John Daspit. He's the best in Houston, the biggest firm in Houston, and he's waiting to talk to you. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
These three guys know this is the best part of your day. Listening to their show, that is. Conversely, it's not really their strong suit. You know, actually listening to one another. Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John, Lance, and Dell.
All right. Deion Sanders said, we don't have issues that we pray we can overcome. Don't we all have issues we pray we can overcome? Handle and attack them head on. Let's not allow these shortcomings to eliminate a tremendous opportunity or a moment that could change your life. If we're totally honest, the majority of us have issues, have our issues, Coach Prime. Well, he said that because Deion Sanders there at Colorado started off with a bang, but things have gone downhill since the 42-6 loss to Oregon on September 23rd. Things got worse for the university when Colorado self-reported 11 minor football violations to the NCAA, which claims none of the violations are serious and all seem to be inadvertent violations of an NCAA rulebook. I don't care. That's fine. If they're not major deals, I don't care.
You started a segment with the story you don't care about?
Well, I'm just saying the self-reported thing, the fact that this is something that takes a tweet from Deion and then was one of the lead stories that they self-reported violations. And maybe they think that other people will come after them more because of Deion, so they want to get out in front of it. Maybe that's it.
I got you.
But why even that being a lead story? That's why I'm not giving it much time. There's an issue, but there's not really an issue.
No.
I think it's kind of minor.
It'll be minor violations at a minimum.
All right, so
at a maximum, I mean.
As I was talking about before we went to Cabo Cup, do you see the Lions having a legit? You said you think they can stay.
I think they
inside
can score
of 7.
points.
Can they win? But can they win this game? I don't think.
I don't think their defense is good enough to give the Brock Purdy the same issues. Although the Packers defense wasn't good, they fired Joe Barry after the game. Well, not immediately after, but they fired him this week. So it's not like the Packers defense was something that people were applauding leading into the game. I just don't. I think the Lions have too many issues defensively to make it difficult on Brock Purdy. Now, if it's, I don't know what the weather will look like. We know there are questions about how he would throw the football, the glove, not the glove. If that becomes a part of the equation, they have a better shot. But I do think they'll be able to score points.
Yeah, I
think that play.
I think they'll be able to score some points.
Well, the
I want to
Packers.
see, then the offensive line is pretty good for Detroit.
I think they'll be able to run the ball. We know the Packers scored 6 points on their first 3 red zone possessions.
Yeah, that's true.
They had a real chance to get up big on the 49ers and let it get away. Now that was game 1 after a bye. We saw the Ravens start slow against the
but
Texans.
who do you think is the better offense? Who do you think's the better offense? I think Detroit's the better offense.
I think,
and Jahmyr Gibbs. This is why they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs for games like this, to be a matchup problem, to be somebody who gets you over the top, where you say, okay, we're going to find ways to get him the ball. Debo Samuels is that kind of player. He's not a running back, but he's that kind of matchup guy. I think in some ways Tank Dell, he's not out of the backfield matchup guy, but Tank Dell is
I think the Lions have 2 because of
Ross St. Brown or no?
Not him. But
Jameson?
Laporta. Because of the influence of wide receivers and how important they are. Great tight ends, I think, mean a lot. And if you have a guy like Laporta who can influence the passing game, and you also have a back who can do it as well, I think they have 2 spots where it's very hard to defend. Now, the 49ers have really good linebackers in Greenlaw and Warner, so it'll be interesting how they attack 2 guys that normally you get to take advantage of linebackers when you have guys like Laporta and Gibbs. Because we saw Gibbs one-on-one with a Packers linebacker, and he dusted him in that game.
You're not going to cover Gibbs with a linebacker.
Yeah, Fred Warner's
not successful.
He's one of the best linebackers in the game. It'll be a task if he somehow gets isolated on Gibbs. I don't think he's going to be able to cover him. And maybe Laporte is the same way. So that matchup, if the Lions can find answers there and exploit that, and then obviously you have Ross St. Brown. So I like their offense. How healthy will Debo be? He's practicing on a limited basis. Will he be able to make it through a game? That's up for debate too. And if he doesn't play or they have him on a pitch count, for his snaps, I think that tilts it more to the Lions' favor.
I think Jameson Williams is the real key here. And I know Jahmyr Gibbs the key, and I just said that, but Jameson Williams has an opportunity to hit explosive plays. When you want to try to beat a team on the road that has a quality offense and a tough defense, you gotta take the home crowd out of it. And I think and create some concern from the other side that has to play from behind, although they played from behind last week. But I think hitting the big play down the field early on with Jameson Williams would be a huge, huge win for Detroit. And I think he needs to have more than just a catch. I mean, I think he needs to be a factor. But, man, when you start to add it up, Laporta, Jameson Williams, Amon-Ra St. Brown, the running of David Montgomery, Jahmyr Gibbs in the backfield, out of the backfield. Yeah, they do have.
And
I mean, they have.
mentioned the
You
offensive
think
line,
of
too.
fighting chance. I don't know that Jared Goff is ready
to win a road game?
this kind of game.
Well,
I
he's
just
won
don't.
this kind of game in the past, but they were at. Well, it was one of the worst non-pass interference calls that we've ever seen. It changed the rule for a year, but he did win a playoff game.
Oh wait, that was his win against the Saints.
He did win an NFC title game on the road before. He has a chance to do it again with the Lions. I think they have a real shot because I believe they'll be able to move the football. And I think the Brock Purdy questions remain until he proves otherwise. He didn't get to play. He barely played in the NFC title game last year because he got hurt. And the Debo thing, I think, evens it up. If Debo can't go or he can't go to full effectiveness, we know what that offense looks like when he's not available.
Mhm.
So the Lions have quite a bit in their favor. But can that team win 3 games and one of them being on the road in San Francisco? Yeah, if Jared Goff didn't have the scars of the last 3 years, I might even pick the Lions. But you put that thought in my head about Jared Goff, and I'm like, can he win a game?
Well, that's just it. That's why people look at Jared Goff in a negative way. There's something about Jared Goff that we don't believe in, period. And it's not fair to Jared Goff. But I think that winning a game like this obviously changed that narrative for you. But that Super Bowl was a real killer for him. I mean, that was such an atrocious Super Bowl. It'll never be one as bad as Patriots versus Rams. But, man, it's hard to get past that. And then, coming out after that and having a bad year the next year and then not really being all that impressive, just okay with the Lions. This is a year where he's had a really good year, but you got to do something here. Like, you got to show yourself to be a guy that you can win at a high level with. And until he does that, I'm just not going to be a believer. I might take the points, but winning a game, I don't know.
So you don't think he's been vindicated yet? Getting to an NFC title game?
Yeah, I think he's been vindicated, but do I think he can get to a Super Bowl?
He's been to a Super Bowl.
Well, no. Do I think he can get to a Super Bowl with this team against this team as a 7-point dog?
I would have to look. Yeah, it's different scenarios, but I imagine they weren't favored going into New Orleans and they won. But, yeah, it's different scenarios. A 49ers team who looked really dominant until they saw the Ravens, and then questions came up about them. And I think the last game against the Packers showed me their vulnerability. If you're a 49er fan, as I mentioned, you're just pointing to, hey, we're off. We hadn't played a game that mattered in a couple weeks, and we saw the Ravens respond after a bad half. The 49ers didn't really do that. They had to thank Jordan Love for his awful interceptions and Anders Carson for his missed field goal. I think they're vulnerable. I think that offensive line for the Lions will keep Goff clean, which is important, and I think they'll be able to run the ball. All that being said, I can't imagine the 49ers losing a home title game. I can't.
No, I can't either. And that's my problem. We'll find out what 5-Star thinks about it at the bottom of the hour. We're going to talk about NFC and AFC championship games. You guys are welcome in. Also, around these parts, the phrase 12th man is looked upon fairly favorably, but it's not looked on as favorably in other parts of the country. We will talk about that when we come back. We got some sound for you. 901 right here on the bench on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
John plus Lance equals a damn good start to your day and a damn early start to Dell's day. Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
All right, 9:04, and we will get into the other game very, very quickly and give our thoughts on that. And then we've got Pena who wants to come in and talk a little bit. 713-780-3776. You got a game where you have, I know the storylines, if we're going to do storyline football, it's Pat Mahomes versus Lamar Jackson. It's last year's MVP versus this year's MVP. It's the guy who's gotten it done and gotten to multiple Super Bowls versus the guy who's got a losing record in the playoffs. But right now, I would say the Ravens are playing much better football. Lamar Jackson is much more consistent. And Patrick Mahomes is the one who's been a little inconsistent. And the Kansas City Chiefs are not playing as consistent of football as
Can we still say that now that they've won 2 playoff games?
Chiefs?
Yeah. At this point,
Yeah, I guess maybe you have to just.
Can we hold what they did in the regular season against them now that they're back in another title game and they won it on the road and beat Buffalo?
Who was the first game they won?
They won the freezing game against the Dolphins.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was an easy one for them.
Yeah, it's 2
The
games
Bills
now,
game
though.
was a good game. It was actually a good game.
And the Ravens were tied with the Texans at the half.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, the Ravens are a 4-point favorite in this one. I don't know that I love that. I think anything, I could see this one coming down to a 3-point game, 4 or 3-point game. I'm going to lean Ravens, but not from a gambling standpoint. But I think the real key in that one is going to be, I mean, for me, it's really about, I don't think the Chiefs are going to be able to stop the Ravens offense. The Ravens are getting into the 20s, I think 24 plus range. The question, and let me see what the line maker has them. The line maker has the Ravens at 24.5. Yeah, total points. They have the Chiefs at 20.5. I think the real key here is just, can the Ravens do a good job of pressuring Pat Mahomes? Because if they do, I don't think the Chiefs can win. I don't think they're going to come up with anything. Mike McDonald is a really good defensive coordinator too, so I think he's going to take some things away from Pat Mahomes. You have inconsistent wide receivers over there. You know, it's been interesting to see Pacheco, and then you also had Edwards-Helaire have a good run. But all the football people, hardcore football people, are really focusing on Isaiah Pacheco. They think Isaiah Pacheco has a chance to have a big game in this one, that he has a chance to be the difference maker. I would ask this question: is Andy Reid capable of calling a game where he's willing to be reliant upon a running back to win a game and not Pat Mahomes? I have some serious doubts if he can get to that point where Pacheco makes that big of a difference.
It would surprise me if Pacheco in the fourth quarter is 20-plus carries. The question will be, can Kansas City run the football like they did? Buffalo's decimated defensively on the fronts. Von Miller's out there. He made a couple plays, but they weren't good on the interior. Ed Oliver didn't make any plays after having a really good year. And their linebackers were in and out of the game. They had A.J. Klein playing quite a bit because of injuries to their linebacker core. Baltimore doesn't have those issues health-wise. That's a talented front seven. I don't think Kansas City's going to have the same type of success. Now, they got Buffalo with some personnel stuff that had some 3 tight end stuff that Buffalo didn't adjust to, and they ran the ball pretty well out of 13 personnel. I don't foresee that being the case in Baltimore. I think the game will be about the defenses. I know the talk is about the quarterbacks, but I think the 2 defenses will be kind of the stars of the show. And will Lamar do the Josh Allen thing? He did it against the Texans in the second half. Will he run the ball as often as he can to move the chains, to pick up first downs? Because I don't think they're going to have a lot of success throwing the football against Kansas City. I think Kansas City is better in the secondary than the Ravens are at wide receiver. I think it could be kind of similar to what we saw with Buffalo, where Josh Allen threw the ball to the backs, he threw the ball to the tight ends, and we know Isaiah Likely can have an impact. Mark Andrews, if he goes, will have one as well. I think the offensive success that Baltimore might be the same thing that Buffalo did. Get the ball to. There is no James Cook for Baltimore, unfortunately, because of their injuries at that position. Can Justice Hill have a big game, and can those tight ends have a big game? I like this being a 3-point game. It's not groundbreaking, but I do think it'll be a field goal game because I think the defenses will play really well.
Blitz rate, interesting. The Chiefs are 5th in the league, 37.5%. The Ravens only 28th. So the Ravens are going to try to get there with 4th. They're going to cover. They're going to use Hamilton to cover to cover Kelsey, and they're going to see if they can exploit the tackles, who I think are kind of average for Kansas City. So that's where I think the game could be won or lost right there. And then, the other is going to be just can the Chiefs wide receivers step up and have a big game? I mean, Valdez-Scantling is a guy who, every once in a while, he had one last game, but every once in a while he does. But you don't have a guy that you can depend on. Except Rashee Rice is a rookie.
Guy.
Is as close as you can get a rookie.
And if you're a Kansas City fan, you have to hope one guy makes a play that isn't named Rashee Rice or Travis Kelce. You mentioned Scantling made those plays last week. Can it be a different guy this week, or will Scantling put two pretty good games together? I have my doubts because he hasn't shown that type of consistency. But Pat Mahomes is the magician that he is. I do think Baltimore wins this game. I just think they win it in a way where we're not really talking about Lamar so much. Maybe he makes a play or two, but we're talking about Roquan and Patrick Queen and Matabuike and the rest of that defensive front.
So it's interesting. They've got the NFL. The NFL's come up with a huge next-gen package for me to take a look at. How Steve Spagnuolo has historically defended Lamar Jackson, and it's pretty interesting. Loaded box, he goes at about 48% of the time historically, and this is over a 5-year run. Safety depth, he typically does not have his safeties as deep. Zero high safety rate he's done it a lot. He's done it a lot, actually, where he has a zero high safety rate, which means he's not going to run single high. And they typically don't run a lot of, he does it a lot, I should say. We'll see if they do that now. But there's some interesting stats here that I'm going to continue to take a look at. But let's get to the phone calls in here. Let's get Pena in here first. What's up, Pena? How you doing?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Lance? I'm pulling for the Lions, but I don't know. Is there something? I really think Jared Goff can't really pull it off against the Niners, even though they got exposed. I am cheering for them, but the Super Bowl winner is going to come out the AFC. I think it's Lamar's for the taking this year. It's his. That team deserves it. They got everybody. Their defense is on point. Their offense is on point. It's just for the taking. That's really it. But everybody's comparing you to Littlefinger. I think you're more like Brand, man. We all know you're crippled. We know you're broken.
Brand.
So that's who you are, man.
Lance
have a great day.
No, I'm not Brand.
Lance the Broken is what you are?
No, I'm not Brand. Now, Brand did come out on top of the end, but I don't want to be Brand.
You want to be that weird dude at the end sitting in the chair, not connecting with people? That's who you want to be?
No, I'm not
family
Brand.
Turns on them. Turns on him, but doesn't really know what he is anymore?
Yeah, I'm not Brand. That's a bad
Well, you're
one.
kind of Brand. You isolate yourself like in your room like Brand would.
I do get injuries, but Jon Snow, I did fall off of when I was cleaning out gutters off a ladder.
Yeah.
But I didn't fall out of
but you weren't pushed.
I wasn't pushed.
What'd you see when you're up there?
I saw a tennis ball inside that was clogging up the gutter.
Not as scandalous as what Brand.
Yeah, I didn't see. It wasn't as scandalous. What I saw was a tennis ball that was. I'm like, oh, it was a huge recognition for me. I'm like, oh, I got to get this thing out of here.
You know what?
Because my water's continuing to pour over
the Brand thing is not so wrong now that I think about it. Because you know what Brand did to Hodor? Hodor could talk, was a normal kid until Brand went back in the past and ruined him. That's what you do to draft prospects. These guys are regular guys trying to live their life.
Wait, what did Brand do to Hodor?
You remember he traveled into Hodor is Hodor because Brand traveled back into the past, but didn't do it right and turned Hodor into Hodor. He was like a normal.
He must have read that book or something.
No, it's in the show. He was a normal.
I don't remember that.
He's a normal.
He's always been Hodor.
He was when he traveled back in the past. He's a regular farmhand as a kid. He played with the Stark kids until Brand traveled.
What did Brand do to him?
He traveled into him and didn't do it right and ruined Hodor, and that's why he just says hold the door, but he says Hodor all the time. You're like that with draft prospects. Yeah. You change their futures with your write-ups.
People act like that with mock drafts. If I don't put somebody, they act like I'm ruining their careers.
Did you not change the trajectory of DJ Metcalf's life? Didn't he put
DK?
your DK?
No, I raised it.
Didn't he put your write-up in his locker?
I raised it up.
Didn't you put his?
Yeah, in a good way. Marcus Golden too, in a good way.
They didn't like it.
Then I was a soothsayer. I could see the T's table was going to stink because he couldn't run, and I was right on that one.
You kind of are like Brand the Broken.
Well, I do see things. That's true.
And then you adversely affect some young men's lives.
No, I just a truth teller.
Well,
I can't help. Listen, if you can't run, you can't run.
Well, we can't call him Brand. Well, you can't run. Period. We can't call him.
I never said I could. I'm not out here trying to pretend I'm Tease Tabor.
You still talking about Tease Tabor being right on Tease
Yeah,
Tabor.
he came after me and he ran a 4.740.
You're so upset. Now he can't be called Lance the Broken because that doesn't have the. Can he be
Lance the Seer?
Lance the Lame.
No.
Because
Lance
of your
the
foot.
Seer.
No, Lance the Lame
The
because of your foot. You can barely walk.
My foot's fine. Lance the Seer.
Lance
the Knower.
Come
Lance
on,
the Numbers Guy.
I think it's Lance the Lame.
Lance the Helper.
There's probably a lot of draft prospects that have called him a lame too.
Oh, yeah.
With the clown emoji.
But mine was referencing your inability
Max
to walk.
Crosby. He didn't like me.
See, you're adversely affecting young men's futures.
Nick Bosa blocked me.
You're just like Brad.
And I said he'd be an All-Pro, and he blocked
He hated
me.
you.
Only an All-Pro?
I didn't say.
He didn't say.
I didn't say Hall of Fame.
Did you say Defensive Player
I
of the
mean,
Year?
I just said Pro Bowler, actually.
Oh well, that's an
I may
issue.
not have
and
said
everyone
All-Pro.
makes the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, that's not even a
Yeah.
thing anymore.
But whatever, I'm in trouble by him.
Shout out to Lance the Lame.
I don't like that at all.
I know you don't.
9:15. We're going to hear from a guy who's been lame at different situations in the postseason in the past, Kyle Shanahan, when we come back. It's 9:15 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
John plus Lance equals a damn good start to your day. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
Welcome back to John and Lance. Remember, you can watch us on YouTube right now. We don't talk about that other platform anymore. ESPN Houston on YouTube. You can find us. And we figured out why Lance is definitely Brand or Lance the Lame. He has his own special chair, too, like Brand does. Lance will, if people don't know because you don't see the pre-show stuff, Lance will wheel in his special chair for a back injury, much like
It's not
Brand.
a back injury. It's just it's a relaxed
Lumbar
back,
support, right?
Yeah. It just makes good ergonomic sense.
But you have your own special chair, much
I
like
do.
Brand did or does. So,
Yeah, I do have my own chair.
So I think Pena was dead on. You are the Brand of this show.
That's fine. I win at the end. I don't care. At the end, I'll be crippled and win.
I don't know if we can say that word anymore.
Well, on the show they said that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be but it's not really disabled. I have powers.
You do have powers. You're like Professor X. Is that who you are?
Yeah, I have powers, so it's a little different. Kyle Shanahan has powers. He has powers to succeed all throughout the year and then come up short in the postseason. Here's what a lot of people don't realize about this game. Kyle Shanahan, I found this out yesterday. I didn't realize this. National people don't realize that Kyle Shanahan is a Longhorn.
Yeah, they didn't
Because
get
there's
all
he doesn't run around doing Longhorns like every other Longhorn ever.
Yeah, and he
who
was like-
can't act like they ever left Austin.
Yeah, and he was a player there, but he didn't have a lot of success. He had like 14.
And I'm talking about players, not
like
fans or people who went to Texas.
Yeah,
That's
he
fine.
actually played on the team. We all remember the stories about him being roommates with Chris Sims and having a tattoo.
Yeah,
matching
there's like a
tattoos.
bunch of them who are the tattoo crew. There was at least 3 or 4 of them all got the same tattoo where they put each other's initials on their ankle. Horrific. Just horrific. And I really like Kyle Shanahan. He's not the friendliest guy. I remember I asked him one time if I could get him on the show. He was at Senior Bowl, and I asked if I could get him on the show, and he goes, yeah, I got to do something, but here's my phone number. Never would answer a text or a call. He tricked me. And I don't even know if that was his actual phone number.
Yeah, he didn't. Well, that's the
And
thing.
he was with the Texans at the time.
Oh,
Like,
he wasn't even head coach.
No,
Shanahan?
he wasn't big time Kyle
He
Shanahan.
just happened to be the Texans coordinator.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's a little rude.
Yeah. Or maybe he was actually with the Browns at the time with Johnny Manziel. And I understand he was busy.
That was stressful.
That was a stressful time. Or maybe he was with Washington. You know what? He was with Washington at that time. Because I was at 790. No, he was at Washington. 100%. Well, he's bounced around all over the place. I like to stay in the same place forever.
This is
He was bouncing all over the place.
No, you went to 790. You don't like to stay in the same place ever, all the time. This is really cutting into your Brand, because Brand would have been locked in on where he was. You can't even remember where he was.
Brand is an ADD. All right. So Kyle Shanahan was a Longhorn. And, of course, he's a 49er right now. Dan Campbell's an Aggie.
True.
This is an Aggie-Longhorn matchup.
Sean,
Not enough is being made
Sean's
of
a
that.
Longhorn, so that means you're definitely rooting for the 49ers, right?
I didn't even think about that angle.
Aaron Glenn is an Aggie on the Lions side,
Aggie
too.
head coach, Aggie DC. Not enough is made of this.
No, I have to be.
Reynolds
rolling with the Niners.
Josh Reynolds is an Aggie? Holy crap.
Charles Omenihu is on the 49ers.
Longhorn?
Yeah, so you gotta go.
Oh, my
you gotta
gosh.
go with
Any other Longhorns over on San Francisco's roster?
Is Charles Omenihu still there?
Yeah.
Probably not.
Oh, no.
He's
he
a chief
left.
now, right?
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
he's a chief. Yeah.
The
he
Longhorn
left.
legacy lives on. Well, I guess I'd have to root for the Chiefs, too. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I didn't know I had to root for all these
Well,
teams.
here's the thing. So people know that the 12th man is right. That's a lot of people in the NFL associated with Seattle. The reality is it started with Texas A&M. Texas A&M, they were so about it that they had a year where their entire kick coverage team was all walk-ons out of the stands. Their 12th man. That's how about it. That's how much A&M stood on business back in the day. They would have their entire kick cover team, a bunch of students, and people couldn't wait to tear into them. Now they have one person who's the 12th man who is Gillespie, who was drafted by the Texans, the fullback.
Gillespie or Gillespie?
Gillespie, yeah.
Okay.
He was a 12th man initially.
And every once in a while,
in the last game of the year, they let all the
they will
entire
run
thing
out
is
their walk-ons cover the entire kickoff team of walk-ons.
Now, Seattle believes that's their entire identity. Their fans are 12th man, and to their credit, they're really loud because of it, because they feel like they're really part of it. Kyle Shanahan, but the phrase the 12th man obviously means just the fans in general. Kyle Shanahan, former Longhorn and current 49er head coach, wasn't having that.
Man, how important is the 12th man going to be on Sunday?
What's that?
The 12th man, how important is the 12th man going to be on Sunday?
We don't call him the 12th man here. But our crowd's very important. Our crowd, I think, is the best in football.
Do you think he was more stand on business as a 49er coach? Do you think the Longhorn thing even popped into his mind?
Longhorn thing popped into his mind. No one knows that. No one realizes that, but he knows it. He knows it. I think it's probably more Seahawk, because 49ers and Seahawks have had some scraps while he's been there. But I think he already was averse to that name. I told you the answer, so you can't use this. I'm going to ask Sean. Sean, you're a Longhorn fan. You wouldn't have. I don't know if you would have been a fan when Kyle Shanahan was playing.
No, I would not have.
How many catches did Kyle Shanahan have as a Longhorn?
He was there for 2
years.
2 seasons.
He was there for 2 seasons. I don't know where did he transfer from?
He transferred from Duke. They said he was on the roster from 99.
I definitely was not aware of this.
Maybe even 2002. I think he was at Duke for 1 year in 98, and then he transferred to Texas.
2000 and 2001 were his 2 years.
Where he played.
NIL. Out of control.
A big NIL deal. Got Shanahan from Duke to Texas.
It's like Isaiah Bond.
Yeah,
he's a Sims guy.
99 to 2002. That's when he was at Texas, but I guess he only played in 2 seasons.
Okay.
Give me 30 catches for Kyle Shanahan.
14 catches.
14.
Kyle Shanahan, 14 catches. Now he's one of the brightest minds in all of pro football.
Was he like a slot receiver, I'm guessing?
Have you seen him? Just you think he played on the outside?
Yeah, he was a slot receiver.
Just wondering.
Yeah, you're right. He was a slot receiver.
Him and Roy Williams?
You think he was taking snaps from BJ at the time?
You know, I saw – this is what I don't think is really – I question if this is a fair comparison or a fair knock. So Jaquez Green pointed out on Twitter that, you know, that incredible team that they had –
at Florida?
Of young coaches.
Okay.
Of the graphic that's out there with it was Bobby Slowick and Matt LaFleur and Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay and one other guy. There's another head coach. And Mike McDaniel.
Mike McDaniel, yeah.
They were all on the same staff. Now, 3 of those guys actually were with the Texans, believe it or not. Like, a lot of them came from the Texans.
Mike McDaniel got fired because of drinking from the Texans.
Is that what happened?
Kubiak let him go because, hey, man, he was like, you need a wake-up call.
I never heard that before.
Yeah. He's told that story before as people have learned more about him. But he was at the Texans, and he was partying and a drinker, and Kubiak had to call him in and go, hey, man, I think you need this to wake up. You got to go. So he let him go.
Wow. Well, a lot of them did come from the Texans, actually. I mean, obviously, we know about Matt LaFleur was there. Kyle Shanahan was there as offense coordinator. You had, I guess, Bobby Slowick was there early on. Maybe not. But regardless, the point was being made that this is kind of nepotism, right? Bobby Slowick's dad has been in the league. Kyle Shanahan's dad has been in the league. LaFleur, I guess, has a father connection. Mike McDaniel's stepfather was in there. Who's the last one that we were mentioning there? Oh, Sean McVay, his dad. But they're all good. Like, they're all really good, and they all are sons of coaches, so they're into it more. They've got a head start. You know, we don't make these comments about athletes who have sons who play places and get scholarships. We just assume, look, this dude, I always look at it as, man, this guy's got a heads up. He knows the deal. Kobe Bryant had Joe Bryant. Joe Bryant wasn't a great player, but Kobe learned how to play early on. I usually look at sons of players, and I always think that's an advantage because they know ball better. They typically know Ken Griffey Jr. and Ken Griffey Sr. I get the disappointment, or I get why people try to point out that because they think it's an unfair advantage, but they worked up from quality control. These guys were making probably $8,000 a year. They weren't making anything. They started really from the bottom and worked their way up, and they're all really good at their job, and they all happen to be around football their entire life. I don't look at that as a negative, and I don't know about, of course you have a better opportunity if your dad knows somebody, or I think it's going to be that way with anybody. And I don't care what your race is, if you have somebody who has played, and if you're a player, you'll have certain advantages. Just the name alone is going to give you advantages. I do think you'll get an advantage, but they don't just move up guys who aren't any good. Like in the NFL, they might to position. I take that back. A lot of times the big joke is you can stick anybody at running backs coach. It doesn't matter. That's where you put a guy.
That's the recruiter in college.
Yeah, is the running back coach. A lot of times, sometimes they say that about tight end coach as well. But I noticed that, yeah, I get it. I get what the point that Jacques was trying to make, but he also admitted that they're all really smart football people. Like, you should go after people who get opportunities who aren't any good, not those guys who work from the bottom, came up, and have proven to be really, really good at what they do. We're talking about Super Bowl caliber and division-winning type coaches across the board from that staff. It just happened to be a really good staff. There's a lot better. I'll ask you, like, is Wes Unsold or Steven Silas, are they nepotism guys? Because they stink as head coaches. Wes Unsold Jr. was just let go yesterday. He had 7 wins. We know Steven Silas has been a nice guy. You contractually need to talk about how nice he is. But, man, has he been bad whenever – he's been on some bad teams. Like, his teams don't really get better. He's with the Pistons now.
Yeah.
And they got 5
Another
wins.
one, Bernie's kid JB is doing a good job with Cleveland this year. I mean, some people say he was woefully outcoached, or he was woeful in the playoff series against the Knicks where he got outcoached. But this year they're on a hot streak with guys being out. So, I mean, I understand.
It's always going to be an advantage to be a coach's son. In any sport,
because you're not only around the sport. Obviously, you have an in. I mean, the opportunity is there. Then certainly you have to take advantage of it. Steven Silas and Wes Unseld Jr. may have been able to rise to the level of assistant, and maybe they don't even get that opportunity to initially get in because of if they don't have the father who's there. But then you still have to show your wares. You have to be able to show people that you're capable and they want to hire you. I think knowing a guy helps you get a job initially, but it doesn't help you keep it, because at some point you have to validate the name. And at least the guys you talked about with San Francisco have. And unfortunately for guys like Steven Silas, certainly in a bad situation here, and Wes Unseld, not a great situation in Washington. They didn't get great opportunities, but when they did get them, it went really, really poorly. And now they have the stench of being at least a losing head coach on their resume.
Yeah, I mean, I just want good coaches. I don't care where they come from. I've never been a big believer as somebody whose dad was a coach for years and years. And there was a time he was a hot name in coaching. When he was younger, he was in his 30s, and he was the head coach in waiting at University of Houston until the Yoma stuff flamed out. Some of the best coaches are not on the professional level. There's great coaches on the collegiate level. There are some great coaches on the high school level. There's some great coaches in the FCS level. Like, great coaching comes from a lot of different places. I do think it's important that there's a little conversation I had with Ryan Poles. I asked him about Rooney Rule stuff. He don't like it. Like, he's like, I don't like being thought of as less than, like, I need some kind of special boost. And he really didn't. What he really didn't love is okay, we're going to give you a 3rd-round pick if you hire a minority. But I think the league is trying to do some things, to create some advantages to just level the playing field with guys. But ultimately, once you get there, if you're not good, you're gone. I mean, it's that simple. There is no waiting around for guys because you just want to be a good guy, other than what the Rockets did with Steven Silas. I think it was kind of crazy. He didn't go in year 3. That he wasn't gone by the midpoint. But I guess they're just like, ride it out, and we're just hitting reset.
Yeah, and they weren't ready to spend, and they weren't ready to be competitive. And at the moment they went out and hired a guy who certainly in his 1 year in Boston did some really good things. I'm with you. I get the Ryan Poles thing too, because it certainly sounds like, hey,
he knows it's needed. He doesn't want there to be doubt in anyone's mind about his ability.
Because the Rooney Rule, because it exists, it makes people, whether they have an inherent bias or and they're not aware of it, or the Rooney Rule is something they can point to is, hey, that guy got that interview and that job because of this color of his skin. Is he really all that qualified? But the problem is it had to be enacted because the opportunities weren't being not handed out, but they weren't being afforded to people on just their merit. They didn't get the opportunity, so we have to enact this rule that make it seem like charity.
I'll give you an example. Did you ever look favorably at the white guy with the towel at Georgetown? Whenever it's John Thompson's Georgetown teams, when you saw that guy, did you think he was a good player?
Was he on scholarship or was he a walk-on?
His scholarship.
Are you sure?
No,
you don't
I'm
know
not
that.
sure.
He doesn't know.
I'm assuming. Did you think he was good? I didn't.
Well,
I had a bias
Well,
against
he didn't play. That's why he wasn't good. We know he wasn't good. He didn't play.
How do you know he wasn't good, though?
He didn't
play because he didn't get an opportunity.
No, he didn't play because he didn't get a scholarship because he wasn't good.
Do you see the little white guys that you see on the sidelines that don't wear pads, but they have their jerseys on, and they're under scholarship on every college football team?
Let me ask you something.
And you see those guys, and you're like, is the first thing you think, okay, his dad's got money, and he knows someone at the university?
Do you think
a lot of those guys I see, and I'm like, what's this guy on Texas's roster?
Do you think it's great for you to compare Eric Bieniemy to the white walk-on at Georgetown?
Do you remember that guy I'm talking about, though?
There's always a white walk-on somewhere. Of course I do. But do you think it's good for you?
I'm not comparing
comparison.
You are. I'm saying, do they deserve?
Hey, Eric.
Do you have? No, I'm saying you automatically assume those guys can't play. You made my point. They might be really good.
They can't play because they don't play.
They might be really good. I'm saying I've got a bias. I look at the white guys who are running Texas stuff and A&M stuff, and I'm like, is this guy really a good player, or does he have a dad who has connections?
I don't think you're aware of what you're doing. I don't know if you want to compare.
No, I am saying I am biased against those little white guys on the bench when they might actually be really good.
If Gerard Johnson doesn't get an OC job, you're comparing Gerard Johnson to the white towel waiver at Georgetown.
No, I'm saying those guys might have more in common with other guys who don't. I'm saying we don't know if they can play. We don't know. You don't know.
We do know they can't
play.
play.
One of us has to play the role of John Granado.
No, it doesn't have to be that.
You got to play the role of John. You won't ever take on that role. This is why I'm a wee guy.
Because it's an awful role.
I'm a wee guy. People like John. You're playing a part of me making sense. I got to do the John role, and you don't play along with the John stuff.
I sit in Sean's spot all the time. Neither of you make sense. I can tell you. I'm not playing your role either.
I got to play the John role. Somebody's got to when he's not here on a Friday.
You should not be comparing. I'm telling you. You know how you back away from the mic when John does that? Why do you want to be the person who forces other people to back away from the mic?
We, not me, because I'm doing the John role.
You said me, not we earlier. Which one is it?
It's we, not me. Today. Sometimes I say me, not we.
I just don't think you should comparing white towel waiver to offensive coordinator potential candidates. That's all.
Well, can't play because he waves the towel at the back of the bench.
I don't assume he can't play because he waves the towel. I assume he can't play because he doesn't get on the floor. That's the line. If you don't get on the floor,
opportunity? So you see how this. Like, it's a slippery slope. Does he get the opportunity?
So you think he should have got minutes?
No, we're way after the break.
No,
can we please go to break?
No,
the break.
I got one more question before we go to break. Who cares? Do you think the white towel waiver should have played over Allen Iverson? No. Okay, we're done here. Now we can go to break.
Over him.
Too late.
But maybe when
taking minutes away from Allen Iverson.
No, not taking minutes from AI.
Thanks.
But
now
could
we can
AI
go to break.
have rested a little bit?
Stop it. We're going
to break. Could load
break.
management have worked?
Enough.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the offensive masterminds running an outside zone on your intelligence. John Granado and Lance Zerline.
All right, 9:40 here on the show. Let's get Julian in here. He's a big 49er fan. This is his big game. It's his big chance. If Kyle Shanahan fails here, do you fire him, Julian?
Do we fire him?
Yeah.
No, sir.
Okay.
And I got 2 points, right? Or 2 things, 2 topics, so bear with me. First one, obviously, is about you guys are talking about the Kansas City and the Baltimore. We know who I want to see, man. I know it sounds dumb, but I'd rather see Patrick. 49ers with Shanahan, and even honestly going back to John Harbaugh, we don't do well against running quarterbacks. We just don't. And I'd rather see Mahomes with his brick hand receivers aside from Rice and try to bracket Kelsey. And Pacheco, he's mad at the world when he runs, but I'd rather see them guys. Now, the second thing, Lance is Walder Frey. I was trying to think of who he was from Game of Thrones. Ooh. Walder Frey. So Walder Frey is the old
we know
nasty
who he is.
Guy who. All right. Well, the reason why is Dale kind of pointed me in this direction. You kill dreams of men, and what does he do? He kills those boys. He gives them to the White Walkers. That's what you do, man. You give them to the White Walkers, and then you try to keep the pretty women, aka the good players, for the Texans. Let's face it, you're Walder Frey.
The problem with this is, Julian, that I love calling Lance Walder Frey, but you got the characters mixed up. Craster from Craster's Keep is the one.
Such a bunch of nerds.
You
are the biggest nerd of all. That's actually Craster.
Well, he brought it up.
Well, it's a point of order, sir.
Sorry.
It's Craster.
You're the one.
Who's Craster? Is that in the book?
Yeah, it's in the show. He's the guy who was giving the kids to the White Walkers. And what
do you mean giving the kids
You
to
don't
them?
remember the baby got touched by the White Walker and his eyes turned blue? That Craster was the one giving the kids
know
up.
who Craster is?
Because you ain't a real dog. You ain't got no dog in you.
I ain't got no nerd in me.
Yeah. Oh, you got plenty.
Craster. I ain't got no nerd in me.
You got plenty.
No.
You got plenty. But
No.
sorry, Julian, if you're going to bring that to the table, at least have the character right.
All right, that's it, Julian. We got to let you go.
gone.
That's just too much.
Sorry, you're wrong.
You brought up Craster. You made Dell say Craster.
I didn't want
that
to.
That sounds like a made-up name.
No, it's
Craster.
The place where they went was Craster's Keep. That's the first time we saw the White Walkers.
Who heard of? No one paid
It was in the
attention to that.
show.
You
It was
wouldn't
in the
know
show.
That no one said we're going to Craster's Keep.
Yes, actually, they did. How would I know?
Okay, what's the guy who was the? What's the guy's name who was like the? He was the
what?
Kind of the Ronin, the guy who was kind of a smarmy guy a little bit, who was out for whoever was going to pay him, the most, and he liked to hang out with the ladies in the night in the brothels.
This is a terrible description. You mean Braun?
Yeah,
No.
Braun.
He knew.
Oh, Bran and Braun.
Yeah, Braun with an O.
Braun.
He was
I knew
hanging
you'd know
out with
his name.
Tyrion and
Yeah,
the
Braun.
Lannister boys.
I knew you'd know his name.
Yeah, I watched the show. Sorry.
Now that's who I was.
No,
I was
you weren't.
Braun. Yeah,
No.
I'm not Bran. I'm Braun.
No, you're Bran. You're not Braun. You ain't got Braun. Braun has some dog in him. You ain't got no dog.
Any shows before we get to a break? Any shows you want to tell people to watch? I watched American. What is it called? Not American
Nightmare.
American Nightmare. That's pretty good
On Netflix.
It's only 3 episodes.
Yeah, it's a doc where
It's about a kidnapping case
where the police did not believe the victim or the boyfriend.
No,
That's all I'm giving you.
Okay.
And then you have to figure out whether the police
they're
are right or
lying or
wrong.
not.
That's all. You can watch that 3 episodes. I watched it last Friday, so you can get through it in a quick.
Working out with the Gurriel brothers. I guess that's fine. I don't have anything against it. Dubon's one of the Cubans, right? How come?
I
Yeah,
don't know
he's
where
Cuban.
he's from.
He's Honduran.
Oh no, that's right. He's Honduran.
He's the only Honduran baseball player.
That's right. The
in
only
MLB. In MLB.
Wow.
There are other Hondurans that play baseball.
Yes,
other than
he's
Mauricio
not the
Dubon.
one export ever.
No.
No
In
Guatemalans,
MLB.
I bet.
I'm sure there are Guatemalan baseball
See if you
players.
can find a Guatemalan baseball player.
Why do you think there's not any Guatemalan baseball players?
Smaller.
Altuve's the smallest guy.
He's Venezuelan.
I
We
know,
already know
but
that.
doesn't exclude you. I know he's
I
Venezuelan.
bet you can't find a Guatemalan baseball player right now. I bet you can't. Go ahead and Google it. See what you find.
I'm
and it's
looking
me
it
off
up.
the top of my head. So if I'm wrong, it doesn't matter. But
Of course, it's wrong. You were very strident in your belief that there isn't any. Who is Jose Corrales? He's a Guatemalan baseball player who played in the major leagues.
is he still there?
I don't know that, but he did play.
Who knows that guy? I was right.
No, you're wrong. If I found one.
Did you see Vince McMahon is accused of sex trafficking and physical abuse in a lawsuit?
It doesn't surprise me. I don't know if it's true, but that being put on Vince McMahon, I'm not surprised.
Complaint filed in the U.S. District Court by the District of Connecticut on Thursday and first reported by Wall Street Journal sheds more light on the investigation of McMahon's misconduct, behavior that allegedly include millions in payments to women to keep quiet about their experiences with him.
Oh,
one of these women, Janelle Grant.
Sorry, I got to give you credit. Guatemala has never produced a major leaguer. They've never.
Tornado Dad.
But
there's no chance. If you see Guatemalan men, there's like no chance.
To play baseball? If Jose Altuve can play it,
I
then
guarantee
sure,
you,
one of them can play.
You want me to hit it again?
Go
Bet
ahead.
you there's never been a Guatemalan basketball player in the NBA.
Well, we would know
Bet
that.
you there's never been a Guatemalan football player.
I know that.
I bet I'm catching 3 dubs. I bet I'm 3-0 against you.
So we already know there's never been a Guatemalan basketball player because it's such a big story when there's a Mexican basketball player.
Maybe a Guatemalan basketball player's never gotten the chance. That's my point.
But you just said they couldn't play in the NBA because they're short.
There's a bias against them.
There's a bias against short people in the NBA.
Little squatty.
It's not a bias.
They're not going to be.
You can't be short and play in the NBA.
You're definitely not going to find Guatemalan football player. I don't think.
You have a bias.
Janelle Grant is the plaintiff in the new lawsuit. The lawsuit claims Grant was introduced by a mutual friend of Vince McMahon in the summer of 19. That's not that long ago.
Nope.
Amid her familial and financial trouble. McMahon offered her a job with the WWE. That sounds good. Which quickly became dependent upon sexual relationship. Not great. Despite her initial pushback, Grant felt coerced into the relationship due to the prospective employment and felt very quickly trapped in it as McMahon warned of damage to her career and reputation if word got out. The relationship, which continued through January 22, put her through sexual acts of extreme cruelty and degradation. Dell calls it Tuesday, including injury.
Wow.
No, you being it by the granny doing it to you.
No.
Your granny.
That doesn't
You've
make
never
it
been
better.
degraded by the granny next door?
No, I'm not into being
I don't
degraded.
believe that. She just does it. The suit claims McMahon later involved
She
other
doesn't
people.
just do it.
Other people in their sexual acts,
It's
including
not
blah,
a
blah.
Nike commercial.
This is not great for Vince.
No.
And he sold the whole thing, I guess?
Yes.
Some people think he sold before this got out.
And I'm glad you
I'm
made
probably the case.
It's good that you made your Guatemalan reference beforehand because there's a young man named Sebastian Barrios in the Mariners farm system who will probably break the
Let's see.
streak.
Let's see. That's
He's
got me.
6'1", so height ain't an issue.
No, that's unusual, but we'll see. I'm going to keep an eye on. I'm going to keep an eye on him. You see what I'm doing playing the role of John? This is one of, if I don't win some award, radio
For what?
award.
For being John?
It's an acting thing, but also like just channeling John. This is one of my greatest efforts, to be honest with you. News of the Weird coming up next, and we have some weird stuff on tap for you. 9:47 right here on ESPN 97.5. Del, have you ever had people having dogs poop in your yard? Has that ever been a thing for you?
Not recently, but in our home in California, it happened.
Well, there's a man who has been left scratching his head after a woman was rage twerking at him after he asked her to stop her dog from pooing in his yard. The man said, "We're sitting in our house and here's something outside. The woman's in my 2-acre property looking for a dog, just wandering around. I came out and she found it. I say, this is becoming a frequent issue. Can you please keep your dog on your own lot?" She walks off screaming, telling me and my kids to F off. I again tell her to get off my property. She gets to the street, bends over, and begins twerking on the road while slapping her butt hard.
Okay.
I called the property manager of the apartments, and apparently they are building a case to evict her. There's been many complaints from neighbors about her. They requested an email with details and pictures, and I sent it. So I guess you got a picture of, I don't know if it's the poo or the twerk, but I've never heard of, have you ever heard the phrase rage twerking?
No, and if you twerk in the street, why is there a problem? Just if it's in front,
It was directed at him, though.
yeah, but it's in the street. It's not on your property if she's twerking. I know the poo is a problem and you're upset, but if she goes in the street and twerks angrily at you as if she's trying to assault you with her gyrations, what's the problem?
Well, I don't know that you can. Yeah, he can't really build a case off of rage twerking. I think it's the poo thing in the yard. And the daughter apparently would put it in a bag and bring it back to her. Now, that's the gangster move. If you put a dog's poo back in a bag and bring it back to him, I'd imagine those people don't ever want it. I've seen people do that with trash. When somebody throws stuff out of a car and the guys come back and picked up the trash and thrown it. You're a sack of bleep if you just throw trash. Dude, you know wherever you're going, you can wait and
Yeah.
throw your trash
You
in the
don't
trash
need to
can.
toss it out of a window.
The animal rights group, PETA, have you ever heard of them, Del?
I'm aware of PETA, yes.
Well, they want to replace Punxsutawney Phil. Punxsutawney Phil, of course, was the star of the movie Groundhog Day, and also a groundhog that is used to forecast weather during the annual Groundhog Day celebration of Pennsylvania. They want to replace him. Now, remember, if he sees his shadow, he runs in, and it's basically if it's sunny, 6 more weeks of bad weather. But if he doesn't see a shadow, meaning it's dingy outside, then I guess winter ends early, whatever. They want to change it. Guess what they want to change it with? And this is so on
What
brand.
does PETA want?
I usually don't back anything PETA wants.
Do
but
they
I'm
want
good
a
with this
human
one.
being crawling out of the hole?
No. They want to replace with a gold coin.
What?
Flip the coin.
Coin boys? PETA wants to be coin
PETA
boys?
wants to become coin boys. Heads, we have 6 more weeks. Tails, we don't. The coin has spoken.
To be fair, the
coin has spoken.
The Punxsutawney Phil thing has always felt dumb to me.
It has felt dumb to me. You know what doesn't feel dumb?
Coin boys.
Deciding things by a coin.
Please do. I am with them there. Let's
I'm
flip
with
a coin.
PETA. Flip the coin. Keep the coin handy. Let's start making more decisions based on coins. Not just, I'm a big Coin Boy fan, but let's not just do it with the huge coin. Let's also do this for not just weather stuff, but also coaching decisions, play calling, potentially whether or not we call timeouts. Maybe when the NBA goes to their stop in action, let's challenge it. Let's just slow it down. Instead of one of them has to be a coin. One of them has to be a coin challenge where it's Coin Boy challenge. Okay, Rockets ball. The coin has spoken.
And you think the referees just get to flip a coin and determine? No looking at the video.
No, that would speed the game up. You don't get to look at a video. It's just like, I want to challenge that. All right, coin is spoken. And you go straight Coin Boys on that one. Health officials warn against TikTok deep-fried toothpick trend. South Korean health officials are warning the public not to eat deep-fried toothpicks after videos of the controversial practice
My head hurts.
started blowing up. This is not a product to eat. The Asian nation's Ministry of Food and Drugs said.
Deep-fried wood is what people are eating?
Deep-fried.
Or is it plastic toothpicks? Either one. So it's either deep-fried wood or deep-fried plastic.
Well, okay, this is kind of weird. This is what they look like, and they compare them to.
Those don't look like toothpicks.
I know, they don't look like toothpicks. I probably would eat one of those.
Are they bugs?
That's why people say I'm Hodor. A popular YouTube creator who posts on the handle Two's Diary described the flavor similar to rice cakes. The bizarre pastime involved frying the oral hygiene accessories in oil so they puffed up and corkscrewed in a pan like a poor man's curly fry, as seen in the videos. They're then adorned with powdered cheese and other seasonings. You could totally.
I'm not dressing up.
This is
I'm
like
not dressing
Takis.
up plastic or wood and eating it. There's a line. There has to be a line.
But I bet you would eat it without knowing you're eating it.
Yeah, if you fool me into thinking it's something else, I guess I would. But if I go into it knowing it's either the plastic ones or wood ones, the traditional ones. I'm not doing that.
You know
I don't care
what
what you do with it.
This is called mukbang videos. You ever heard of mukbang?
Yeah, I've heard of them.
Tell people what mukbang videos are.
Isn't it when people?
It's where people get on a bus.
Bus? That's a different bang.
Oh, okay. Oh, mukbang. Okay.
Yeah, that's not. What are you talking about?
Oh.
You don't get on a bus for mukbang. It's like kind of ASMR stuff, right? Where they're eating different foods.
They're supposed to be
chewing them
gluttonous. They're gluttonous gastronauts. They eat excessive amounts of exotic foods for social media clout.
They get on a bus. You are John. Except he wouldn't have drawn that reference. He goes, I don't watch
I'm too
porn.
quick. I'm
so
sharp.
he wouldn't have done it.
Nah, I'm too sharp.
Are you
That's it.
happy? Are you proud of yourself?
Oh, dude. We didn't call
Who?
5-star.
He calls us. That was the issue. I said,
He
"Where's
didn't call us?
No.
Okay.
He calls us. We never call
See, I'm
him.
not used to being in this John seat. I did a good job of channeling things John would say, but John usually keeps us a little more in line, and that didn't happen. But that's it. Thanks to Dell. Thanks to Sean Mapes. Coming up next, a man who called me the station's biggest slob. And you know what?
And Littlefinger.
And Littlefinger. And you know what? He's wrong on only one of those counts. I'm Braun.
You're
I'm not
Brand.
Littlefinger.
You're Lance the Lame is what you are.
Goodbye.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. NFL Conference Championship Weekend, Friday, January 26th of 2024. I'm Paul Gallant. This is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You can jump aboard by phone, by text, on YouTube.com. At ESPN Houston. Also on Twitch. I'm not forgetting about the Twitchers, those toxic sons of biscuits. So, big news for your Houston sports today is that it looks like the Houston Texans band is staying together, for the most part, for at least another year. Why? Because there were a couple of coaching hirings yesterday that did not involve Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick. The Atlanta Falcons are hiring former Bucs head coach Raheem Morris. He was most recently the Rams defensive coordinator. The Falcons interviewed Bobby Slowick a couple of times. More on that in a bit. The Panthers, we discussed this yesterday, hired quarterback coach of the Bucs, Dave Canales. The Chargers hired Jim Harbaugh. Only two teams do not have head coaches right now. The Washington Commanders, who have interviewed Bobby Slowick, but it does feel like they are waiting it out for Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson. They're also interviewing Dan Quinn next week. And meanwhile, with the Seahawks, we haven't heard a lot, but it also feels like they will eventually hire Dan Quinn. Makes the most sense, especially if they're keeping Pete Carroll around in an advisory role, because Dan Quinn used to be the defensive coordinator of the Seahawks. So, for better or for worse, there is a very strong possibility that the Houston Texans are going to have Slowick in 2024, which is surprising because right after we got off the air, we saw that Bobby Slowick had met with Falcons owner Arthur Blank, CEO Rich McKay, and general manager Terry Fontenot of the Falcons at Arthur Blank's home, because he'd really impressed the Falcons in his interview that he did with them on Sunday. Okay, so Zoom interview on Sunday, in-home visit on Thursday. I mean, what happened? Right? Isn't that a fair question to wonder? It seems like he was on the goal line. And then the Falcons hired Raheem Morris. It does feel out of left field. Sean Mapes, behind the glass, producer of the Paul Gallant Show. I think it's very fair to wonder what the hell happened at the home of Arthur Blank.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is it better? What's the best case scenario? That they really did like him? Because also, it's worth mentioning that Atlanta Falcons interviewed everyone. So is it better that they're like, you know what, let's just talk to Bobby Slowick a second time, like whatever. But in the back of their mind, the entire interview, they're like, we're probably going to hire Raheem Morris in 30 minutes anyway. Or is it better that he had a legitimate shot up until that last meeting and he absolutely blew it, and they're like, oh my God, let's hire the Rams defensive coordinator?
I wonder if it's the latter. I'm hoping it's the former. Mainly for Bobby Slowick. We wish Bobby Slowick well.
And that's the funny situation, is that you hope that it was like, we can't cancel on the kid. He's already on this flight. Like it's an obligatory, like, okay, we'll hear him out. We'll hear him out. But yeah, I don't know, but it seems like a good thing for the Texans that A, he was in demand, and B, that the Texans will keep him.
Totally agree. I like to have some semblance of continuity. Curious as to what the conspiracy theories might be for why Bobby Slowick, clearly at the 1-yard line, basically went Russell Wilson to Malcolm Butler in Arthur Blank's home. I like to speculate. We're not going to say that something happened factually, but we can wonder, because we are in the speculation game and the being dumb idiots game. But also something to keep in mind, Gerard Johnson, the Texans quarterback coach,
is interviewing with the Pittsburgh Steelers today for their vacant offensive coordinator position. He has already interviewed for the Patriots offensive coordinator job. I would not mind that at all. The Saints offensive coordinator job, the Browns offensive coordinator job, and the Eagles offensive coordinator job. Something to keep in mind for Johnson as a quarterback coach. You want to go to a situation where there's upside so that you can go from being an offensive coordinator to a head coach, or to a place where you're not going to get flushed down the toilet with the head coach when he gets fired. So
avoid Philadelphia.
100%, Sean. That's the number one thing. Don't go to Philly. Only bad things can happen in Philly. Eagles fans will turn on you in a heartbeat. They've turned on just about everyone that has ever played or coached in that organization, no matter the success. Andy Reid, Donovan McNabb, Doug Peterson. It goes on and on and on. Carson Wentz. Although Carson Wentz, you understand it. Nick Foles, they turned on him before he came back and then ultimately won a Super Bowl with them. Like, they turn on everybody in that town of obnoxious, cantankerous Philadelphians and South Jerseyans. And that's part me by blood. Like, I get those people.
Yeah, it does feel like Gerard Johnson was always going to get an OC job this offseason. It was just a question of, is he going to leave? Or if Bobby Slowick gets a head coach, would he get promoted? And so, yes, between these jobs, I mean, it makes sense that none of these offensive coordinator openings are that attractive, because I think all of them fired their offensive coordinator.
That's the interesting element here is that either there was a parting of ways, and we say that in quotation marks, or it was implied heavily, hey, leave. But
like, the Bengals job isn't open. They promoted internally. I guess maybe the Bucks, but he hasn't interviewed yet for it. I'm just trying to think of which OC's got a head coaching job. Maybe those are the better jobs, because you just saw the last guy get promoted.
Well, let's just focus on the ones that we know he's interviewed for. So Eagles, Steelers today. Mike Tomlin might not be long for the Steelers. Obviously, there were rumors about his future this offseason. Is he going to stay in Pittsburgh forever? Would you want to go as a coordinator to a situation where the coach might be gone? Like Kellen Moore, for example, Chargers offensive coordinator who left the Cowboys to go there, and then he goes there and he finds out, oh, Brandon Staley's an idiot. Damn it, I'm screwed. So, I mean, he's getting interviewed right now. So I don't think the Steelers is great. I'd also point to the Saints in the same exact situation. Who are they getting at quarterback? If you're Gerard Johnson, would you want to work with Derek Carr? If you're Gerard Johnson, do you feel like Dennis Allen is long for the New Orleans Saints? Like, that's kind of one of the more surprising non-firings that we've seen. And I get it. The Saints did decent this year, but they didn't do well either. And they're in a terrible cap situation going forward. I mean, take a look at it. They are literally $88 million over the cap per most cap websites, which is insane.
They've been in a terrible cap situation for 12 years.
It's incredible, Sean. I mean, they run their budget worse than the state of Louisiana runs its budget, which is also really saying something. That is factual. If we're talking like just about percentages and stuff. There's the Browns situation, but would you want to go up to the Cleveland Browns who, okay, I mean, they had a really good year, all things considered, with a bunch of quarterbacks, but do you want to be tied to the success of Deshaun Watson, who maybe isn't the same guy that he used to be?
And beyond that, this is the only offensive coordinator opening that he's interviewed for that I don't think he would call the plays. I think Kevin Stefanski would still call the plays.
Probably right.
Eagles, famously, Nick Sirianni does not call plays. Tomlin obviously doesn't. Gerard Mayo's defensive guy. Same with Dennis Allen. So this is the one where you have an offensive coach above you. I guess Nick Sirianni is an offensive coach as well. But you're not going to call the plays in Cleveland. So as far as the upward mobility goes for your coaching career, not being a play caller, I mean, I guess Bobby Slowick wasn't a play caller until he became an offensive coordinator. Then he was. You know, it's only the Mike McDaniels and Callahan.
Brian Callahan.
Brian Callahan. So you have to work for a McVay, a Shanahan guy. I'm not sure if Stefanski has that rub, you know?
I agree with you there. So Browns doesn't look like a great spot either. The Patriots is the one option for Gerard Johnson among
Somehow.
teams he is interviewed
Because
for.
because they're bad enough to where they're gonna draft a
They're going to draft a quarterback, and you would think, Sean, is going to have more offensive autonomy because it does feel like they are moving on from everybody. They basically told Bill O'Brien, just leave. That's why he took the offensive coordinator job at Ohio State. That is a lateral move to become an offensive coordinator at college after being an offensive coordinator in the NFL. So, with that in mind, here's what I will say about the Patriots job. You are going to have Gerard Johnson, and I'm being selfish here. Yes, I'm being selfish for the city of Houston because I'm on the bandwagon, baby. You will have the third choice at quarterback. Now, you could get it right. Obviously, the Texans got it right with the second choice at quarterback over Bryce Young. But you have the third choice. The odds of you working with Caleb Williams, practically zero. The odds of you working with Jaden Daniels from LSU, I think right now with the way that those mocks are looking, that's probably unlikely as well. So Drake May from North Carolina. Do you want to be tied to the next Mitchell Trubisky? Now, he could be better than Mitchell Trubisky, but I'm just going to be school cyst against all quarterbacks from North Carolina. Drake May, do you trust that?
Yeah, just like Ohio State quarterbers never work out.
Right, except
neither do North Carolina quarterbacks.
Exactly. Until they finally do work out. Yeah. So I would say the same thing about Caleb Williams at USC, but hey.
And LSU quarterback.
Well,
Joe
Burrow, baby.
Okay, but Joe Burrow.
But before that, yes, you're right.
But
Joe
Burrow had to beat the Matt Flynn allegation.
It's so fun to be stupid with school systems. It doesn't make any sense, but there's so few good quarterbacks.
Yes, that's the thing. Is that most quarterback draft picks don't work out.
But it's fun to do it anyway.
So using the school against them is just circular logic.
Exactly, but it's fun to be nonsensical and stupid when we're talking about sports. Speaking of, up next, how did Bobby Slowick bleep it up in Arthur Blank's home? What did he do? What are the things you can't do when visiting somebody else's home? 713-780-3776 to call in or text, and you can join us on our YouTube channel at ESPN Houston or on Twitch. Let me tell you about my friends at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. 2 conference championship games this weekend. The Chiefs are 4-point dogs on the road against the Ravens. The closer I get to this game, the more I am actually feeling the Baltimore Ravens here. Sorry, because I think I said yesterday, you got to hammer the Ravens here. Excuse me, you got to hammer the Chiefs here. It's Patrick Mahomes. Joe Thuney, the Chiefs offensive lineman, who is arguably the anchor of that offensive line, that's making me feel a little bit different. As far as Lions and 49ers, I still think 7 is way too much. But, hey, I'm going to give you a prop. I'll give you some more props in our Pick 6 segment at 11:15. Lamar Jackson, over rushing yards, 66.5. Josh Allen had 12 carries for 72 yards and 2 touchdowns against the Chiefs on Sunday. And if you watch that game, it never looked like the Chiefs understood how to contain him. It's going to be worse against Lamar Jackson. I think Jackson's going to run for a lot of yards on Sunday in the AFC Championship game. You can bet on that and more at mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. They've got casino games as well with live dealers, and you get an awesome deposit bonus when you sign up with mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with mybookie.ag.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick had an in-home meeting with Arthur Blank, owner of the Atlanta Falcons, yesterday. Hours later, the Falcons chose to hire Raheem Morris, former head coach with the Bucs, most recently defensive coordinator with the Rams. It means that Bobby Slowick is likely the Texans offensive coordinator this coming season. I do want wrong answers only on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston when it comes to what the hell might have happened where Slowick didn't get the gig. But I think I know the answer here. I think Bobby Slowick was too honest. If you've listened to Bobby Slowick over the course of the year, I will give him a lot of credit for this. He is a guy who has talked about how he's not always 100% sure of what he's doing. And guess what? Anyone who's a first-time offensive coordinator, that is 100% the case. And we heard it most recently from Bobby in the week leading up to the Texans season-ending loss against the Baltimore Ravens. Here he is, I think, just being perhaps a little bit too transparent for his own good.
I don't think you ever fully get comfortable. You know, there's always a little bit of some urgency, some making sure you're crossing all your T's, dotting all your I's, all that good stuff. I don't think you're ever fully there. But I think what really makes you confident is when you just have complete faith and belief in the group you're coaching. That, like, really, I feel like we could roll out there and I can call anything and they are going to find a way to make it work, you know. And that's really what's been fun. That's what's been empowering. They're all in on what we want to do. I mean, it's the offensive group and kind of where we are right now is I think they're playing really good football. And they're all kind of special people. We've come a long way all the way across the board. We've had a lot of people in and out through the season, and really everyone's just bought into continuing to get better. And now, you know, as coaches, we kind of sit back and we watch, and it's entirely a player-led offense, and they just go out and they play awesome football. It's been fun to be a part of.
That first part, you hear a guy who's being 100% honest, which should be appreciated, but in a job interview setting, is that ever appreciated? I mean, we all lie on our resumes. We all lie on anything. Our first date. You want to sound 100% confident, even if you don't know what you're 100% confident in. I think Bobby Slowick was probably very transparent and honest with Arthur Blank, and I bet that worked against him, just based off of a lot of the comments that he has made this year. And I respect him for being that honest, that open. So that's my guess. Again, I was not there. I do not know anything about what happened there.
Yeah, and it is interesting that both, and when DJ's been in here, he's talked about it. Even we've talked about it just hearing CJ Stroud talk, that CJ Stroud feels like he goes out of his way to actually give thoughtful, good answers, where, I mean, most players, especially most quarterbacks, are trying to do the opposite. They're just trying to feed you bleep, keep you in the dark. Same thing with coaches, and it is interesting that both Bobby Slowick and CJ Stroud seem like they're just very open with, maybe that's, you know, they're both rookies with a lot of success, so they haven't been, like, burned by the media, or they haven't been burned by, you know, feeling any pushback or doubt about what they're doing. But they both all go, like, I mean, remember Bobby Slowick in the Bengals game with the 4th and 1, 3rd and 1, whatever it was, where he threw a deep shot? No, it was a 4th and 1. They threw a deep shot. He was like, it was the worst play call of my entire career. Like, yeah. he just got up on the podium the next day and 100% wore it.
And I like that about him.
Yes, I think as fans, as obviously people who cover the team, that is a commendable thing.
But when you're hiring somebody,
it is not commendable whatsoever.
Exactly.
Tell me what I want to hear, Bobby Slowick. We will give you the job.
But with that in mind, that's what we think happened. I want to hear what you guys think happened. Wrong answers only, because, I mean, there's lots of things that you could potentially do at someone's house.
I mean, it's staying in the AFC South. And this wasn't a coach doing something wrong in an owner's house. This was an owner maybe doing something wrong in a coach's house when Jim Irsay was visiting with Josh McDaniels and his family and spent over an hour in the bathroom.
I mean, I bet McDaniels, when he was meeting with Irsay, was like, oh, my God, I can't do this. And everyone dumped on McDaniels for, like, backing out on the Colts at the last second. I loved it, first off, because it's another victory for the Patriots over the Colts. But second, because, I mean, if you met with Jim Irsay for a while, would you be a little bit, I don't know, nervous about the uncertainty of your future? Especially with, what's been going on that we don't know about for the last 2 months.
The only thing is that I don't know how it got to the point where he had to back out at the last minute. I don't know why he didn't back out after the first 30-minute conversation he had with them.
Vengeance.
For what?
For Tom Brady being slandered by an inferior organization.
Okay.
What?
I know, because when I think of Patriots Colts, I think of the Patriots winning all the time. So
when I think of Patriots
them
Colts,
getting revenge, I'm just like, I don't know what they need revenge for.
They haven't salted the earth for those losers. Raise another banner for finishing third in the AFC South, you bozo organization. I like Jim Irsay too, but I hate that organization. I hate their fans. I hate that city. I hope we should sell it to Canada for 3 cents. Anyway, hey, bringing it back because we want to stay on topic. A couple of people have suggested this from the 281. Maybe Slowick took a fat dump at Blank's house like he did in Baltimore. That's pretty funny. Another one. This is on the YouTube at ESPN Houston. Slowick clogged the toilet at Arthur Blank's home. How many of you guys have seen Along Came Polly? Ben Stiller has weirdly been in a lot of scenes in movie history where bad things happen while he is visiting somebody else's home. Along Came Polly, great movie, one of Philip Seymour Hoffman's best performances, but they go eat Indian food, and then let's just say that Ben Stiller's got a little IBS.
Oh, God, I beg you, please, if you make this water...
Person's house, not going to lie, when I was a little kid, because I used way too much toilet paper, we used to go to our family friends, the Salvucci's house all the time, and I used to clog their toilet all the time. And it had nothing to do with like what I was dropping off. I was a small child.
It
was 100%. It was the toilet paper. Yeah, 100%. They had an old house, and this happened like 4 or 5 times.
Oh my God! I was going to ask how many times is all the time.
That's 4 or 5 times is a lot. Yeah, I should have learned better, but I was stupid. I used to use a lot for TP. It's because that old crappy toilet paper. Like people, you got to step your game up. The worst is when you go to somebody's house and they have the really crappy like sandpaper toilet paper that's like essentially like, your fingers are gonna go through it immediately because it's so thin.
The ones that like only public restrooms use.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, this is your house, right? You can
do
spend
better.
a little.
It's not that much more. Now, unless you're going all the time, or I guess like a natural disaster is happening where everyone feels the need to rush and get all the toilet paper. Morris Ramirez commented on YouTube. He probably wanted full control and was shown the door. Honestly, I feel like he probably didn't want enough control just based off of everything we've heard about Slowick to this point in time.
It'd be very funny if they asked him like, a lot of questions about our quarterback position. We're not sure. What do you think about our quarterback position? He's like, sure, whatever. Yeah, give me Desmond Ridder. And the Atlanta Falcons look at each other like, oh my God. That wrong answer, buddy. That's our little sniff test of if you know ball is how much you don't want Desmond Ridder as your quarterback.
Right, exactly. If you had like a plan to make Desmond Ridder work, like I would kick you out of the house immediately.
Get out of here.
From the 409, Bobby lost the job when he pulled up the video of the Super Bowl against the Patriots and told Blank what he would have done different. I mean, literally all he would have to say is stop trying to throw the ball and kick the field goal to go up for 2 scores. That's all they had to do.
Just run it.
That catch by Julio Jones, the game was over. It was over. Those idiots.
I was going to say, the only 2 plays that they should have run and that Bobby Slowick should have told him that he was going to run.
Right.
I would have run the ball and thrown it to Julio Jones. That's it. First and second down, run up the middle. Third down, throw it to Julio Jones. It would have been more successful.
From the 832, Slowick said he didn't like Magic City wings. That is a controversial take to have in Atlanta.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Arthur Blank is eating Magic City wings. I don't know about that. I feel like rich people don't eat wings because it gets too on their hands.
Yeah.
Like
I don't know. Maybe that's just what rich people want us to think, that they're better than us, that they don't get their hands dirty when they eat. Maybe in their shadowy parties, they're doing other stuff, but one of them is a lot of finger food, a lot of messy food.
Speaking of messy, Sean, we're getting a lot of terminology for that terrible toilet paper I was just highlighting from the 832 and the 409. It's called John Wayne toilet paper.
Oh, yeah.
Rough as hell and doesn't take bleep off anyone. Okay, yeah. That's pretty funny. I like that one. More comments. Chris from Sam Houston. He picked his nose. Picking your nose isn't great, but that's not a deal breaker. Sometimes you got a big. I mean, I pick my nose a lot on the air. It's like a nervous habit that I have.
You mean to tell me that Arthur Smith never picked his nose in front of Arthur Blank? That doesn't.
Arthur Smith does look like a nose picker.
That doesn't disqualify you.
The Urge from Bel Air says he had the relations with Arthur Blank's wife. All right, I mean, you would have to be the smoothest person ever to even find yourself in a situation where you could
How old is
pull
Arthur
that
Blank's
off.
wife?
I'm also, because Bobby Slowik's like 36 years old, So there's that as well. It would be pretty funny if he had another one of those Ben Stiller disasters. Have you guys seen, how am I forgetting this movie name? With Cameron Diaz. Probably.
There's something.
There's something about Mary. And there's something about Mary. There's a really funny scene where on a prom date, Ben Stiller's character goes to the bathroom and he has some zipper issues.
What's that bubble there?
What do you think? It's a.
Well, how the hell did you get the beans above the Frank? I mean,
Frank and Beans to refer to your privates. What an all-time line. Love that guy who plays the father in that movie. He's, I think, the voice of the president in Rick and Morty. Fun facts, everybody. What else do we have here? Wrong answers only as far as why this in-home meeting did not work out. I think most people are going to guess like flatulence or, dropping the kids off. Not taking off your shoes. Is Arthur Blank like one of those guys who's like really big into Japanese culture at home? They don't have chairs. So you got to sit at home and you got to walk around barefoot.
Arthur Blank, Terry Fontenot, and
they're all in
Bobby
kimonos.
Sloker, and they're sitting crisscross applesauce on the floor. And they all have all these packets about like what kind of offense they're gonna run.
Right.
The defensive coordinator hire that Bobby Sloke's looking for, and it's all spread across the table.
It would be really funny if Blank was in the middle of like a Japan phase where kimono. They're sitting, as you're saying, like that on the floor, and it's because he watched like Tokyo Vice or something like that. He's like getting the grocery store sushi. I had a phase like that.
They're not even getting nice sushi.
Yeah, he's just like, we're just dabbling.
We're going to HEB or whatever their HEB sushi is.
Mm-hmm. There you go, guys. He lost Arthur Blank's cat. That would be another unfortunate situation that happened to Ben Stiller in a movie in Meet the Parents. Really, that's like Ben Stiller's calling card is awkward humor while visiting somebody else's house.
Yeah. Yeah, with the very attractive, like while he's dating a very attractive woman.
Right, yeah, smoking cigarettes or something like that, yeah. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call in and to text in. Let's talk about Conference Championship weekend next, some injury updates, and how a Houston Texan was robbed. Stick around. Couple of things to touch on before conference championship weekend. The city of Detroit is all in on Jared Goff. One, because all of a sudden he's become funny. Did anyone catch this other exchange that he had with Detroit media when asked about the weapons that the 49ers have compared to the Lions?
Jared Goff's got a lot of really good players, obviously, but maybe not.
Oh, thank you.
What's that?
I said thank you.
You are maybe not viewed, though, as the superstars like maybe the 49ers have.
All right, never mind.
But I mean, guys like St. Brown and getting you.
Yep, St. Brown was first team All-Pro, so.
Right.
So was Panay. Sorry, continue. I'm sorry.
I'm very happy for Jared Goff. The Lions have so many feel-good stories going on, but Jared Goff could be the 5th quarterback in NFL history to lead 2 teams to Super Bowls. Obviously, that happens if you've had some issues in your previous stop, but Goff was essentially left on the side of the road by supposed genius Sean McVay, and he was treated horribly at the end of his time in LA. That is on record. You can find articles about it. So I'm very happy, Sean Mapes, for Jared Goff to have a Goff-assance.
Yes, of course, the Goff-assance. I'm trying to think of who the other. For 2 teams to the Super Bowl.
Kurt Warner is one.
Kurt Warner, Brady,
Yeah.
Manning.
Yeah.
Peyton, that is.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know who the other one is.
I'm going to.
I didn't have Kurt Warner.
I'm going to guess it was like Earl Morrall, who I think did it with the 72 Dolphins and the Baltimore Colts. I could be wrong on that front, but that is my guess.
I'll do the research.
If I'm right, God dang it, am I the greatest football mind in this city? Move over, McLean. You're the general. I am the commander-in-chief, bitch. Okay. Also, talking about Jared Goff. People are so high on Jared Goff in Detroit that in the middle of a Red Wings game, this happened. And, I mean, this is a hockey game. They're distracted. Hell yeah. Jared Goff, baby. So that's pretty cool to see. The Lions are fun. The Ravens want respect. We will see what happens in both of Sunday's games.
It was Craig Morton.
Damn it! Oh, he was Cowboys and
He then lost to the Cowboys.
Was he Colts?
No.
Chiefs?
No. Team that
Raiders. Damn it.
Right division. AFC West?
Broncos?
Yeah.
He was a Broncos quarterback?
Denver Broncos, yeah.
Damn, I thought
he
it was
lost
right.
to the Cowboys in 1977.
I thought I had it with Earl Morrall.
So he lost as a Cowboys quarterback to Johnny Unitas and the Colts.
Oh.
And then he lost against the Cowboys 7 years later.
So just a Super Bowl loser. What a legacy.
But hey, he took 2 teams
He did
there.
take 2 teams to the Super Bowl. That is crazy. It just didn't happen for a really long time. Craig Morton, that is the name I did not think I would hear today. Thank you for getting that. I do like random NFL pieces of trivia like that. Continuing to go around the NFL Conference Championship weekend, I think any Texas fans and anti-Aggie fans will appreciate this comment by Kyle Shanahan when asked about fans at the bell bottom.
Man, how important is the 12th man going to be on Sunday?
What's that?
The 12th man, how important is the 12th man going to be on Sunday?
We don't call him the 12th man here. But our crowd's very important. Our crowd, I think, is the best in football.
Okay, relax on that one. But they do travel pretty well. They're a sleeping giant as far as insufferable fan bases. And shout out to Kyle Shanahan, who, of course, a UT guy, so he hates the 12th man already. But as a 49ers coach, he also hates the 12th man that the Seahawks have to buy the rights to from Texas A&M. How about that? Another Seattle-Texas tie from your boy, Paul Gallant, Mr. Texas, Mr. Seattle.
That was a detail. I knew that he was a Texas Longhorn, but I did not put all the pieces together until Lance did it for me this morning.
I saw it with Lance's tweet. That's how I got to this.
Well, because, Longhorn versus Aggie and Dan Campbell and Aggie defensive coordinator Aaron Glenn. So it really is
Wow.
UT versus A&M.
So this you're wearing your UT shirt. So you're rooting for the 49ers this weekend.
I told him, I was like, well, I was kind of planning on rooting for the Lions until this second that you laid all that out.
I like it. I like it, Sean. I like the pettiness. That's great. Continuing to look at conference championship weekend, here are the injuries. The Joe Thuney injury with his strained pectoral, he is unlikely to play for the Chiefs. We saw what the Ravens' interior defensive line did to the Texans on Sunday. That is a big concern, and I am wavering when it comes to picking the Kansas City Chiefs. The more and more I hear about people talking about Joe Thuney, it's like they're basically going to be without their second best player to Patrick Mahomes. The way it's being discussed. Anyway, we'll see. I'm still having a hard time picking against Mahomes. Good news for the Chiefs. Kadarius Toney downgraded at practice. You do not want to see Kadarius Toney on the field. Kadarius Toney losing the game for the Chiefs is definitely on the table if he plays. For the Ravens, Marlon Humphrey, he might be back. Their cornerback. Mark Andrews, full practice again for Baltimore. He had a couple before the Texans. They waived a player to open up a roster spot, so he might be back. Meanwhile, Deebo Samuel was limited in practice yesterday for San Francisco. 49ers are encouraged that he will be able to play. Two quick thoughts before we move on to our next segment that has to do with conference championship weekend. We're going to be playing some fight songs, baby. Nick Caserio was robbed. And I know the Pro Football Writers Association Awards is different than the Associated Press Awards, but maybe the Pro Football Writers Association Awards should matter more. But Lions executive Brad Holmes, not Nick Caserio, is the Pro Football Writers Association Executive of the Year. Man, I got a bone to pick with DJ Bien-Aimé for putting the Patriot Way down. Nick Caserio brought the Patriot Way here to Houston. He's not getting enough credit for it, and he should be Executive of the Year, Sean Mapes.
Yes, just like the U.S. president is 100% responsible for everything that's going on with the economy.
Yep.
So is the president of the Houston chapter of the Pro Football Writers Association responsible for everyone who wins an award. So, yes, DJ, Mr. President, you will have to answer for your crimes.
Sir. Why didn't Nick Caserio get Executive of the Year? Sir, why do you believe that Lamar Jackson is a better passer than C.J. Stroud?
Sir, did you authorize that strike against Nick Caserio? Is there any evidence of Brad Holmes getting weapons for Jared Goff?
Ooh, yeah. Honestly, it doesn't seem like he's done enough.
No.
I mean, although he did get Sam Laporta. And Jahmyr Gibbs. And that actually worked out. He has done a great job, Brad Holmes, this year.
Yeah, the same thing with Dan Campbell maybe winning Coach of the Year. It's like, well, I can see it.
I can see it, too. The Jaguars, speaking of executives, I love hearing this. I want all the Jaguars fans who always get in my comments on my socials, I want them to see this. Trent Baalke on an extension for Trevor Lawrence. Quote, I think Trevor had another learning year. Well, that's one way to put it, with all the fumbles and all the turnovers. Baalke says 4 injuries in 2023 are alarming, but Lawrence is their long-term quarterback. Quote, we're going to get something done at the appropriate time. Are they, though? I don't know. If you're the Jaguars and you got Trevor Lawrence, you got to be wondering right now. You got to be wondering.
Oh, were you waiting for me?
No. I'm just like leaving that pause out there so that Jaguar fans have to think long and hard about their own football mortality and about how they are, 1, before the team moves to London, going to suck. And then 2, they're going to move to London.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
bring back Urban Meyer.
If you're a Jags fan, just throw yourself into the Florida football season this year. Wait, don't do that.
Who will have more wins, the Gators in the SEC that has now added Texas and Oklahoma, or the Jacksonville Jaguars? Gators play less games. Gators suck, but
I think the Jags.
I don't know.
But
I don't know. They blew down the stretch. This is, take a look at what the Titans did last year and how they just fell apart down the stretch and it kind of carried over into this year. I mean, the Jaguars, what they did and the fact that they really didn't do much of anything as far as accountability is insane. It really is. And I get it. Like Doug Peterson's the head coach. Oh, he's better than Urban Meyer. But I mean, they had huge expectations. They went from 8-3 to 9-8 and missing the playoffs.
Can the Jags get to 5 wins? That's the question. And beat the Florida Gators, who are
Yeah,
gonna
can the Jaguars beat the Gators?
They're gonna be in 5-4 wins. Is what I'm putting the Gators at.
I think the Jags will have more, but it's something to keep in mind.
Yeah, but they play 5 more games.
He is Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. Of all the fan bases playing this weekend, which fan base would be the most fun one to be a part of? We're going to play some fight songs for you to help you figure that out. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stick around.
We're back into an extra-large show that fits into a medium time slot. Here's your perfectly sized host, Paul Gallant, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Someone on YouTube went back to that video of me last Friday doing my pump up, wearing my Texans hoodie tank top, And you know what they said? They said, you can't be an all-district safety because your arms are too small. And I'm not going to lie, that really hurt my feelings. It really hurt my feelings to the point where I'm going to the gym, like right after the show, to work on my arms. Curls get girls, Sean, allegedly.
That's what I've heard.
Work on the glamour muscles.
I could definitely see you getting into what's the testosterone?
Steroids? Oh.
Like the testosterone replacement that older guys
Eugenics.
take? Yeah.
Fellas, she's going to love it too.
Yeah, you take not steroids, but, close enough.
I'd be nervous that stuff would just give me a pants tent, like walking around all the time. Like I'm Michael Scott's character in the 40-Year-Old Virgin, and I feel the need to make a phone call to say, like, hey, this has been 40 hours. What do we do? What do we do?
Is that a side effect? Because actual steroids, it's the opposite.
Right. Yeah.
So I don't know what I don't know what the Nugenics is.
Good question.
Well, is Nugenics? No, that's all testosterone.
Mhm.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah.
I could see you, 40, 45, being like, you know what? I need a little bit of extra edge to keep up in these streets.
But you know what? I'm going to pretend that I don't, because I applied for The Bachelor and everything's going to be okay.
Then your shot at love is still.
Yeah. But I might need to do some steroids before I go on. Little trend, dye my hair, dye my beard.
Yeah, I was going to say, the beard definitely is going to
It would be funny if I came in one day and just looked like so Coach K'd out, where I'm so, it's just jet black. Like I've just dipped my head in motor oil.
I think that's the way you have to do it.
Yeah.
I don't think you can do the piece,
slightly brown
or piece by piece over, weeks of
I've never done it.
From where you are now, which isn't bad, but
there's a lot of gray though.
Yeah, but you can't go slightly darker,
Yeah.
slightly dark. I think you just have to go all in and
full
just
jet black
and just force people to be the ones to bring it up.
I'll be like, I've always been like this.
Yeah, what are you talking
How
about?
dare you?
And then
You just gaslight people?
Yeah, and then pull up pictures from when you're 25.
That would be really funny, actually.
Pull up pictures of you in Seattle.
That would be so funny. All my dating app pictures are just super old. I would love that. Okay. Guys, who would it be most fun to be a fan of this weekend? If you've listened to this show enough, and apologies to the online stream because you're probably not going to be able to hear this, so maybe go to your radio at this moment in time because we have some limitations. As far
or
as
go to the
music.
app.
Yeah.
ESPN.com Houston app, or ESPN 97.5 Houston app.
We do have an app, and we have a YouTube at ESPN Houston, and we have a Twitch, which we're not supposed to promote. I don't know.
Yeah, you also will not hear it on the Twitch.
Yeah, you won't. You can't. It's a shame. It's really annoying. But hey, there's a lot of great fight songs in the NFL. Now, the Ravens have co-opted this song by the White Stripes. This is technically their official fight song, even though it isn't. It sounds like this.
Yeah, I mean, every team does this.
But the Ravens seem to believe that this is theirs above everyone's.
The Miami Heat played this song in 2006. What are we talking about?
But that was almost 20 years ago now. How many people have that kind of memory?
I'm just saying the White Stripes better be from Baltimore.
Okay.
Or Maryland.
And I don't know off the top of my head. I'm skeptical about that.
Yeah.
And essentially, it just turns into a So that's a fun chant to do with a bunch of people. But there's,
Again, every team has done this.
That is a good point. So the Ravens have an actual fight song, Sean. I found this. It's not great. It's not great. I don't even know what the lyrics are to this fight song. I looked it up. It was difficult to find. You can try it, but this is from the Ravens official YouTube channel. This is the Baltimore fight song. R-A-V.
Where are they spelling?
E.
Rave? Oh.
It's kind of a copy of the Eagles. They're copying the Eagles. It's like a slow copy of the Eagles. What? All right, this is a ripoff of the Eagles fight song. Now, just cancel this.
I can see why they stole the
White Stripes.
actual song.
Yeah. That is literally the Eagles fight song, but it's not as cool. They even spelled out the team name at the beginning, but in a very slow and not fun way.
Yeah, I mean, you have to hand it to Philly.
Yeah.
Sometimes they misspell it, but at least they get through the spelling fast.
Yeah, exactly. And they mispronounce the word Eagles and say Eagles at the very end. Look, the Ravens, do they have cool uniforms? Yes. Do they have Lamar Jackson? Yes. Do some Ravens fans wear these awesome like camo pants that are the blend of all the Ravens colors? Yes. Like there are cool elements to being a Ravens fan, and you got history. You do have to look the other way when it comes to, Ray Rice, Ray Lewis, and Terrell Suggs. So that is perhaps unfortunate, but you do have 2 Super Bowls since 2000. And that's pretty cool. Not many teams can say that. So being a Ravens fan would be fun, but I'm not a real big fan of their in-game traditions. I don't know if we can play this one without getting canceled, but this is what the Kansas City Chiefs, very original fan base, do during their games. This is the Chiefs version. Taylor Swift is co-signing this. I'm just saying. Taylor Swift thinks this is good. Taylor Swift hates Native Americans. Florida State does this.
Yeah.
The Braves do this.
It's disgusting to me that the Kansas City Chiefs are stealing history
Yeah.
from the proud organization of Florida State football.
That is true. And listen, the Seminole tribe signs off on that at the very least. I don't like Florida State, but at the very least they do that. Have the Chiefs have they talked to some of the many Native Americans that were forced off their land during the Trail of Tears in Missouri/Kansas?
I'm sure they've had like a photo op with someone wearing a headdress.
As 1% Micmac Indian, I am offended by this.
Okay. Are you 1% offended?
I'm not even. Yeah, I'm not even sure if this is 1%. I think I'm more of a Native American than Elizabeth Warren, so at least I've got that going for me. Okay, so I mean that's what the Chiefs do all game long. It's obviously fun to be a Chiefs fan. They're gonna keep on winning for the foreseeable future. Maybe in a post Andy Reid world, if they win the Super Bowl, does Reid retire? Maybe they have
hire Bill Belichick. Just hire Bill Belichick.
Oh my God, I would be able to jump on the bandwagon. I would be able to jump on. I believe that allows me to, like, I wouldn't officially jump on, but I'd be a fan. I was a fan of the Bucks. I got a Bucks shirt now. It's a Tom Brady Bucks shirt. Oh, hi, Livy Dunn. More fight songs. The San Francisco 49ers have a fight song. This is from the 1980s. Freddie Solomon. Bartolo went to jail. Okay. Pot it down. There's good production value here, but these lyrics are very hard to remember. It's very specific. It's 1980s related.
Yeah, I don't like that it's a very time and place thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's kind of like Paul Wall's "How About Them Stros," where he goes through each guy on the team or most of the guys on the team, that's good for the 2022 World Series team, but I don't think that should be the Houston Astros fight song 40 years from now. I don't think he needs to be mentioning Hector Neris and Phil Maton 40 years from now in a song. I don't know. That's just me.
I remember way back when Lance McCullers threw for one inning in the playoffs, I think, and then that was it. And then he didn't pitch until July.
Rafael Montero.
We got a couple of texts. I guess the White Stripes are from Detroit. So, I mean,
this is disgusting.
Poor Detroit. They get rid.
All of these stink, by the way.
Well, there's one more. This is the Detroit Lions fight song. Is this the winner?
By default, yes.
Will not yield.
I like this.
This is great.
I like that's a crooner.
It's like the polka. Hell yeah. We are so on the Lions bandwagon. I don't think I could possibly be more on it, except for Sean because he hates Aggies.
Yes. That my time on the
Dan Campbell and Aaron Glenn, too much for
my
you.
time on the Detroit Lions bandwagon ended at 8:30 this morning.
That's a bummer.
I really do feel like I'm missing out.
I know. I wish we had the Men in Black like memory eraser so that we could get you back on. You are missing out. This is going to be fun for me.
But if they make the Super Bowl, maybe I circle back because it won't be directly at the expense of proud Texas Longhorn Kyle Shanahan, which, by the way,
you're going to have to look up who.
I can't wait for the next time Texas needs a football coach and I go Kyle Shanahan. Can't wait for that.
That is happening. That might be the end of Kyle Shanahan's career. That would be something else. He is Sean Mapes. I'm Paul Gallant. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. You want to jump aboard? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. We told you which fan base we'd have the easiest time buying into. But I have a question for Houston sports fans right now, and it has to do with a very interesting online discourse that has to do with the Houston Rockets. We're bought into the Texans. We're bought into the Astros. How much are we bought into both of those teams going forward? And how do the Rockets compare to those two? That question for you on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Paul Gallant. Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I'm Paul Gallant. We got Sean Mapes behind the glass. You want to jump in? 713-780-3776 to call, to text. You can join on our YouTube channel at ESPN Houston, also on twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5. So, I think we're all bought in with the Houston Texans right now, especially now that it seems that Bobby Slowick is going to be back for a second year with C.J. Stroud. We'll see what happens with Gerard Johnson, who had an interview with the Pittsburgh Steelers today. I feel like the interviews that Gerard Johnson has done aren't necessarily going to be the best places for him as far as upward mobility, more say, more power. But we'll see. That's his decision. And I really do hope that he gets a job somewhere. I like Gerard a lot. I think everybody in Houston, especially that works in sports media here, we all think very highly of that guy. And, I mean, I'm very happy that he got to have this year with C.J. Stroud. Now he's finally getting some serious looks across the league. Just on a personal level. So we're bought in on the Texans. We'll see what happens next year. There is definitely a gap between them and teams like the Ravens and teams like the Chiefs. The Astros were bought in for this coming season. I think for the Astros to lose Kendall Graveman. Are you even feeling that great about Kendall Graveman on the relief staff going into this year after what you saw last year? I wasn't feeling that great about it. I feel like Ryan Presley didn't have his best season last year either. Hoping that Brian Abreu can keep up what he did last year. But, I mean, you needed some help, and you got some great help in Hader, and now you're just hoping that the offense knows how to hit again at home, and that the starting pitching is good again, which was a weird drop-off when it comes to Framber Valdez and Christian Javier. But, hey, you got Justin Verlander. Hopefully you will get some more arms that were injured to return to the team at some point over the course of the year. So, feeling good about those two teams for, at the very least, 2024. And then you got the Houston Rockets, and Sean Mapes and I had a discussion after the show about them. I think we both believe they're heading in the right direction, but I also think that there is a frustration with the speed in which they are moving in the right direction. And it is interesting because of how bad things have been for the last couple of years with Steven Silas running the show, with some of the stories that you heard about Rafael Stone and his obsession with Kevin Porter Jr. You don't have Kevin Porter Jr. anymore. You're hoping some of the young players turn into stars, but the reality in the NBA is some of these guys are just not going to become the next, guess what, Michael Jordans. What a shocker, you know? When you draft the guy early, not every single one of these guys is going to be a hit. But it's interesting seeing the discourse about the Rockets, Sean, who are clearly heading in the right direction, way better than they were last year. They might have a star in Alperen Şengün. We'll hear from him in just a moment. And yet, there's a lot of, vitriol, pushback, anger, and frustration about them. Defense hasn't been great this year. They've been giving up a lot of points. But what do you think is the cause of this? Because I think we're both, maybe not super optimistic about the Rockets, but we like what we have seen for the most part this year.
Yeah. I mean, this season's already, such a big success.
Right.
It's a ridiculous success. And it does feel like, right now, they are 3 games under 500. They're 20-23, which, by the way, last year they won 22 games all season. The year before that, they won 20. They're closing in on more wins than they had last any of the rebuild years since trading James Harden. So it does feel like they're getting held to just a weird standard.
I agree. It doesn't make any sense. Think about this. They sucked last year. They did not know how to use their best player. Their best player, Alperen Şengün, had one, 30-point game his first 2 years with the Rockets. He's had 8 already this year.
Yeah, they're better at offense. They're better at defense. They don't turn the ball over as much. Like you said, they're seeing a big step forward from Alperen Şengün, who's in the All-Star mix. I don't know if he ultimately actually makes the team.
He's getting a lot of votes, though.
Unless some people get hurt. But, he's on All-Star ballots, and no one's like, this is ridiculous.
No one thinks that.
So it is interesting that, and also Tari Eason's awesome when he plays.
Tari Eason's been fun.
Jabari Smith has taken a step forward in his second year.
So there's frustration over Jalen Green, who is still having some decent moments. I don't know. I've said this a couple of times. I think that Green's best role is going to be, hopefully for him, as a sixth man, I run the offense coming off of the bench. I think he could be very good in that role. Is that here? That I do not know the answer to. And there are some frustrations with this team, no doubt about it, in a season that's, are we even halfway through?
Yeah, they're 1 game past halfway.
Okay. So
2 games past halfway.
And the funny thing about the NBA is when NFL season is on, for me, I don't pay as much attention as I probably should. And once the NFL season is completely done, then I shift my focus to the NBA and the Rockets. But from what I've watched, there are moments of frustration that you would typically see with a young team. But I still feel like we should be bought in on this team going forward. And there's this weird element in at least online discourse among Rockets fans where people are just angry at Jalen Green all the time. And I get it, but there's other positives that mean you don't have to focus all of your ire on a guy who is having to basically reinvent the wheel because Steven Silas allowed so many bad habits to blossom with he and Kevin Porter Jr. on this team for the last couple of years.
Even just as a team on a whole, it feels like people are judging them as if they are like supposed to be the 5 seed in the West. Like,
and they're not.
They're not.
No one thought they would make the playoffs going into the year.
Sengun, like we said, is playing at all-star level. He's the best player on the team. He's 21 years old.
Yeah.
Like, what? It does seem like every game becomes a Jalen Green. Oh my God, he just missed 2 shots in a row and dribbled off his foot. Like, get this guy off the team today, which seems rash. And then it turns into a feed Sengun every time down the court. And then it goes, oh my God, how are we in a tight game against a team who's not that much better or worse than the Rockets? Because guess what? The Rockets right now have the net rating, so it's basically point differential just it takes pace into account. So if you just if you play really fast, you play really slow, it bunches it all together. And they have a net rating of 0.2, which is good for 16th in the NBA.
That's a success.
They're a 500 team. They went from 20 wins every year to a 500 team halfway through year 4 of the rebuild.
They're a borderline playoff team.
Yes, but somehow every loss is like this cataclysmic event. And I see people being like, and they need to make a trade after this poor, like they've been a disaster lately. I'm like, they're playing like 500 ball.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know where these ideas of the standard of Rocket basketball is.
It's like going back to James Harden or something like that. And again, like, look, I wasn't a fan of Harden, but the team was obviously great with Harden for much of the time that he was here. Or maybe not great, very good.
They're great regular season teams.
Great regular season
teams. You did not have to worry about them making the playoffs except for 1 year.
And the 2018 season, I mean, they were so damn close. They were a Chris Paul injury away from going to the finals and probably winning it. But to bring it back to where you're at right now, okay, you have Alperen Sengun.
Yeah.
For everybody, the development of Alperen Sengun, a guy who I remember Sean Mapes and I watching a Rockets-Raptors game last year while we were getting annoyed by some little a-hole Raptors try-hard fan that was at the game. The other thing that we noticed during that game was like wow, watching Sengun in person, like you notice how skilled he is at a variety of different things. And you can understand why there are some comparisons being made between him and the reigning NBA champion, 2-time MVP, Nikola Jokic. Here is JJ Redick on the Old Man in the 3 podcast asking Alperen Sengun about those comparisons to Jokic.
You know, the mini Jokic thing. Does the Jokic comparison, does that bother you?
I mean, no.
No.
Not for now, still young, but after some point, yeah.
Do you feel like it's a pretty big compliment?
I mean, yeah, they mean like my game is similar to him.
Yeah.
Is it true though? We kind of play
Yeah.
same game. It was when they were telling me first time I came here, it sounds better, but getting like, getting your own space now in NBA, on your spot. So of course, when he got retired or something, when he got old and I'm gonna some age, I don't want people tell me baby Jokic,
Right.
Some point,
right now it's fine.
Right now it's I'm like a baby, but like when I grow up, I don't want to hear that.
With Jokic.
So here's the thing for those Jokic comparisons. Let's just do a timeline comparison of Sengun and Jokic right now. So the Nuggets drafted Jokic in the second round, 41st overall pick in 2014. He played his first season in the Adriatic League. He wasn't with the Nuggets right away. It took Jokic after joining the Nuggets until like 2017 to really turn into a guy that you're like, oh, he's one of the better players in the NBA. That's where you're at with Alperen Sengun. And then the 2018-2019 season, he gets his first All-Star. He gets his first All-NBA. 2019, they get to the Western Conference Finals. 2020, MVP. 2021, MVP. And then last year, Finals MVP and a championship. He's 28 years old right now. And I would just say, as far as his age and the way he's being used, like Şengün is ahead on the timeline of where Jokic was. That doesn't mean he's going to be Nikola Jokic. He's going to be the MVP someday. But there are similarities in the way that the two play. And Şengün has progressed quickly considering his age. Because what is he, Sean? 21 years old? Like, he's a young guy. That's the best part about this Rockets team and why you should feel like pretty good about everything, all things considered. You don't have to watch every game. I feel like getting mad about things is now wasted energy, though. And specifically even with Jalen Green.
Yeah, and it is interesting that people... it is, and that's where we kind of go back to the question that we started with, like, what is it going to take for the vibes to be good about the Houston Rockets? Because for all intents and purposes, it should be high right now.
Should be.
Like, the Texans ended up winning 10 games, but halfway through this Texans season, were they
exactly
how far above 500 were they?
Yeah, right. I mean, they were. It was a mess until the final stretch, and then they really took off because they were losing those games to teams like the Panthers and the Falcons. And you were like, what the hell?
And it is easier to go from the basement to worst of first in football than it is basketball. So, this Rockets team seemed like they're ahead of schedule, if anything, on where they're at as a basketball team, and way ahead of schedule as far as the fan expectations for this basketball team.
But you should be more bonded on the Rockets. You should be bonded in all the professional teams here in town. This is not me doing propaganda for them. I think the vibes are good for all of them. Don't be angry at the Rockets every night. You realize there's going to be growing pains. Ime Udoka didn't have the eventual Eastern Conference champion Boston Celtics playing well until like the last basically 2 months of the year. Not saying that that's what he's going to do with these Rockets, but jeez, relax, online Rockets fans. Good God. Anyway, up next, our pick 6. So there's only 2 games to pick. So we're going to give you a couple of prop bets as well for Conference Championship weekend. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put. There's only 2 games to pick. There's really only 2 games to watch this weekend. They're both on Sunday. It's conference championship weekend. I'm pretty excited considering the fact that I don't really have any reason to root for any of these teams, but we talked about it yesterday. Lions, number 1. I guess Ravens, number 2. I don't want 49ers fans back. 3. Chiefs, 4. It's cheating. You can't jump on the Chiefs bandwagon. And I can't have Patrick Mahomes challenging my Lord and Savior. But that is the first game. Chiefs at Ravens. The Ravens are 4-point favorites. I'm going to play 2 bits of audio that should have Ravens fans quaking. First off, here's Patrick Mahomes when asked about the Ravens.
This year, my stats and my numbers, I don't know if I was in that conversation, but he led his team. I think the MVP is a lot of things. It's stats, it's leading your team, winning football games, and he did that all this year. I think for us, it's just the challenge of going up against the best is what motivates you. I mean, they got the best defense. They got the MVP on offense. They have a great special teams unit, and they were the best football team throughout the entire season. So it motivates you to, in order to win the Super Bowl, you got to beat the best teams, and this is the best team that we've played so far this year, and it'll be a great challenge for us.
Mahomes said the Ravens are the best team in the NFL. If I'm a Ravens fan, I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear Patrick Mahomes saying, yeah, they're the best team in the NFL. Also, I like going up against the best. I would also hate to hear this. The Holy One himself, my Lord and Savior, with effusive praise for Patrick Mahomes.
Even the Super Bowl where we got him in when we were in Tampa, he was running all over. He ran for 450 yards, horizontally across the field in order to get passes off. And there was kind of an onslaught of pressure, but he still in those moments was giving his team a chance to win from his athletic ability, his tenacity, his competitiveness. He's got so many of the intangibles. So beyond his ability to throw the ball, run it when he does, he had a great run yesterday. I think he's got these intangibles that everyone believes. And I said it in the third quarter yesterday, as soon as KC took the lead, it felt like Buffalo's got to go, oh God.
The Ravens are 4-point favorites against Patrick Mahomes. And look, this is borderline sacrilegious, but if I'm being real with you, if I'm taking off my just Patriots honk hat, I mean, this is the closest thing to Tom Brady in the NFL, with the added element of his mobility and his ability to evade pressure is one of the best I've ever seen, in addition to the fact that the guy can make just about every single throw on the field. He is incredibly gifted naturally. And the real question is going to be, do you think that he's going to be able to escape a great Baltimore pass rush, especially with an injury on the interior to Joe Thuney? I mean, the Texans had a really tough time protecting C.J. Stroud, who wasn't sacked at all in that game. Shout out to the Texans offensive line on that front. And also shout out to C.J. Stroud. We've seen Mahomes, as Brady highlighted, do some pretty crazy stuff escaping the rush. That game against the in the Super Bowl against the Bucs, like, Mahomes was awesome. Statistically, maybe not, but if you watch that game, you're like, oh my God, how is he getting some of these throws off? Like, a couple touchdown passes he had were bounced off like Tyreek Hill's face after running around for like 50 yards and like diving out of bounds and flicking it to the end zone. Like, he was doing some ridiculous stuff. I can't pick against Patrick Mahomes. I'm sorry. I'm taking the Chiefs to win and to cover. They are the 4-point dogs here. Sean Mapes, who do you got?
Man, I mean, because I agree with Pat Mahomes that the Ravens are the better team.
They definitely are. I agree too.
Top to bottom, they're the better team. Like you said, the Joe Thuney injury with the Ravens getting pressure up the middle. But then you bring up Pat Mahomes in the Super Bowl, gave his team not a chance, but a bigger chance than they had any business having. He should have gotten sacked 25 times in that Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. And so with that, and then they're 4-point underdogs, like, yeah, give me Patrick Mahomes as a 4-point underdog. I don't know.
Because at the very least, you think that this is going to be a game where it's like 3 points at the very end or something like that.
Yes, I do feel like this is going to be a lot of field goals in this one, because I think the offense will be able to move the ball, but the defenses, both these defenses are so good that I'm not sure if they can actually get it in the end zone when you get into the red zone.
The line is 4, mybookie.ag. I also found a couple of props that I really like. So I don't know, Sean, if we just agree on these or something like that. MyBookie.ag has some awesome props. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can just.
Lamar Jackson, rushing yards, 66.5. That feels like a lock for an over, especially with Josh Allen running the way that he did against Kansas City, 12 for 72 and 2 touchdowns. Lamar Jackson is a better runner than Josh Allen, and the Chiefs had a tough time containing him. I imagine there will be more focus on containing Jackson than there was with Allen, but I don't know if they're capable of keeping Lamar Jackson under 66.5 when the Texans, who were blitzing him all game, still allowed 100+ against Lamar.
Yeah, especially these running quarterbacks. The bigger the game gets, there's no longer the, it's a long season. Gotta say it's not a long season. You could lose this game. You could be over.
To quote Dan Fouts in The Water Boy, last game of the season, can't hold anything back.
Can't hold anything back. So, yeah, I do agree with that. I again, like you said, with Allen's numbers, and yeah, Lamar, 66 yards, you can get that in 2 plays.
Mm-hmm.
Like that, we saw it against the Texans. Texans did a decent job the entire time, and then they go in man. Denzel Perryman turns his back to Lamar Jackson on 1 play. Boom, 40-yard run.
That's it. That's all it's going to take. I think we'll get an over on this relatively early. Another prop. I think this is a lock, too. Odell Beckham Jr. blocked me on Twitter. Interesting. Receiving yards. 19.5 under. I'm hammering the under on this. I don't know if he's going to play. Something I didn't notice, because we really didn't talk about Odell Beckham Jr. a lot. There was this, what was his name? Rice? Who the hell is that? Or wait, hang on. Rice is on the Chiefs. My bad. But they're likely.
Aguilar and
Aguilar. We saw so
Bateman.
much Nelson Aguilar. We saw so much Rashad Bateman, and we saw so much Isaiah Likely.
Oh yeah, like
Mark Andrews might be back in this game as well. I don't know if Odell Beckham Jr. is going to play that much.
Yeah, I could see him being the odd man out in the game plan. I could also see him, having a big game. But
literally 1 catch is all it's going to take.
Yes.
I'm taking the under.
Yeah, I feel good about the under, too. Let's talk about the other game.
19.5. Okay, Lions at 49ers. The Niners, 7-point favorites, 5:30 on Fox. I'm sorry, the 49ers should not be 7-point favorites. I can't buy into that. I don't know if the Lions win. I think the Lions covered the 7-point spread, though. Brock Purdy is not trustworthy right now. He just isn't. And God forbid there's a little bit of rain in the forecast. I don't know if there is, but
that's what I'm looking up right
Purdy's
now.
tiny little hands.
Itty-bitty hands. Him and Kenny Pickett.
Mr. Irrelevant hands. Yeah. Picking a first-round pick.
6% chance of rain.
Okay. So he's got that going
cloudy
for him.
is what we're looking at.
He's got that going for him at least. I'm sorry. Lions are covering that. 7 is a lot. It's a lot. And I get it. There are questions about a couple of things on the Lions. They're secondary against this 49ers offense and just the quarterback situation as well. It's not like Jared Goff makes you 100% comfortable when he's out on the field. But I'm probably going a little bit too hard off the vibe, Sean, but I like Dan Campbell and the Lions to cover here.
Yeah, Lions should be able to run the ball a little bit on this 49ers defense. If there's any weakness on this defense, it is the ability to run the ball, and Lions are really good at it. Jahmyr Gibbs, maybe you heard of him. David Montgomery's also a solid running back. So yeah, that's definitely, is that leading into one of your props?
It is leading into one of my props.
Yeah, let's mention one of the props right now.
Jahmyr Gibbs receiving yards, 23.5.
Yeah,
he'll
get game planned over.
4 targets each playoff game so far, 4 catches for 40 yards. He's going to get over that.
Yeah.
This is
couple screens, couple dump offs.
Exactly. If Goff's under pressure, he's going to throw it to Jahmyr Gibbs. You would think. So I think that 23.5 is a low enough where you're like, oh my God, yeah, that's 2 to 3 catches. He should be able to get that. Then my other prop, and this is because of one, the injury to Deebo Samuel, which it sounds like it's trending in the right direction for him.
Yeah, it seems pretty 50-50.
But I heard this statistic per advanced statistics. No receiver other than CeeDee Lamb gets more open than Brandon Ayuk. Over for the reception total of 5.5. I'm hammering that too. 5.5 for Brandon Ayuk. I think he can get 6, especially if there's no Deebo Samuel. That might be one where you keep an eye on Samuel's status before the game. But Ayuk gets open, and the Lions secondary isn't that good.
Yeah, you feel good about it if he's lined up against Cam Sutton a lot.
Yes.
That's part of the reason, just to go back or go into my pick, I'm going with the Niners because too many dang weapons on this Niners team for this defense, which it's been all right. It's been good in the playoffs, but I'm not sure if it can hold up. It was good in the playoffs against the Rams, who's a good defense, and then against the Buccaneers, which is, it's all right. You got Mike Evans, you got Baker Mayfield. That's about it. And Baker Mayfield's the second name I named. Against Deebo Samuel, if he plays. If he doesn't, then you got Ayuk, you got Kittle, you got McCaffrey. It's going to be a nice, beautiful day in Santa Clara, California. That's where they play, right?
Yes.
Yes, Santa Clara, California. That's the weather I looked up was Santa Clara. I was so worried.
San Francisco, they'll be playing in a poop fog because of all the poop on the street. Yeah. Bakersfield.
Yeah, so give me the 49ers, especially when you add in the superior intellect that their head coach and offensive play caller has on the head coach and defensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions.
Hell yeah.
Just better educated, really.
That's our pick 6. I'm 6-4 in the playoffs. Sean is 4-6. Let's see what happens. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975 to make all of those bets that you just heard. Up next, okay. Now, we want to sit back and enjoy the game, but we also want to localize conference championship weekend. What are the best case scenarios and worst case scenarios as far as possible outcomes in the conference championship as it applies to the Texans? We'll discuss that next. Stick around.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show. Here's your host, the Draymond Green of Houston Sports Radio, Paul Gallant.
Now, that actually might be true officially as of like 5 minutes ago.
Wait, what happened, Paul?
Just stop. I feel horrible about what I just did. Now, it's funny. I was talking about the 97-5 Game of Thrones yesterday. And, I mean, I just went Ramsey Bolton out there. So for those who don't know, luckily we don't have cameras here. I was walking out of the studio, and Josh Beard, who is a good friend, maybe not anymore now, but used to produce the Paul Gallant Show over at the Gallant at Night at the Texans flagship. Like we feel very close with one another. Josh was staring me down as I was walking towards the bathroom, and me being a cheeky rogue thought, you know what would be funny if I just like flicked Josh Beard's hat off of his head. And in attempting to do so, I poked him like right in the eye. Now he's got a bloodshot eye. And luckily there's no cameras at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. But
very luckily.
As a bigger man, like Draymond Green, you know, like there was no intent there, but I am very, very sorry. Now, here's the thing. I may have set Josh Beard up for an endorsement because now Josh Beard can get somebody who sues people as an endorsement.
Injury attorney.
Josh is holding his right eye some more.
Oh man, it looks bad.
There's some blood coming out of it. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, and he's telling me it hurts really bad.
Right, and there's a blind spot too.
Yeah. Oh,
so look, he's got a lot to work with. So hey, John Daspit.
Yeah.
Listen, you got a client here. Paul Gallant bringing more money into the station.
He actually
at his own expense. What a man he is.
Out of your own pocket.
Out of my own pocket to Josh, and then out of investment opportunity for personal injury lawyer. Boom. How about that? Josh Beard here for blah, 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 blah. Have you ever been assaulted by one of your coworkers who has poor depth perception? Well, let me tell you what, you can sue his ass so that he's destitute and living underneath a bridge with Jake Asman. Here's how you do it. I'm just kidding. Jake's not living under a bridge. He's got the YouTube channel with the Jets.
Yeah, he has an apartment.
Hasn't left the Jets yet. Abusive relationship.
Yeah, talk about an abusive relationship. I thought you and Josh was the abusive relationship. No, it's
Jake is
the
still
Jets
on that
and
Jets
everyone.
drug. Just being a New York sports fan. I mean, my God.
I'm
poke yourself in the eye and
I'm sorry.
gouge him out.
I'm sorry that in my breakdown of Lions 49ers, Kyle Shanahan versus Dan Campbell and Aaron Glenn, I was fomenting hate in the Texas versus Texas A&M rivalry. I didn't expect you to immediately take it out on proud Texas A&M Aggie Josh Beard. That is my fault. I think I have like 5% to blame for putting those thoughts in your head.
I will say, one time Josh slapped me on the air. I did ask for it, and he slapped me very hard. It's kind of like a punch. So is this like now
Payback?
we're even? That's what I would use to defend myself in court. It's like
you waited
but he
7
slapped
years.
me. Well, listen, patient man waits for his opportunity. But no, that is literally just like I have terrible depth perception, I guess. I think I need to get glasses now.
Josh heard you, and he just said very loudly, he said it was okay, talking about him slapping you.
But I don't know if do we have the see, here's the thing.
I don't think we have the rights to it.
The flagship audio, like they're a lot of the audio doesn't exist anymore. You can't find it online anymore. You know? It's a shame. Just won't be able to just gonna have to strike that from the record. Hey, football. It's a thing, and it's conference championship weekend. So I'm just going to give you a bunch of things to think about from the Texans' perspective before this weekend is through. And I'm going to tell you about some ex-Texans who are playing this weekend. But first, here are the things that you're going to feel better about the Texans about if it happens on Sunday. If the 49ers defense looks bad, D'Amico Ryans looks like more of a catch. 49ers defense has had some issues this season, specifically in the front seven department in a post-D'Amico Ryans world. If the Chiefs' offensive line looks bad against the Ravens front, or if it looks worse if Mahomes gets sacked a bunch, CJ Stroud didn't get sacked once, the Texans struggles offensively you're going to feel a little bit better about them and about Bobby Slowick and about if Gerard Johnson sticks around, Gerard Johnson and C.J. Stroud and just the offensive line as a whole. Maybe that was just the worst possible matchup going up against Baltimore's front seven this year. If Lamar Jackson runs all over the Chiefs or has a good game against the Chiefs, the Texans defense is going to look better because it was hard for Lamar Jackson in the first half of that game. And think about this. If the 49ers offense continues to struggle, that means that Bobby Slowick made Brock Purdy a thing. So what does that mean? If you're a Texans fan, you should be rooting for the Lions and the Ravens with those four things in mind. Now, going forward, you could also take a look at it from this perspective. If the Chiefs win, there will be retiring, you would think. Andy Reid, Travis Kelce, they got to break things up. If the Ravens win, they might have a Super Bowl hangover going into next year. Are they going to be the same team that they were? It's hard to repeat. No one's done it since the Patriots. The 49ers win. Now, that would potentially be bad because it would be proof that the Texans coaches don't really matter. Like if DeMeco Ryans is gone and Bobby Slowick's gone, you're like, And if the Lions win the Super Bowl, I mean, does it matter who you have at quarterback winning a Super Bowl? It does. But someone will bring that to the table. Should you trade C.J. Stroud? I'm going to be H-Town Critic 713 here on Twitter. If the Lions win 100%, like the Lions have a quarterback that they've got from another team who was the number one overall pick back in the day. They got a quarterback from another team. Should the Texans trade C.J. Stroud? I'm just asking the question. That's my favorite part about him. He just says, I'm asking the question. It's like, but it's such a dumb question. And you're doing it for engagement, you little engagement whore. Nothing wrong with that. The game is the game, but we know what you're doing, you little son of a biscuit. By the way, here are the ex-Texans playing in the Super Bowl. Dan Skipper is a Lions offensive lineman. He played for the Texans in 2019. He is 6'10". That might be the biggest player in the NFL.
Yeah, that's huge.
I didn't know that there was a 6'10" player in the NFL.
No, they normally top out around 6'8".
Right, exactly. 6'10" is huge. Yeah, Calais Campbell's the only guy I could think of that's a similar height. He was 6'8". For the Ravens, Jadeveon Clowney, 10 years in the NFL. It would be so funny if Clowney ends up being a Hall of Famer. That's not going to happen, but it would be really funny. Been on too many teams. Guess who else is still Sean Mapes in the NFL? Former Houston Texan that is now on the Baltimore Ravens. He was a quarterback.
Quarterback?
Yes.
Ooh, Sage Rosenfeld.
No, that would be funny if he's still in the league.
Matt Schaub.
Josh Johnson is still in the league. Do you want to talk about his career history? Because it's really funny.
Can we do it very fast?
Very, very fast. Bucks, 08-11. 49ers, 2012. Sacramento Mountain Lions. Cleveland Browns, Raiders, Washington Redskins, San Diego Fleet, Detroit Lions, Los Angeles Wildcats, San Francisco 49ers, New York Jets, Baltimore Ravens, Denver Broncos, San Francisco 49ers, Baltimore Ravens. That is every quarterback. That is every team he has played for or been on the roster of. That is a lot. That's like every football team ever.
Yeah, it's like half the NFL. There's an AAF team in there. There's an XFL team in there.
The only league that I do not see is the Canadian Football League.
No, I mean that's got to be the retirement tour, right? With with the Argonauts, you know,
Montreal Alouettes. Alouette, je te pour m'arrêter. Other former Houston Texans playing in conference championship weekend. Chris Conley for the 49ers, 21-22. Tashawn Gibson, who I remember everyone was like, he's the Travis Kelce stopper for the Houston Texans, safety. He played there in 2019. And on the Chiefs, you got Justin Reed, of course, and Charles Omenihu, who was on the 49ers last year, and I feel like I've heard that same rant by Patrick Creighton in promos during commercial breaks. Pour one out for Patrick Creighton, no longer with us. Charles Omenihu was the subject of Patrick's ire. That's like the only reason I remember Charles Omenihu. But he used to play for the Texans. So there you go, guys. Will those guys get their own parade in Houston if they win? God, imagine if we were a loser sports town. Like if there was no Astros and everything's just been bad. Would you give Jadeveon Clowney or Justin Reed a parade? Because those are the two that would apply here. Like you're not giving it to Josh Johnson or Conley or Gibson or Omenihu or Dan Skipper. So there you go. Up next, garbage time, and we're going to predict all of the hack takes that you will hear Monday after conference championship weekend. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at Pendleton Whiskey. Got a lot of reflecting to do when I get home because, I might be getting sued by my friend since I gouged his eyeballs out during a commercial break. And you know what I'm going to do as I think long and hard about like my future, one, here at this company, and two, in radio. I'm going to have myself a glass of Pendleton Whiskey. 2 fingers, 1 rock. Oh, baby. Barrel-aged in American oak. Cut with glacier-fed spring water from Oregon's Mount Hood. An uncommonly smooth and rich taste plus complex flavor that honors a heritage, inspiring us to live boldly, never losing sight of the values we believe in and tasting the moment wherever we may be. Like, I don't know, at the PBR Tour tonight or tomorrow night at Toyota Center. Go get tickets because you're a cowboy. I'm a cowboy. We are all cowboys. Some cowboys choose to not poke their friends in the eyes. But, hey, different strokes for different folks. Pendleton Whiskey, it's true Western tradition.
Back to the Paul Gallant Show. Take the red pill with Paul and see just how far this rabbit hole goes.
Eric Goff. I love Detroit Rock City by Kiss. I think it's their best song. And there you go. All right, guys. We like to make fun of the Speak for Your Pizza television shows that are out there featuring blowhards like Emmanuel Acho and Chris Russo and Skip Bayless, who actually had the balls to say that Bill Belichick is just a glorified defensive coordinator. I would fight Skip over that if he said that to my face. You want to do embrace debate? Embrace these fists. Embrace these fingers to your eyes. Thought what I did to Josh Beard was bad? Oh, I'll rip your eyeballs out. Be a way to win a debate. You know what? If one of these debate shows got in a fight, I think I'd watch it. I think I would.
If
with the audio on.
If Shannon Sharp, when he was with Skip Bayless, actually just reached over the desk and just slapped him in the face.
Oh, that would have been amazing. Honestly, Skip would have probably, because Skip is a master at this game, even though I think most people can't stand him, but he's very good at what he does as far as driving people nuts and always having the best possible zag. Skip would have loved it. Like the show,
100%.
They would have leaned into that for months.
Yes, he's like, I was going to make a comparison. In light of recent news, I don't think he would be very comfortable with this comparison, but he has a lot of, again, on the field only, Vince McMahon to him, where I feel like he's okay being the heel, and he'll always spin it to where he comes out on top. Again, as he's running a wrestling promotion, or as he's manufacturing storyline. Talking about manufacturing storylines, what are the takes that are going to be?
Let's talk about the takes
on Monday.
We're going to hear on Monday. My God, I heard a Vince McMahon story yesterday, and I did not think it would be one-upped today. Oh boy, technically, isn't that a partner of ours at WWE? Because we're ESPN Radio. Oh boy, Jesus, Vince. Anyway. If the Chiefs win, you are guaranteed to hear at least one of these takes on Monday. Patrick Mahomes is catching Tom Brady or better than Tom Brady. Nick Wright, lock of the year. Wish we could bet on this. From somebody, probably a white. Lamar Jackson can't win the big game. And we're already seeing it. I think we saw it on Friday. What's more likely? Patrick Mahomes is the greatest quarterback of all time. Andy Reid, the greatest coach of all time. Andy Reid, best coach ever. Conversation will begin. It'll happen. We'll talk about all the success he's had with a variety of different quarterbacks, including Patrick Mahomes. If the Ravens win, speaking of race wars, you will 100% see, I would imagine, a black analyst go all in on why Lamar Jackson is better than not just Josh Allen, but Joe Burrow. And there will be clicks and there will be hits. Successful play. It's one of the weird dynamics with Lamar Jackson discussions. Like, I've never said he's bad, and yet people think that I don't like Lamar Jackson because he's black. Just check my YouTube comments. It's ridiculous.
He honestly, that wouldn't even, I mean, it'll be controversial because it's Lamar Jackson, but if you actually go like, Josh Allen, 0 MVPs, 0 Super Bowls. Joe Burrow went to 1 Super Bowl, 0 MVPs. Lamar would have 2 and then a Super Bowl appearance. So,
yeah.
It's a very easy take to have, but people will be so mad at you.
There will be 100% like a bunch of
especially if he only throws for like 150 yards again.
Yes, yeah. But if he runs for 100, it will be really funny to see. If he gets that second Super Bowl, yeah, you'll see that. If the Lions win, here are the narratives you'll see. Number one will have nothing to do with the Lions. It'll be Kyle Shanahan can't win the big game. It'll be that before the Lions. The Lions will be an afterthought if they win. That's just how it works.
Yeah, I think on Monday it is bury the Niners, bury Kyle Shanahan day.
Yes.
And then later in the week we'll get to the Lions stuff.
Right. There'll be feel good stuff. There'll be Dan Campbell overexposure. You will also get probably like B block or C block of these Speak for Your Pizza shows. We were wrong about Jared Goff. You will get a lot of that. Like, Goff has changed everyone's perception of him, which he shouldn't have. I mean, he's been a good quarterback. At his best, he has been borderline great. It was with Sean McVay. He has been a good quarterback. If you draft the quarterback first overall, and this is the career he gives you, it is a success, though there have been some rough years with Goff under center.
Yes. Is Jared Goff a top 10 quarterback next on Undisputed?
Yeah, 100%. And the 49ers win. Oh, my God. Brock Purdy is the second coming of Tom Brady. And you'll see somebody say he's better than Lamar Jackson, especially if the Ravens lose. So there you go, guys. Those are the takes that you will hear on Monday. Really quickly, garbage time. Pour one out for Patriots wide receiver and LSU legend Kayshon Boutte, or Boot. I'm not 100% sure how to pronounce his last name. He's been arrested in Louisiana for sports gambling violations. He faces a felony count of computer fraud and 1 misdemeanor count of gaming prohibited for persons under 21. He was booked in East Baton Rouge Parish Jail Thursday for those charges. Per the report, an online gambling company, what a bunch of snitches, informed law enforcement in July of 2023 of wagers made by a prohibited person. An investigation found that Boutte placed more than, get this, 8,900 bets between April 6th and May 7th, 2022 to 2023. He turned 21 on May 7th. He is accused of using an alias to circumvent the law requiring bettors to be 21. Can we stop focusing on his age and focus on the fact that the guy has a problem? 8,900?
In what, over a year?
Yeah.
So that I saw someone average it out. It's about 22 bets a day.
That is nuts. How did he have this money? Well, 17 of the wagers allegedly placed were on college football games. 6 were on LSU football games, but they were all on him. He was betting on himself. This is such a nothing crime. And Louisiana cracking down on someone for gambling at age 20 over 21. What a soft ass state. You're Louisiana and you should be ashamed of yourself. I thought you guys were fun. I thought you guys were cool. No, you're a bunch of narc bitches. Build a wall. Build a wall and build a casino in Texas. I think it's time to secede. It is time to secede. Except for the Golden Nugget, which the Golden Nugget is great. It's really good. I love driving to Lake Charles. 2 hours. Hey, that's going to wrap up the Paul Gallant Show. Sean Mapes, our texters, our tweeters, our YouTubers. I'm merely Paul Gallant. So long and farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. Peace.
Is it the Frank or the beans?
Right,
Paul.
Somebody else's fault.
I shouldn't have looked at Paul.
No.
My fault.
No.
My fault.
It's not. He's on the radio.
It's fine. I'll just close now. I'll close my eyes and feel it out.
That's good.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that'll work out. Get one of those sticks and stick it out the window.
I could drive with one eye open.
Feel around, yeah.
Yeah. I'll have to sleep with one eye open too.
I think you're gonna make it.
I'll be all right.
I'm confident in you today, Josh. But let's be confident in the Texans as we start the show today. We have a lot to actually talk about when it comes to the world of your Houston sports. Some Rockets, some Texans, some Astros as well. Yes. And all the latest on the coaching searches across the league, which are starting to wrap up in the NFL. And this is where we start off here. Bobby Slowick, landing spot. He got a second interview. There was reports out about how much he impressed in his first interview with them. He was at Arthur Blank's house yesterday interviewing. Well, quickly after that interview wrapped up, how do you feel if you're Bobby Slowick? I mean, like, you're grateful for any interview, but you go to Arthur Blank's house all the way in Atlanta to do the interview, and, like, within a couple of hours of the report of the interview being over, Raheem Morris is the head coach of
Yeah.
the Atlanta Falcons. I was surprised. I think we're all surprised, and it feels like the chances are now pretty damn good because there's only 2 jobs left, Seahawks and Commanders. Now, both of those teams did request for Bobby to interview. I have to go check and see if there's been reported second interviews at all with him. I don't think there has been, but you have to feel pretty good about his odds of returning now to the Texans and having some continuity in 2024.
Yeah, I that was the one. I know a lot of people thought that was the last spot that was potentially available for Bobby Slowick. I still think the Commanders are on the table, but I'm feeling really, really good about this. With the number of other coaching candidates that are out there, I think Ben Johnson is probably one of the bigger names that I've seen for the Commanders. With all the other head coaching candidates that are out there, and that one being the only one left that would be a concern for Bobby Slowick, I think the percentage chance of him remaining is really, really, really high at this point. And that makes the potential of losing somebody like Gerard Johnson a little bit more bearable. But I'm excited. What a move by the Falcons. I mean, to have all these other guys come in for second interviews, and then to just left out of left field, you hear the glass break and the music start to play.
Is it out of left field with him?
I
mean, there's been so much
I guess
smoke.
it's not
He's gotten
fully.
so many interviews, and people are now. This gets back to the question of: do you believe in the
Life after love?
The reporting. The reporting has
Yeah.
been out, like it's been crazy. Like everybody's been like the Rams have really pushed for Raheem Morris to get jobs in other places because they believe that he's ready for it and he's really good to get another chance to do this. Like I think the overly positive reviews of him publicly, I don't think you can take them completely lightly. You have to weigh those in, but it was just not expected. That's what it was.
Not with the candidates that are out there. I think that's the biggest thing is there. Like, we knew that there were conversations and talks about Raheem Morris, but it just didn't seem serious. It felt like it was more of they had a wide search and they were looking at a bunch of different guys, but it really felt with the candidates that were out there that there were some specific ones. It makes me feel almost like the only reason they didn't hire Raheem Morris already up to this point is they were maybe holding out hope for Jim Harbaugh.
The Falcons,
Yeah.
which they didn't get a second interview with
No,
him because he did
they
not
didn't.
leave Los Angeles. He was scheduled for one on Thursday. That did not happen.
And so it feels like after that decision was made, they may have been pretty set and knew that they wanted Raheem Morris as the backup.
That's the thing. Like, I can understand that thought process, but I think like the Chargers did. When you get the guy in the building, if you want him,
Don't let him leave.
You get the deal done.
Yeah, agreed.
And the same thing kind of happened with the Texans last year with D'Amico Ryans. They got the deal done. Like, there was no farting around on it. Yes, they interviewed everyone because you had to comply with the rules and everything. But they ended up with the guy that, and I was reading, I think it's somebody in the Atlanta organization that put out a long thread earlier today about the whole search process, about this was their plan. Like, it was well constructed, it was well organized. Now, this is their side of things telling you all this, but they went through all of it, and they said that truly, at least in his perspective that he put on Twitter, that the Falcons were blown away more than anybody by Raheem Morris in his interview process, that he came in and was as prepared as anybody, more prepared than anybody, and they walked away easily thinking that it was his job. They said that they were also impressed with all the candidates that they interviewed, of course, but I'm excited. I'm happy that this has happened because I do feel a lot better today, even if the Commanders thing is still lingering, which the latest report on the Commanders and the Seahawks job is that Dan Quinn is still very much in play for both of them. Feels like he's going to land one of them. Still feels like the Seahawks, but I mean, it really feels like there's only one more team clearly that you're going to have to sweat in this thing. But I think at this point, Bobby Slowick is going to come back. I can't imagine he doesn't.
Yeah. The one final thing about Raheem Morris, I totally forgot that he was in the Falcons system before.
Yeah, he was their interim coach briefly.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that aspect of it, where he was the D coordinator and interim head coach for a year. But before that, he was the wide receivers coach. And then he was the assistant head coach and pass game coordinator. So I wonder if this isn't one of those things where Arthur Blank looked back on it and said, you know what, I wish we would have just stuck with
And Raheem Morris interviewed for every job but the Titans and the Raiders. And those two teams made quick decisions, obviously. The Raiders didn't have a very lengthy list of interviews. And they did do a lot. They didn't do a ton of interviews. They probably did 8 interviews total.
Yeah. I'm really down on I'm down. I was down up to this point on the Morris hire, but just going through his job, like all the different jobs.
I mean,
it's
what
not
we
the
look
worst.
at, it's not the best. It's not the best. It's not the worst.
He's had success as an assistant and as a.
It
as
feels
a
better than
in
the
a lot of
Panthers
places.
hire, doesn't
yes, absolutely. It absolutely does. But yeah, I feel strongly about Bobby Slowick staying. I honestly, at this point, I feel pretty mostly strongly about Gerard Johnson staying too.
Well,
I think I feel good about both of them.
That's the other nugget today. He is interviewing for the Steelers opening for their offensive coordinator positions. Already interviewed with the Saints, already interviewed with the Browns, already interviewed with the forgetting the other one off the top of my head. I have it right here on
The
my
Saints, Browns, and Eagles.
Eagles is the other one. Andrew, hello, first of all. How are you feeling about
How's your eye?
Yeah, well, his eye is fine. How's your feeling on the Bobby Slowick, I guess, and Gerard Johnson combo being back now?
Gerard, just because of how many openings they're so high, I'm guessing that he's prized. If
Guy on their list, I don't think that Bobby Slowick would having the where Bobby and CJ really have a lot of time to collaborate and grow and see what they can do with the weapons that they have, plus the weapons that they add.
And guess what? We'll get to do this song and dance again next year, because next year you're definitely going to lose. Well, I say that, and then look at the Lions, the Ben Johnson thing. He's probably going to end up back. It feels like back in Detroit.
See, I think he's going to Washington.
I do too.
I think
That's
he's the
good.
Commander's selection, and I would be shocked if he's not if he's not a head coach for one of these two vacancies. The Seahawks are reportedly waiting for championship weekend to be over, so they have some candidates that are still clearly coaching that they want to interview. Ben Johnson and then the Ravens staff sound like the clear choices there. So
It's going to be interesting to see, but it does feel like those guys. It feels like Bobby's safe. Bobby's safe, people. We love Bobby again. We're not ready to be mad at him for leaving. We can love Bobby for one more season. He can be back with the Texans before he goes off and coaches somebody else's team next year. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, one last hurrah with Bob. Good old Bob.
You know what? In 2024, the Texans theme, do it for Bobby.
Do it for Bobby.
Do it for Bobby on his way out the door.
I love that.
Win a Super Bowl for him. A lot to get into the Texans today, including in the next segment, the gambling world giving some love to the Texans. We'll tell you about that momentarily. And speaking of that gambling world, maybe you'd like to bet on the games this weekend. Bet on future odds. Bet on whatever it is over at mybookie.ag with the promo code BET975 right now. You can get a match deposit bonus. You can get in there and fund your account. Whatever you need to do to get yourself going, whether you're new or existing customer, the fun can be had this weekend at mybookie.ag. It is championship weekend in the NFL. Maybe you're feeling the 49ers at home. Maybe you're feeling those Baltimore Ravens at home. Maybe you're feeling the road dogs in both. Whatever it is. You want to get in on the parlay action. You want to get on the prop bets. They've got it all at mybookie.ag. You can still put in those bets on who you think is going to get to the big game, win the big game. All of it at mybookie.ag. They got NBA action, soccer, tennis, hockey. They've got everything that you're looking for. Before you know it, you'll be able to bet on the baseball games as well. Head over there right now to get your weekend started off right for when you're watching those games at mybookie.ag. And again, use the promo code BET975. You can bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.
It's the newest forced relationship on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Connor and Beard, live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
It's Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hi and welcome today. Join us, 713-780-3776. You can call us or text us on that phone number. You can also watch the show. Head over to YouTube, search for ESPN Houston, live stream of the show to look at these faces. Josh's is mangled today, but you know what? He's battling through. So you can see us again on the ESPN Houston YouTube page.
My eye will heal, but I have emotional scars that'll never heal because of Paul Gallant.
Yeah. Like, I know you were in the military, but I can't imagine getting over this.
It's different whenever it's a friend, someone that you trust, someone that you just assume cares about you, someone that you respect. When they attack you, egregiously attack you, unabated.
Oh, I love our listeners. We got a text in the first segment. Blind ass Josh, badge.
My wife was coming up with more yesterday.
Yeah.
I told her to write them all down. Yeah.
Yaj.
Yaj.
It's Yaj.
We need
it's Connor and Yaj today.
We need a GYAJ. That way it'd be Yaj.
Yeah, I don't think that works.
Instead of yeah.
I don't know what words you use.
We'll figure it out. We'll workshop it.
You can send those in, 713-780-3776. Somebody also asked, did Paul start the Boston Tea Party? I think that was a little bit before his time, would be my guess. I don't think Ball was alive for the Boston Tea Party.
He wasn't alive for it, but I will say
I would imagine he's gone to the Boston Harbor and thrown some tea in there.
Knowing how much of a history buff he is, yes, absolutely. I had him whenever I was back in my trying to do this solo on my streaming days. I had Paul on my stream one time, and he spent like 25 minutes talking about the Battle of the Bulge. And we were talking about sports.
He talked about the Battle of the Bulge. What a shock. It was him every weekend when he watches the Texans play.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, that's true, though.
He's trying to hold it off from
when he lights
having that
Tom
bulge
Brady,
when he walks in here.
And when he lights that Tom Brady candle that he has.
Yeah, that was a little uncomfortable this past weekend when we had our post-game show. He got a little too bulgy for us. A little too bulgy.
A little bit. He was really sad, but it's mostly because he had so many things planned if they won, and he didn't get to do any of them. He was way more sad than the rest of us.
Yeah, he was way more sad than the rest of us. But that's okay. You know what? This weekend it's going to suck this weekend. We'll get to the Texans and the odds here in just a second. But what's really going to suck to me is that for the last few weeks, we've had football on Saturdays. This is going to be like our first football list Saturday since college season started.
I know. I don't like it.
I don't know what I'm going to do. I really don't.
There's too much time in the day now. And I don't like the weekends.
I can't do anything in my yard because my yard's still just completely soaked.
There's stuff that I can do that I don't want to do around my house because like some of the stuff, it's all like hard stuff that's annoying. It's all not hard. It's all annoying stuff.
Annoying stuff, yeah.
And I don't want to do it, so I'm not going to. You know what I'm going to end up doing is I'm going to go to the gym probably in the morning and then realize that I have the entire rest of the day and I'm not going to know what to do, so I'm going to play video games all day. That's what's going to happen.
I'm definitely not going to do that.
Why not?
Because I'll find something else to do.
Why not play video games?
You
don't want to play Lego Fortnite with me?
No, I'm just not there anymore.
Come on, man.
Dude. I'm telling you, if I played Fortnite with you, you'd want to stop playing with me after 10 seconds.
Lego Fortnite. It's different than regular Fortnite.
You shoot people?
No, we just build stuff. It's like Minecraft.
That sounds awful.
It's amazing. We could do that together. All three of us. Since we have a Saturday without first Saturday without football in a while, all three of us, the band of brothers, getting together and creating a Lego Fortnite village.
Nobody calls us that.
Yeah, the band of brothers, the Bob, in honor of Bobby Slowick. We will build a shrine in effigy to Bobby Slowick.
On Lego Fortnite?
On Lego Fortnite.
No, I don't think so. Oh, you know what? Cougs and K-State tomorrow at 11 a.m. That's right.
Oh, yeah.
Do that. That's what we'll watch, right?
No.
Jeremy Brandon will be on the call. I asked him about K-State yesterday. I forgot what he told me about him because I don't know anything about K-State. I don't know really anything about college basketball this season, to be perfectly honest with you. I'll get into my casual watching after the NFL season's over. You know, that's what I'll do.
Well, you mean during March Madness?
No, there'll still be February.
The conference championships and March Madness is usually. I'll pay attention to some Aggie basketball.
I'll pretend.
Games.
We'll get to the tournament and I'll pretend I know a lot of things.
Our teams, look, we're not as blessed as Andrew Carlson to have a team that matters. So we don't. There's no reason for us to pay attention to.
You know what's really going to suck is those first 2 days of the tournament when we're going to be on the air while those games are on.
Yeah, we'll just talk about them.
No, we're not going to talk about them. But like, I'm going to be like, hopefully we're doing the show somewhere where there's a lot of TVs.
Yeah,
that's my hope.
Yeah, we'll react to stuff that happens. It'll be
Yeah.
fine. We'll be able to watch.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that you get to watch the tournament.
We'll do
Mike.
dollar bets on stuff.
Yeah.
That's what I've always done.
I like that. That's a good idea.
During the games. Hey, speaking of bets, the NFL world, the betting world, guys, they like the Texans. Odds for next year's Super Bowl. Early odds are already out. Would you like to take a guess at how they stack up? Now, the graphic here is from Pro Football Focus. Now, these odds come from the DraftKings Sportsbook. But would you like to go ahead and guess just go through it real quick? Have you looked at it?
Nope.
You're cheating. Never mind.
I didn't. It was
So
an
it goes like
accident.
this.
I just pulled it up.
49ers have the best odds at plus 550, followed by the Chiefs at 850. Bills plus 900, Ravens plus 950, Lions plus 1200, Bengals plus 1200, Dolphins plus 1500, and look who makes the graphic, boys. The Houston Texans.
This is
at
exciting.
Plus 2,000. A year ago, you could have gotten Texans plus 20,000 odds. This year, plus 2,000.
Does this
still pretty long? Hey, look, you can still make a good profit on it. Might as well go ahead and get in on it.
Does
I already told you they're winning? They're going to the Super Bowl next year.
Especially if you just make like a $10 bet on it.
Right.
You feel good about that. I would even feel good about a $50 bet on.
You know what? I learned my lesson this year. I will always bet. I think I'm going to always bet like $10 on the
on big
longest
stuff.
of odds every
Why
year.
not?
But yeah, like I'm gonna piss away $10 on a Starbucks one
Yes,
day. I
exactly.
can piss it away on a thing because imagine if one of them hits. Like, could you imagine if I had a $10 bet on the Texans at plus 20,000? We were watching that Ravens game last weekend. I probably would have broken something.
Yes. Yeah. You would have. So this to me is awesome because it's not even like the Texans' odds are. There are only so many teams in front of them, and the biggest thing for me is I think this just continues to lend credence to the fact that the Texans will very quickly become Texas's team. Like the Cowboys are always going to have love, and the Cowboys are always going to have a huge fan base because they're the Dallas Cowboys. But when I say like I think this is a Texas takeover for the Houston Texans, they are going to be the most successful football team in the state of Texas. They're going to continue to get more love nationally from a positivity and positive outlook and realistic outlook standpoint.
Still don't like it.
What, you don't like I'm starting to not like it either. But
fake ass media, fam.
But they're going to get more love than the Cowboys. The Cowboys are always going to be a hot button because it's ratings. When you talk about the Cowboys, you get ratings, especially on TV.
I haven't looked at ESPN this week. Have they been doing nothing but Cowboys?
Oh, it's been a lot. Oh, it's been a ton of different. It's just random Cowboys stuff too. The big thing has just been all the family members that are chirping. They've turned that into stories.
Whatever
all
metrics they have out there tells them that they get bigger ratings when they talk Cowboys. That's why
especially when they're negative about the Cowboys. But seeing the Texans on this list with all of these other teams, I think I personally, if the Texans make the right moves, I personally think that their odds should be as good as the Dolphins. But I'll
put their
take
odds
the plus
better than the
2,000.
Dolphins. You know why? Because they are better. They have a better quarterback.
They have a better quarterback, but I still think the Dolphins team as a whole is going to be more talented.
Now, how's the Dolphins team going to look next year? They just lost Vic Fangio.
That's true.
Which we'll talk about in a minute. But like, are they going to? They got screwed by. I don't know. I think that as much as I've liked Tua from the standpoint of he gets overly criticized, I think he's hit his ceiling.
He is.
What else is he gonna get better at doing? You know, like he does a lot of really good things.
And he does a lot of really bonehead things.
It's gonna have to be like, and it's like that for most players. I get it. Most quarterbacks, but there are some that elevate above maybe the talent level on the team not being its greatest, like Brady did at times, like Patrick Mahomes probably did last year when they won a Super Bowl. But I just don't see Tua being that guy that's gonna put them over the top if they are lacking. Like this past year, they didn't have a perfect circumstance at all. Did he do anything in that game against the Chiefs to elevate them to trying to get a win? No. So that's why I'd put the Texans ahead of them all day long. Wouldn't even think about it.
Well, I put Tua in the same level as I have a quarterback as Dak now. I think that's that realm of the tier that's got like Dak and Kirk Cousins. That's where Tua and Jordan Love is there too. That's where Tua belongs. He's a really good quarterback. He's better than most of the quarterbacks in the NFL, but he's not going to be the guy. Like the rest of the team has to be healthy and on point for him to be able to win anything substantial. And CJ Stroud is better than that. So that's why I put them even, because CJ Stroud, how good he is, makes up for the lack of talent that the Texans have on the roster compared to the Miami Dolphins. So I'd put them even.
That's fine. I'm just glad that they're there, that they're getting the love that they did. That's what matters.
You just said you hated it, though.
No, I mean,
you love it, but now you say you hate it.
Josh, this isn't the media.
That's fair.
This is the betting world.
It is, but it's the national betting world. The betting world loves them, though.
The betting world does love them, and the odds are going to get even better, or excuse me, smaller.
Smaller, yeah.
Which is actually worse for your bet.
We'll do our $10 bet now. Let's actually, if we all chip in $10,
yeah,
we'll do
I'm
a
gonna head over to mybookie.ag and get on it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm gonna do. So congrats to the Texans on being on the betting world radar. They've made the graphic for the best odds for next year. Hey, the world of Twitter last night got very butthurt when it came to a Houston sports team. I'll tell you about it, and we'll see if this is right or wrong when we return to Connor and Beard.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with two dudes just slogging through life with no direction or motivation. Just like you, it's Connor and Beard.
Connor and Beard on a Friday, 12:30. Thanks for joining us today. 713-780-3776 is the phone number to join us, call, or text. Of course, watch us. Head over to YouTube, search for ESPN Houston, where you can see the show today. You can interact with it there as well. Guys, last night, the Rockets did not play. They will play tonight in Charlotte against the Hornets, where I have guaranteed back-to-back wins for the Rockets against Charlotte tonight and the Brooklyn Nets on Saturday. It's a big, bold move on my part. I don't feel great about it, to be honest with you. I just did it because I wanted it to happen.
Yeah.
They need the Brooklyn win tomorrow night more than the Charlotte one because of the draft positioning thing. Right now, I think the Charlotte or the Brooklyn pick would be their seventh worst. If it just went by the records, they'd be seventh in terms of where they'd land that pick. So we need Brooklyn to continue to lose basketball games. But last night, the NBA All-Star starters were named. When are the reserves named? I didn't even look.
I don't believe so. I
no,
think
they
No, I
haven't
know
been
they're
named
not,
yet.
but isn't it soon in the next week or so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe like a Thursday, maybe like a Thursday
I always-
TNT special before a game or something.
I always forget how that works. Is that based on voting and coaches and like coaches' decisions or around the league decisions, or is
The
it just
coaches
based on?
pick the reserves.
That's right.
So the starters though were named last night, and I think probably for the most part they got them right. Wouldn't you guys say? I mean, I don't
Yes.
necessarily think there's anything wrong with the starters that they put.
Yeah, I think they nailed it.
I should have pulled this up before I should have had it ready. I was peeing during the break and I was reading a Jalen Green thing.
I mean, if you look at the fan votes and the player total votes, they were substantially higher for the three guys who made it from the Western Conference than anybody else.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty damn easy to see who the hell was going to make it, for all these teams. It's the same characters. It's simple. Like, we always know we know who's going to be captain in the team, LeBron and Giannis, because we need captains of these. So the Western Conference team was LeBron, Kevin Durant, Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, excuse me. I think that's how he says it.
Yeah.
The Eastern starters were Giannis, Joel Embiid, Jason Tatum, Tyrese Halliburton, and Damian Lillard. All completely fine. Well, last night, of course, people, oh my God, Alperen Şengün wasn't named the star. I saw, and now look, I get it. We've done this a few times where we've railed on, or I've railed on some of these people that are the aggregators of the internet. Of Twitter. They just post pictures and put a bunch of crap so they get engagement and hopefully get followers.
Yeah, I've thought about doing that before. I think I might still do that.
I don't do it, Josh. I'm going to lose respect for you.
I'm going to aggregate all of your tweets.
That's fine, actually.
Just
to make fun of me.
Yeah, just
I don't
nothing
even
but your
tweet
tweets.
enough for that. So, but there was a bunch of them. There's one of them last night that put it out there, and a bunch of people start responding to it and start blaming the media. I saw Kelly Eco of The Athletic putting it out there earlier today. Like, even the Houston writer didn't vote for Alperen Şengün. Like, what do you want them to do? Not vote for the players that are worthy? I don't understand why we live in this. Like, I know that it's been a long time since the Rockets have had a starter in the All-Star game because Harden's been gone, 3 years now?
Yeah.
But, like, Jesus Christ. I love Alperen Şengün. We know he's great. He's had a great season. He wasn't deserving of being a starter over any of those guys.
No, absolutely not. I will say it just seems a little dirty for there not to be at least one media vote for Alperen Şengün.
Why?
Yeah,
I'll just
why?
say because I personally, because of the way I am, I get it. You're supposed to be unbiased. You're supposed to be objective, but I would have juiced it a little bit for Alperen Şengün as well. Because that's the kind of person. I'm just a good person.
No,
like
you're
that.
not.
I'm a good person in that way. The outrage is hilarious to me though, because Alperen Şengün was 5th in fan vote rankings.
Yeah.
So like he was really, really close, but not even Kawhi Leonard. He was higher in the fan votes than Kawhi Leonard was. He was higher in the fan votes than Paul George was. The only guy that was higher than him in fan voting was Anthony Davis, and Anthony Davis he almost had half as many votes as Nikola Jokic and Kevin Durant. Like, there was no world where anyone other than those three guys were going to be the front court starters for the Western Conference. LeBron James had over 5 million fan votes. Nikola Jokic had 4.5 million, and he had the most player votes and the most media votes. And then Kevin Durant was third with 4.4 million. So 5 million, 4.5, and 4.4. Anthony Davis was fourth with 2.7 million fan votes. Didn't even get over 3 million. Like, it just there. It should be. You should be happy that Alperen Şengün is getting enough recognition around the league and around the world and around NBA circles that he was the 5th ranked in fan voting with 1.8. The fact that he had 23 player votes, it should tell you something. And I was just being tongue in cheek because I wanted to talk about myself during the media voting because I don't care about the media total votes at all. Like, the fan votings, that's really what matters the most.
Yeah.
And he was never going to come close. He will make it as a reserve, though.
I would be a little bit surprised. You guys think he's gonna make it?
I would be too.
Like, he's going to be last on the bench. Like, if he's going to make it, he's going to be the last one on. It's going to be tight.
It's going to be very tight, but I think he makes it because I think there's been enough love for him around the league this year that he makes it.
Andrew, you think he's going to make it?
No, I don't think that he makes it this year. And I get that the love is there for him from fellow players and then from some fellow coaches. But honestly, if we look at just like the numbers, has he been significantly better than someone like Domantas Sabonis this season? I don't believe so.
Probably not.
And don't get me wrong. I love Alpy's game, and what he is doing for this young Rockets team has blown my expectations for what his career and his trajectory will look like all the way out of the water. But he's also just 21 years old, so let's not get too worked up over the fact that maybe he's just not quite there at the all-star level quite yet. Maybe he's on the brink of it, and that's okay. Like, he still had a phenomenal start to his season, and the future looks incredibly bright for him and the team.
Yeah, I mean, like next year when he averages 25 and 12 a game, then we're talking about it. 25, 12, and 7,
Yeah.
we're talking about it.
The guys like
But he could make it. I think it's going to be close. Like
It-
I think he has a chance. I don't think it's a no, but I'm not going to be shocked if it is a no.
two names, or I guess there's two, maybe three. There's two names specifically though that if they make it in over him, because they have 7 reserves for each side. You got to imagine it'll be like probably three or four more front court, and then 3 or 4 more. I think it'll be 4 more front court and then three more guards. But there's 2 names that I'd be okay making it in over him. It'd be Karl Anthony Towns and then Sabonis, the name that Andrew brought up.
I know that Karl Anthony Towns is on the best team in the West this year. I think I'd put him on the team over Towns.
But
Just because I don't like Towns.
Yeah, no, I get that. The other one is like Rudy Gobert. I could see a coach putting Rudy Gobert
Oh
in
God!
over
If
him.
he makes the All-Star
I know.
game, I will riot for that. I'll actually get on board with Rockets Twitter. Going nuts.
The one where I'll jump on board is if Victor Wembanyama makes it. And honestly, now that I see it, like ratings wise, and for people wanting
he's
to
gonna
watch,
make it.
Victor Wembanyama is actually. If it's 4 more front court, the names are going to be Anthony Davis, Kawhi Leonard, Paul George, and Victor Wembanyama, and that's going to piss me off. That'll actually legitimately make me mad.
Wembanyama's averaging 20 points, 10 rebounds, 3 blocks, 3 assists a game.
On
shooting 46%
just a
from the
god-awful
field.
team.
Yeah, but they've won like 8 games or something.
God-awful team.
But you're right. I mean, look, viewership would be higher if he's
It would be.
involved in the game, unfortunately.
It would be, and that's that. You know what? I take it back. He makes it because Victor. It's not going to be about who deserves it. It's going to be about Victor Wembanyama. Wemby on the same team with LeBron and Jokic. People are just people are going to want to watch that.
If that directive is pushed down from the NBA to the coaches to make that decision, then I mean that's a joke.
Yeah, absolutely. But
And
you know what's
going to
happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm preparing myself completely that Alperen Sengun's not making the All-Star team. Like, that's the only way to go about it. Like, if he makes it, great. If he doesn't, I think that's what I expect at this point.
You know who Rockets?
But I'm not going to be Rockets Twitter. Like, Rockets Twitter, you're going to pump the brakes.
Yeah.
Like, you guys get way too butthurt about some of the dumbest stuff.
Don't be
I've
mad at
ever
us.
seen. Like, no, don't get mad at anybody.
No, you know
it's
what?
a
No.
freaking All-Star game.
They could
Like,
be mad at
chill out.
somebody. They could be mad at the entire country of Turkey for not supporting their guy.
Well, they don't have the internet, Josh.
They
We've
do
already
have.
determined
We
that on this
established
show.
that they do.
No.
Actually, you know what? Per Jeremy Branham, I don't know if they have the internet or not. I just like to pretend about a lot of stuff, so I
Yeah.
actually don't know.
I told you, but I do know these things.
They just have. I
told you
they
they
have
don't
the internet, but it's dial-up.
Yeah, well, it's not even that. They restrict everything.
Yeah. Well, they
to
actually
to the 12 people that get the internet.
they don't really restrict a whole.
It's a
They
third
restrict
world-
some, but they don't restrict that much.
I don't know.
I play video
I
games with a
honest-
guy who lives in Turkey.
Okay, I honestly don't know a damn thing about Turkey, other
The-
than like they've got some issues occasionally.
You know what? Rockets Twitter, and next time you feel like getting onto somebody and
Get
going
on
after
Turkey.
somebody, yeah, blame Turkey. It's
yeah, like
Turkey's
for
fault.
years, Yao made it because China stepped up.
Yeah, Turkey didn't step up when
get
when
your
Alpi
ass
needed him
together.
most.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Like, come
Yeah.
on, Turkey.
Look, y'all are all fine people, but I'm just saying, like, as a country, you need to stand up, step forward, and support your guy Alpi at the NBA All-Star voting. What's going on?
I mean, Turkey. The Rockets should be Turkey's team. Their colors are the same as their flag. They're
Exactly.
red.
Exactly.
Just like China was with the Rockets. Why do you think the Chinese love the Rockets so much?
It was kismet.
Because the color scheme, which was actually, I'm not kidding you, when the Rockets had Yao, one of the biggest reasons they had those jerseys
Was because of that?
they sold really well in China. I'm not kidding. The color scheme, it was a big thing in China. Like, they loved it there. That's why they
I don't
had the
doubt that
uniforms
at all.
like that. I heard that from somebody.
I don't doubt that at all. That makes sense. So what they should do now is they should change the Rockets jerseys ever so slightly to look more like the Turkish flag, and then next year Turkey will vote for Alperen
Just
Sengun more.
don't put a number on the front of the jersey. Put the big hammer logo or whatever the hell with the moon or whatever it
Yeah.
is that's on the Turkish flag.
The crescent moon.
Is that what it is?
I think so.
Yeah. Look at me knowing my flags. Flag trivia on the show.
I'm giving it a goog. Yeah, it's the crescent moon and the star, the flag of Turkey.
See? Is there a hammer thing on it or something?
No, there's no hammer.
Oh, I thought
the
there was
hammer
like a
and sickle. You're
thinking
like
communism
CC
here,
yeah,
Michael.
you're thinking like the CCCP.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're close enough to communism.
That is not that hammer and sickle, dude.
I mean, they're close to Russia, right? I don't know. I'm just asking.
I thought Granado was at the Cabo Cup. I didn't know he was sitting right next to me.
I don't
on the show on a Friday.
They don't have the internet, and they're basically borderline communists.
Have you been drinking Coors Lights today?
Nope. Number water in here, baby. Number water and extra sleep this morning.
I think we need to do some turkey lessons.
We could eat some turkey.
No, that's
Somebody
not
bring
the
in
same
a turkey.
thing.
Let's do that.
Nope, not doing that.
So congrats to Rockets Twitter on getting all butthurt last night. You guys need to find hobbies or girlfriends. Let's get to the roundup here on Connor and Beard when we return after this quick break and where Josh tells you to make your picks this weekend.
Well, while you're watching all these guys get voted for the All-Star starters and you're angrily tweeting away, being mad at people for not voting for certain people for certain games that don't matter, guess what? You want to do something on the internet or on your phone while you're busy doing that, something that's really easy that you could do while you're yelling at everybody on the internet? You can use Prize Picks. With the NBA heating up, really getting hot right now, we're getting into the meat of the NBA season. All-Star breaks coming up soon. The NFL playoffs are still happening this weekend. We've got conference championship action. You need to get onto Prize Picks and take your sports action to the next level because Prize Picks is the #1 daily fantasy sports app. I'm in Sports Heaven. You can be in Sports Heaven with the playoffs, with basketball season. There's no better way to turn all these big games into 100 times your money than with Prize Picks. All you got to do, just select 2 or more players, place your entry. It's that easy. That's all. 2 or more players, place your entry. It's that easy. You could turn $10 into $1,000 with just a few easy taps. The best part about Prize Picks is as soon as I downloaded the app, it's so easy to use, to get signed up, to get logged in, to pick your players, place your entries. They've got promos on the app that you could just select the promo section, find the promo that's up right there, and then easily place that entry. I love that easy gameplay. It's got quick withdrawals and a huge selection of players and stat options to choose from. Over 7 million sports fans have already signed up. I'm one of them. Michael is one of them. So join us and watch your favorite players and get paid doing it. Right now, Prize Picks is going to match your first deposit up to $100. Just download the Prize Picks app and use code JOSH975. That's code JOSH975. Prize Picks. Pick more, pick less. It's that easy.
Count them up and write them in here on the Roundup. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Normally we'd break down the games this weekend, but we'll do that in a little bit. We'll dedicate, it's championship weekend. We'll dedicate a segment to it. It would have been nice if the Texans were involved. Slackers.
Champions.
Fire D'Amico.
What?
Trade CJ.
H-Town Critic, is that you?
Dump Bobby. Get rid of them. Trade to the Bears. Trade all of them to the Bears for the first pick. Get Caleb Williams.
Yeah. What could
that'll fix it?
What could the Texans get if they decided to trade D'Amico Ryan?
That's next.
Yeah.
What would the Commanders give you their entire draft? Would you get the Ricky Williams draft for D'Amico Ryans? We'll tell you next on Connor and Beer. Please no. That'd be awful. One of the new coaches, guys, is Brian Callahan. A bit of a surprise to a lot of people that it moved as quickly as it did, of course, with the Titans. But he says he will call the plays for the Titans. How should the Titans fans feel about this one? He didn't call the plays for the Bengals.
Poor guy. You know what this reeks of? I just want to call the freaking plays. Being an offensive coordinator and not being able to call the plays, I have to imagine has to be really frustrating. And this is, you go get a head coaching job as an offensive-minded guy and you didn't even get to call the plays in your last offensive coordinator job. The last thing you want to do is give play calling duties to another offensive coordinator and not be able to do it yourself. It makes sense. Knowing where he came from. Zach Taylor called all the plays. He was the head coach. It makes sense that Brian Callahan would want to do the same thing.
Yeah. Hey, real quick, I just saw a text on the text line. It said, Connor and Beard, I hate you with all my guts. Well, I guess I'm not just joining on the heat just to make y'all feel bad. I'm going to go ahead and say that text did not make any sense.
What? Read it again?
Connor and Beard, I hate you with all my guts. Well, I guess not. I'm just joining on the heat just to make y'all feel bad.
Huh.
What do we do?
Joining on the heat? Do people hate us?
I guess.
Is it because Paul poked me in the eye?
Maybe.
Maybe that is, or did Paul poke me in the eye because something happened and we don't know about it?
Well, apparently Paul, I didn't even talk to Paul about that. He was calling me out. Yeah, you told me that for telling that the Kelseys can choke on a chicken.
Does everybody hate us?
I hope did you guys, speaking of the roundup, we'll just move on to the roundup real quick.
Fine.
Did you see Patrick Mahomes' dad's comments today?
No.
He was asked on, I think, WFAN in New York about is he going to sit with Taylor Swift and the Kelseys in the suite. And he said he hopes that he does not sit with Taylor Swift, the Kelseys, or Brittany Mahomes in the suite.
I don't blame him.
Is there drama in the Mahomes family?
No. I don't think that's what it is. I don't blame him. I think that the last thing I would want, and I know it's kind of a been there, done that situation because Mahomes has played in so many AFC championship games since he's been the starter. But like, if my son ever made it to any level of sports competition, which he won't because he's too tiny and not driven enough. But if he ever did, I would.
Jesus, throw your kid under.
I love my kid, but maybe with
Have
video.
you ever heard of Jose Altuve? He's tiny.
But yeah, but my son, got to be driven. He's only driven to play video games and be on his phone all the time. Which we'll talk about phones and teenagers later.
Oh God.
But if he made it to any level of competition like this, I wouldn't want any distractions from me watching my kid. I wouldn't want the Kelseys. I wouldn't want T Swift. I wouldn't want my daughter-in-law. I don't even know that I necessarily would want my wife and daughter sitting next to me if they don't promise to be quiet, watch along, and not distract me. I would want zero distraction. So I don't blame him for this at all. I don't think this is drama. This is just him wanting to sit and enjoy watching his son be awesome without any distractions.
I get that too, and I wouldn't want to be on TV the entire time.
Absolutely.
Over-under. Let's set the over-under on the Taylor Swift shots for Sunday. I'm going to say we'll set it at 7.5. Is that a good number?
I think that's good. I'm going to take the under on that. You want to know why? I think it's going to get split with Jason Kelce shots.
I hate him too.
We never got to do the intervention on that. They are.
I mean, honestly, we could talk about it a little bit because, to be perfectly honest, a lot of these roundup topics today suck.
That's
a bunch of Vic Fangio will become the DC of the Eagles.
Yeah, whatever.
Packers interviewing Brandon Staley for DC job. Kellen Moore to interview for Bucs OC job.
Let's really dive into this, okay? That's another thing Paul called you out for, and I forgot about. But he called you out for hating the Kelseys.
Well, I do hate them. Andrew, did you think the 7.5 number was good?
I thought that was a solid number.
Okay. So you take the under?
I'm taking the under.
I would probably take the under just because I don't know how big a day Kelsey's going to have against that Ravens defense.
I'm going to take the over. I just think that CBS is going to lean in. I mean, we heard J.J. Watt defending it the other day. He's part of the CBS pregame show. Championship game. This game's going to get at least 75 million viewers, probably.
Probably,
in that range?
or close to it. Yeah.
I mean, they got 50 million last weekend for Chiefs Bills.
And how many?
They're getting at least 75 this weekend.
I think there might be a small percentage uptick increase from last year because of the Taylor Swift factor too. And I'm not saying that tongue in cheek. I think the Swifties want to watch those moments.
It's disgusting.
But why do you hate the Kelseys so much? What? Okay,
it's all fake.
I understand.
All of it's
I
fake.
don't think it is fake.
It's all fake.
I don't think it's fake.
It's all fake. I'm telling you, This is the one skill that my wife has given me.
Yes.
She has taught me to read through the BS, and I can read a person in about 10 seconds.
I can't. Well,
and they
Travis
are fake,
Kelce is
fake.
Travis Kelce is fake. Jason Kelce.
He might be nice, but he is playing it up for the camera.
He is, well, duh. But I think he just legitimately wanted to be a nice guy and have fun. Of course, he is an attention. He's an attention seeker.
Yeah.
It's definitely for attention because he wants to entertain people. That's why he does the podcast. I think he's hilarious. He is my NFL athlete spirit animal.
I think that they're awful. All of them.
The stuff, you know what? You want to know why I'm so bothered by this? Because the stuff that Jason Kelce did at the game and the stuff that he does and the way he jokes, it is 100% me. That is the.
Wouldn't do any of that stuff.
I would rip my shirt off, drink, jump in the crowd, have fun, go introduce little girls who just want to meet Taylor Swift. Did you not see him do that?
No,
he picked up those girls and brought them to the window so they could meet Taylor Swift. Like, it was awesome.
I'm a hard pass, man.
Oh, get out of here.
And then you got the Taylor
I get it with Travis.
Yeah,
but
he's
the Jason
as fake
Kelce,
as it gets.
he is. But the Jason Kelce, you gotta at least. And then Jason Kelce's relationship with his wife Kylie is awesome. After he said that he told them as soon as they got in the suite that he was going to take his shirt off and jump out the window. And she said, "You better not." And he's like, "I'm not asking permission. I'm just warning you. That's what's going to happen." She put up on social media last night. I'm going to use that exact quote the next time I go to get a cat. You got to love them, dude. They're America's family.
No, they're not
They
America's
are America's family, and you have to love them. Your
They're
hatred of them is
family.
sad.
They're not America's
Yes,
family
they are.
at all. They can
Jason
all go to
Kelce
hell.
is America's dad.
And then the Taylor Swift factor is the worst. She
Ah.
sucks. Her music sucks.
I don't-
Everybody
I
that
don't
thinks she's
disagree with
great
that.
sucks, and I just can't stand it. To be perfectly honest with you, I think that she has been an unfortunate storyline of the NFL season. That every time I have to watch the Chiefs play, I gotta, there's Taylor's. I don't care. Get her out, Swifties. I don't care. You appreciate a talentless hack.
You know what? I hope they lean into the Taylor Swift stuff. I hope they lean into it until you learn to appreciate Jason Kelce.
I'm never going to appreciate.
Well,
any
then
of
they
them.
need. Then they need
until
to go
they're
harder.
off my TV.
Then they need
All
to
of
go
them.
harder
And
into
I
Taylor
understand
Swift.
that the Kelceys are going to be on my TV for a long time when it comes to NFL coverage. I can get by with the stupid commercials with Campbell Soup or Pfizer or Experian or whatever the hell he's doing. I could do all that.
HTX Rhino in the chat says Connor's a great ball of hate today.
I'm a great
ball of hatred.
24/7, 365 hate on them in that storyline.
I love it.
It's never going to stop.
I don't care about Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. I just think Jason Kelce's awesome.
He gets less hate than the other two.
That's fair. Okay, you know what? I'll accept that.
The other two,
I'll back off now.
They're absolutely the worst. And I hope that Taylor Swift, her songs come out that she stole them from somebody and her career goes in the tank. That's what I'm really hoping for.
Maybe you are kind of a villain.
For
You're a bit
her,
of a
yeah,
villain, yeah.
absolutely I am. So
Everybody's got a villain.
Let's at least do a couple of these football
Yeah,
things.
that's
Vic Fangio becoming the DC of the Eagles. Big deal?
Yeah, there's still a lot of talent on the defensive side of the ball, and you saw what he can do with talent. I mean, we've seen for years what Vic Fangio can do with talent. The thing that was awful for the Dolphins was just the amount of injuries that they had on that side of the ball, and they couldn't finish the job. But Vic Fangio taking over an Eagles defense that has as much talent with guys like Jalen Carter on the defensive line. I know they have some guys leaving; they have to make decisions on some free agents, but this is a win. This is a very, very, very big win for the Eagles because that defense has not. I think Jonathan Gannon has gotten a lot of retroactive love or maybe secondary love because of how bad the Eagles defense was this year with him gone.
I think they look like a classic go to the Super Bowl.
Like a Super Bowl hangover type thing. Yeah.
Like they started, they started 10-1.
Right.
Which is incredible. And they really fell apart.
Well, one of the big things, too, is just to sustain that level of play, go to a Super Bowl, and then continue winning. It just takes there's a drain, and you got to stay healthy.
Sounds like you're talking about a mentally weak team.
A little bit. Maybe they were a little mentally weak.
They ain't got that.
Vic
they ain't got
Fangio
that dog in them.
I think
you know who's got that dog in it? That's why we love the
dog?
Astros so much. The Astros got that dog in them. They just go every year. 7 years in a row. They like the Chiefs do. They got that dog in them.
And they play
going to the AFC Championship game again.
They play over 10 times more games than they do too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got that dog
every
in
single
them.
night.
Got that dog in them. One other one. The Brandon Staley DC interviews are filing in people. Can we believe this, that this man's actually going to get another DC job this quickly?
You know what?
Packers are his latest interview, but it sounds still like the Dolphins are going to be pretty hot and heavy on him. And the Rams are going to talk to him.
I think this might be one of those things where he's just going to be fine. He'll be fine as a coordinator. Whenever at head coaching with his I'm going to go by the analytics and the analytics notebook no matter what in any situation. I don't care what's happening. I just don't think he was a good head coach. I think he could still be a fine defensive coordinator. I mean, he has been a good coach in some regards through his career. Like if you look at the teams that he coached for, Chicago Bears linebacker coach, 1 year that's the problem is he only has 1 year as a defensive coordinator with the Rams before he got his head coaching job. So it's kind of like that if Bobby Slowick had gotten a job type of thing. So I guess I don't know. I'm fine with it as long as he's not making if I'm a fan of the team, like say he goes and he becomes the defensive coordinator for the Packers. I almost said the Chargers. He becomes the D coordinator for the Packers. I'm okay with it as long as he's not coming anywhere close to making any decisions for what the team is going to do.
Yeah.
Outside of defensive play calling.
I'd imagine that he's never going to have any influence there when it comes to that. So there's your roundup here on Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Is there a star wide receiver out there trying to tell you he wants to play with C.J. Stroud and the Texans? We'll tell you who it is next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, the spirit of radio.
Listen up, Texas. You can now play your favorite lottery games right from your phone with Jackpot.com. The Mega Millions and Powerball jackpots are getting bigger every day, and you can get in on the action right now and buy official Powerball, Mega Millions, and Lotto Texas tickets right from your phone at Jackpot.com. Just choose your favorite lottery game, pick your lucky numbers, and get your winnings instantly.
I love playing the lottery, and Jackpot.com makes it so easy because you can buy all your tickets right from your phone.
Jackpot.com notifies me right away if I win. It's safe and secure, and I never have to worry about losing my lottery tickets again.
This is the greatest thing ever. I can buy tickets right on my phone for Powerball, Lotto Texas, and other lottery games while I'm sitting on my couch at home.
Don't wait. Go to Jackpot.com and buy lottery tickets on your phone. Plus, right now, get a free lottery ticket with your first play. Go to Jackpot.com. That's Jackpot.com. Jackpot.com. Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Denise has been playing jazz for 40 years. Last concert, one of the musicians fell sick with RSV. Respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, is a highly contagious virus that can lead to breathing problems. This time, she's choosing to help protect herself with Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo. Abrysvo is a vaccine for the prevention of lower respiratory tract disease caused by respiratory syncytial virus, RSV, in adults 60 years of age and older. Abrysvo is not for everyone and may not protect all who receive the vaccine. Don't get Abrysvo if you've had a severe allergic reaction to its ingredients. People with a weakened immune system may have a decreased response to Abrysvo. The most common side effects are tiredness, headache, pain at the injection site, and muscle pain. Ask your pharmacist or doctor about Pfizer's RSV vaccine, Abrysvo, respiratory syncytial virus vaccine. For full prescribing information, please call 1-844-989-7284 or visit abrysvo.com. Brought to you by Pfizer.
ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Brought to you by Zadak Jewelers, KFNC and KFNC HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Greetings, Earthling.
In a world, in a symphony of debauchery, two strangers must work in tandem, and the task ahead of them is vast and treacherous. Can they face the challenge? Will they survive? Michael Connor and Josh Beard. It's Connor and Beard.
It's hour 2 of Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're a team in here. Josh is actually helping me out, plugging in my computer charger as we get hour number 2 kicked off.
Well, it's because I felt bad for you. Watching you struggle to unravel your power cable for your laptop. It's like whenever I watch one of my kids do the dishes or anything around the house. You gotta help them out.
I appreciate that. I'm pretty good at the dishes though. That's
I know, but you're not good at unraveling your own power.
Oh, it was
cord.
under a time constraint, Josh. Jesus.
You were trying to use one hand and you kept shaking it vigorously.
Well, yeah.
You're just angrily shaking it.
I was just trying to get the segment going, which is what we're gonna do here.
I just don't know if anybody told you that angrily shaking things is not the way you get it to work.
Don't tell me what to do.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
Tell me what
My
to
bad.
do. I don't tell you what to do.
You do all the time.
Do I?
Yes, you do. You tell me what I do wrong and how to do it differently all the time.
Well, that's because you're always Nash. You're negative ass Josh. I'm just saying.
Easy solution, Josh. Just don't do things wrong.
Oh God, both of you. The alliance is strong today.
Yeah, it is. That's good.
Hate it. Hate the alliance.
I love that advice. And you know what I would love is the advice of getting good players, even better players in the Texans. Guys, we've talked a lot throughout the season about, and by the way, you can join the show. Give your opinion, 713-780-3776. Call or text here. And I would really like to see what the text messages say on this one. We've talked a lot about the Texans needing a wide receiver. It's been one of our thoughts from the early parts of the season. Now, look, circumstances definitely changed as the year moved along because Nico Collins had a breakout year with C.J. Stroud, looked like a number one. I'm, as I said many times, in full belief that he actually is a number one. And you were right, Josh. You were right.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
Tank Dell was a monster before he got hurt.
He's also number one.
He is. He's a different kind of number one.
He is. He's definitely a different kind.
He's a number one freak option.
You have to utilize him in a different way, but the production that these guys could give is number one.
So they have two studs, it feels like, at wide receiver now.
Yeah. In my opinion, it feels like the beginnings of what you saw in snippets whenever the Bengals got Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, where you have two guys who could be the clear-cut number one, but having both of them is going to be awesome. I'm not saying that either Nico or Tank Dell is at the level of a Jamar Chase. That's not what I'm saying. They're probably both closer to like T. Higgins level, but they're both number one wide receivers that are going to put up a bunch of numbers.
Let's go bring back the question still. With the cap space available, with the guys that are free agents on the team, with the free agents that are available out there, and the improvements that they need in certain areas, especially on that defensive front that we've talked about a lot. Do you even want, first of all, before we get to the soundbite here and the thought of a trade, do we, like, as we sit here today on January 26th, do we want to see them utilize any of their cap space on a wide receiver? Yes or no?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, I've been pretty steady with your earlier in the year suggestion that they go with Mike Evans.
Okay.
I would like to see Mike Evans on a 2-year contract. Absolutely. Especially since in my plan, let's put Toof in the let's put Toof. Oh my God, I was looking at the YouTube. Let's put Josh in the GM chair. Josh goes in the GM chair. I already said yesterday I wouldn't bring back Dalton Schultz, so that frees up a little bit of money.
That's your first problem.
Somebody go get me a vest. Andrew, go get me a vest.
I actually have one in my backpack.
Give me your backpack vest. I wouldn't bring back Dalton Schultz. I'd go a different route probably in the draft and with Brevin Jordan. And then I would go after Mike Evans, sign Mike Evans to a 2-year deal.
Andrew?
Yeah, I'm less convinced about going in at the top of the wide receiver market anymore, just because I think that there's some options that could slot in great as a wide receiver 3, like a Gabe Davis, for instance. If you brought him in, I would not be opposed to that whatsoever. He's a good locker room guy, fits the culture of the wide receivers are going to block and work hard really, really well. So if you get someone like that as an upgrade on Robert Woods as your wide receiver 3, I'd be all for that. If the market at the top end for the wide receivers is a little too rich for the Texans' blood, considering they're going to have to spread that money over a fair number of positions.
I think that I'm right there with you guys if it's on the lower end. A depth piece. And Mike Evans, I'm not trying to downplay. Mike Evans just had another 1,000-yard plus season. What did he have? Did I just had him up? He had 1,200 yards this season, and he led the league in 13 touchdowns. I'm a little worried he's going to get too high of a price per year.
It has to be the right. It has to be the right price. And look, there are teams that need wide receivers that'll probably try to pay him that. But the other point of that too is Mike Evans is 30. He's going to be 31. He's going to be 31 to start the season. I mean,
turns
look,
31
this isn't
August 21st.
This isn't a Devontae Adams signing a contract at 29 type of thing.
Yeah.
He's 31. He's at the back half, the end of it's like his last hurrah, his last run. I think his contract is probably going to be somewhere closer to what DeAndre Hopkins is getting. I don't know. I haven't looked at DeAndre Hopkins' contract.
It was like 2 years, 20-something million.
So yeah, 2 years, $54 million. That's probably a little high. That's probably a little pricey.
There's no way it's fit. That's right. That's got to be his Cardinals.
That's his Cardinals. That's the extension. I think that's what he's working on right
Titans.
now.
No.
No, I know he's with the Titans now.
But he got released. He got a new deal. It's like 2
did he
years,
get a brand new deal with the Titans?
Yeah, because he was a free agent.
Oh, he didn't get traded. That's right.
Yeah, it was smaller, I think, than you would have expected for him to get. Like if it was a Hopkins type of deal that he got with the Titans, I'd feel really good about it because it's not a salary cap killer.
Yeah, he got his AAV or his cap hit next year is going to be 13.9.
Yeah, 2 for 26.
Yeah,
is what
so
he
that's
got.
fine.
Yeah, if it was that, great, sign me up. But there is one other guy out there is he really available? Well, we don't know. But he loves him some C.J. Stroud. His name is Devontae Adams, and he had some glowing things to say about the Texans quarterback.
Yeah, CJ Stroud is on.
Stroud. That was somebody I was campaigning for coming out. So I was really, I won't say I was anti-rookie, but I was not, pro rookie across the board. It wasn't just get somebody young, in here. It was really, that was the guy that I felt strongly about, and he felt the same way. I know I've seen a couple of videos where they had asked him who he'd like to throw to coming in the league, and he said me. And I actually got to kick it with him at Michael Rubin's all-white party out there in the Hamptons, and we kicked it for probably like literally 8 hours. And dude is solid. Like, I've never been around a dude that young coming in that, that's that mature, other than probably Trey Tucker. Like those two dudes, probably two of the most mature rookies that I've been around. It's a pretty good age gap, but you don't really feel it when you're around them, which is something that I feel like, you, JJ, Cobb, Jordy, and 12 felt about me, which is something that, I kind of see a little bit of my personality as CJ.
So honestly, I mean, clearly that does line up with a lot of the reports that the Raiders, everybody in the Raiders organization wanted them to trade up to get C.J. Stroud, and the only guy that didn't was Josh McDaniels, which is crazy to think that that's actually it was a real thing.
He's the worst.
Yeah, he is the worst. But that's a good thing for the Texans. Do you even do you make a phone call? Do you just make the phone call and see what they want for him?
No. Yeah.
Do the Raiders even want to trade him?
Probably not. Actually, I don't know. I mean, he's going to be a $22.5 million cap hit at
31 years old.
He's going to be 32 when the season starts.
Yeah.
And I just don't think, if we're sitting here talking about the Texans not being in the business of signing a free agent like T. Higgins or if Mike Evans is too expensive, and we're saying they shouldn't do that because they need to use their cap space elsewhere, I feel like the same goes for somebody like Davante Adams, as incredible as Davante Adams has been. And he had another good year this year. Like if you go look at his stats, he had with Aiden O'Connell had 1,100 yards, a little over 1,100 yards, and then before that he had two 1,500-yard seasons back to back at one point. 2025, 26 million and 28 million. His dead cap in 2025, even if you decide to cut him, is still 15 million. So you'd only save yourself $11 million. So you don't hate paying a talented wide receiver a lot of money while CJ's on his rookie contract, but what is that $26 million going to stop you from also getting? So if you were younger, even if you were 30, I'd say for sure, absolutely. But is he going to be worth the $22.5 million at 30 in his age 32 season? To put it in perspective, now this guy didn't stay as good longer because he started dealing with injuries. But Julio Jones, at age 32, he played 10 games when he was 32, only had 434 yards. He had two 1,400-yard seasons after an 1,800-yard season, a 1,600-yard season, a 1,300-yard season that fell off the map at 771 and then 434 and then 299.
Yeah, mid-30s, you fall off.
Yeah, and that's just that 31 to 32 range is typically where you see those wide receiver cliffs. That's where they tend to fall off, and the really, really good ones can last a little bit longer into the early 30s. But is Davante Adams good enough to make it last 1 year, and then you still have to deal with the headache of the cap hit on top of that? I don't know that I want to be locked into Davante Adams that long for the Texans.
I think the only way you'd entertain it from Texans standpoint is if it was basically a dump off to where you're not giving up crazy draft picks. They give up a ton of crazy draft picks to get him to the Raiders. I don't think that you could even entertain it before anything better than a second round pick.
Yeah.
That's simple as it gets. Let's get Pena in here real quick. Wants to talk about it. Hey, Pena.
Hey, what's going on, guys? So I wanted to chime in into this conversation. You said don't even make the call to Davante Adams. I mean, what does it even hurt to call? Just make the call. It's not going to hurt. What are they going to say? No, yeah, we want a first-round pick. Hang up. That's it. But if I was Casario, I would offer, isn't Josh Jacobs leaving so you can have Dameon Pierce and a third-round pick, and maybe next year's third or fourth-round pick, and talk to his Davante Adams agent and say, hey, let's talk about a restructuring, and that's all I got to say. But hey, Josh, Aggie suck wieners, dude.
Wow, that was aggressive.
The worst one yet. You know what?
Wieners.
Pena? Hate you, Pena. Can't wait to watch two Aggies beat the snot out of a Longhorn in the NFC Championship game this weekend.
You would be the one that thinks of it like
Pena that. Pena had 2 points. One, I agree with. You're right. At least make the call. That's fair.
Yeah.
You don't have any.
You're always making calls.
But I'm making the call. No, here's why. Here's the only reason I wouldn't make the call. I would have zero intention of not doing that deal. But I get it. Make the call, see what can happen.
I think it's the Raiders calling you.
Yes. The Raiders, if you call and offer the Raiders Dameon Pierce and a third-round pick, it's going to be disrespectful. And the last thing you want to do as an executive in this league is just call up and offer crap and be disrespectful. You don't want to go with your best offer, but Dameon, they have Zamir White. Zamir White is light years better than what Dameon Pierce would be for them. I know Dameon Pierce is coming off of a year where he was the best offensive asset that the Texans had. He was awful this year. He's worth maybe at best in a weird scenario a 5th round pick. So you're essentially offering the Raiders a 3rd and a 5th for Davante Adams. Now the contract is huge. Davante Adams is up there in years, but there's no way they make that trade. You'd have to offer a little bit more. That's a disrespectful offer.
I think there's the other aspect of this too, is that from everything you read from the reporting on the Raiders, I mean, they hire Antonio Pierce, who had a massive backing from the team, including Davante Adams. He was very vocal about it. They're not looking necessarily to dump things off. It feels like they're trying to figure out how to get a quarterback because they feel good about their roster around the roster as a whole outside of the quarterback position. So like that's where they think that they can be a playoff team.
It's hilarious.
And honestly, like
it's cute.
I mean, they're not a pushover. They're not awful.
No, they're a middle of the road team.
Like
And
if they found the right quarterback, they could be a playoff contender. They just when you go back and look, they haven't been a playoff contender basically at all since they went to the Super Bowl in the early 2000s.
Right.
Like
they're just they're constantly a middle of the road team. They like staying on exactly the thing I talk about all the time, the treadmill of mediocrity. They have no problem being on that because Davis will always want to go and get the big name players but just not enough around them. So he's always going to pay too much money to the wrong guys and never have it figured out at quarterback, never have it figured out at some of these other spots. So they will constantly just go over and over and over and over and spin that wheel on the treadmill of mediocrity.
Well, we'll keep an eye on it, of course. I don't expect anything coming of it in terms of the news that could be out there, or any real links or Davante Adams even going anywhere. But it's interesting to hear, of course, when you have players of that status in the league already gushing publicly, of course, about the Texans quarterback. You love to see it. Hey, let's talk about the AFC Championship game. A game that C.J. Stroud will play in next year. We'll preview this weekend's game when we return to Connor and Beard. ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5, and so is your wife.
When I buy my wife, hang like slave of wizard.
Now's a great time to have a MyBookie account. Joel Blank here. If you have one already, you know. If you don't have a MyBookie account, you gotta get one. The NFL playoffs, the big game coming up, NBA and college hoops every night, and golf and soccer and hockey as well. It is awesome. Plus, MyBookie is more than just a sports book. Get a real-life Vegas experience from the comfort of your own home. They actually have live, in-the-flesh dealers on poker, blackjack, and roulette tables. It's really cool. All you gotta do is go to MyBookie.ag, click on bonuses to see all the great ways to turn your deposit into bonus cash. Whether you're new to MyBookie or you want to reload as an existing customer, you can do it too. You can also refer a friend and get some bonus cash. Use our promo code BET975. Start playing today at MyBookie.ag and always use the code that I tell you to use. Promo code BET975. As I always tell you, bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's MyBookie.ag and our promo code BET975.
Attention business owners in need of reliable work trucks and transits. Look no further than Chastang Ford. They have an extensive inventory available, including blue and gold certified trucks. Each Ford Blue Advantage certified used vehicle must pass a detailed multi-point inspection before becoming gold or blue certified. This means you can trust the quality and reliability of Chastang Ford certified trucks. Whether you need a tough work truck or a versatile transit, Chastang has the perfect vehicle to meet your business needs. Visit Chastang Ford today or go to ChastangFord.com.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey friends, did you know that nearly 1 in 4 consumers don't have enough money to cover a $400 emergency expense? What would you do if you needed some extra cash fast? Try BillsHappen.com. BillsHappen.com is the smart way to get a personal lender. So whether you need extra money for car repairs, medical bills, family emergencies, whatever you need cash for, go to BillsHappen.com and you could get the money you need as soon as the next day, up to $5,000. At BillsHappen.com, the process is safe, secure, and all online. You can use your smartphone. No one to deal with in person. And Bills Happen does not charge charge any fees to use their service. It's easy. When you need a lender, just remember, when bills happen, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
The Veritex Community Bank Studios is currently under Connor and Beard occupation. Not sure that's a good thing, but here they are.
It's wonderful on Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Guys, it's a big weekend, as like we've been talking about a little bit depressing because the Texans aren't involved in it because they were just one win away once again. Was it the fifth time they played in the divisional round? Correct?
Is it that many times?
I think so. I feel like
we'll say yes. We're going to agree with you. We're choosing to agree with you.
This is easily look-upable.
Yeah, I believe it's the fifth because it would be, 2 under Bill O'Brien, 2 under Gary Kubiak, and then 1 now with D'Amico.
These scam likely calls. I got a quick call on my phone. Sorry.
You don't like scam likely?
Yeah.
He's my best
No, I
friend.
don't like scam likely. I think buzz off. Yeah, it was. It was 2 with Kubiak, 2 with O'Brien, and 1 with D'Amico. So that was the fifth time they had the opportunity to go ahead and get to the AFC Championship game, but they did not. So let's go ahead and talk about this weekend's AFC Championship game. It will be the game on Sunday that leads off the Championship Sunday, 2 o'clock on CBS. Baltimore Ravens hosting the Kansas City Chiefs, the defending Super Bowl champions. Ravens a 4-point favorite. I guess we're done with our pick segment. I don't know which one of you won. I would assume it was
We'd have to go back, and I didn't even think about it.
I went 2-2. I will check on the results in a second here.
Yeah.
What did I go? 0-4 probably? I mean, we'll see.
I think I went 2-2 as well, which means Andrew won. I think
yeah.
Andrew won by half a game. Man, that's going to make me so
but if
sad
we were
if that's
picking
true.
if we were picking on the line on this one this weekend, guys, where would we go? Ravens -4.
I'd pick the Ravens.
Which actually, I'm seeing it now. It's down to 3.5. It appears.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Everything that we've seen about the Chiefs is Isaiah Pacheco's questionable. Joe Thuney is doubtful. So, and he is a big part of their offensive line. One good thing on their injury report, Kadarius Toney is also questionable. So that's good for the Chiefs, because the last thing you would want is having Kadarius Toney out there in the AFC Championship game dropping passes in big moments. I believe last I saw that is Marlon Humphrey is going to be ready to go for the Ravens, and Mark Andrews is officially back for the AFC Championship game. So you look at these two teams, the Ravens. Even if let's say Mark Andrews and Marlon Humphrey were still banged up, I'd still pick the Ravens, I think. But you're looking at the Ravens, who seem to be pretty fully healthy for the most part, and the Chiefs, who got a couple of guys that are banged up here and there. I just trust Lamar Jackson and in this Ravens offense and what they've done this year versus the up and down nature of what the Chiefs have been. And it's weird. I mean, there have been moments where I've bet against Patrick Mahomes this season. I've been wrong. I feel like this could be another one of those moments, but I'm picking the Ravens.
I like the Ravens a lot here, especially if they're able to do what they did against the Texans, which is just run it down the Chiefs' throat. If that happens, and I really do believe this right now, I think the Ravens are easily the best of the 4 teams left in the playoffs. And I think that they are the clear favorites to win the whole thing. I don't care what, the 49ers, we'll get to that game in a little bit. They're getting a ton of love every week in terms of spreads and everything. I don't like them. I just don't like them. I think a lot of it is their quarterback. It's Lamar Jackson. Lamar wasn't anything crazy against the Texans. He took a lot of sacks. They put a lot of heat on him. I am interested to see, Steve Spagnuolo has always been a coordinator that loves to bring pressure, how he handles that. One note from the game preview here. Steve Spagnuolo's Chiefs defense, since he took over as the coordinator, they have allowed more rushing touchdowns to quarterbacks than any team in the league.
That is not good.
Of them. So
that is not good.
I think there's your money play this weekend of Lamar Jackson having a rushing touchdown. I do think that they win. I do think they cover at home. I've been on the train of Chiefs being frauds for a while. And look, you can't be a fraud when you are a team in the AFC Championship game.
Yeah.
I'm willing to admit now that I was wrong. I still don't think that they're as good.
I still think they're frauds.
And look, if they go out and they get blown out in this game, then I'll come back on Monday and say, yeah, they were frauds.
Fraudulent.
I finally turned out to be right.
Fraudulent AFC Championship contender.
Yeah.
That's what they are. Or championship participant.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah, fraud.
They beat the other frauds. I told you, last week was fraud on fraud matchup. Bills and Chiefs.
Look,
bunch of frauds.
Honestly, if they go out and win this game and they make it to the Super Bowl, it's gonna. It's probably gonna be because Lamar Jackson had an off day. He got poked in the eye by Paul Gallant, so he couldn't see out of half of one eye. He had a dark spot. The defense, we'll find any excuse. We're gonna continue the Chiefs are frauds storyline all the way through, even if they win the Super Bowl. Frauds. Oh, who do you win the Super Bowl against? Could you imagine if it's like Chiefs Lions? Oh, the Chiefs had a really tough path to a Super Bowl this year. Frauds.
I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Fraud Super Bowl
I got your back.
winners. Andrew, where are you leaning early on here with your thoughts on this game?
It's got to be the Ravens for me. This team, I'm not one to massively buy into all the advanced statistics, DVOA, and everything like that. But depending on where you look, this Ravens team is one of the 3 or 4 best of all time. Like, this team, I think it's time we admit that just because it hasn't always looked exceptionally pretty from like an aesthetic standpoint doesn't mean that they're not historically good. You look at the job that they have done against winning teams. I think they've got 8 wins against teams that finished with winning records by greater than 14 points. I mean, that's just absolutely absurd that a team can be that consistently good against other good teams in the NFL. You just do not see it to the level that we've seen it with this Ravens team. So I'm done doubting them in any capacity at this point. I am all in on Lamar and the Ravens. And look, if they've come up short, it's going to be a serious, serious blow to Lamar's legacy. He's going to have a second MVP in his trophy cabinet after the season. But if it doesn't come with any Super Bowl appearances or Super Bowl wins, questions are going to start being asked.
When it comes to Lamar Jackson in this game, that's going to be one of the hottest topics. Does he get over his leg? Is this his legacy game, I guess, for Lamar Jackson? I know he's – how old is he now? Is he 28?
27, 28?
He's got to be at least 27 years old, I'd imagine. He's 27. He just turned 27 in January.
We should just from now on when we guess.
Is it too early in his career to still go legacy game? But given the trend of his career in the playoffs, is that what this is?
I think so. I think that's absolutely fair to say. I mean, that could be changed. We could say it's a legacy game, and let's say he loses and they get knocked out of the playoffs. It's going to be the narrative will be Lamar Jackson can't win a Super Bowl. But he could always maybe change that later on. There's not more than just one legacy game, but this could be one of them, one of the big ones.
Yeah, Josh is 100% right. This is a legacy-defining game for his career as it's currently shaped. Yep. That can change down the line. I mean, Peyton Manning didn't exactly have a bunch of playoff success early in his career, but he was able to slowly change that narrative as time went on. But especially given the amount of weapons that Lamar now has around him, that's the difference for me. With Ravens teams in the past, it was Lamar basically having to single-handedly carry those offenses. And that's not to say that he's still not far and away the most important piece of this Ravens offense, but he now has more supporting characters around him than he's had at any point past with the Ravens.
I really I liked a lot of what we saw out of him this season. I know that last week we tried to talk ourselves into how the Texans can beat him.
Yeah,
and all the
we
things
did.
Left and right. I just don't think right now you're beating him. I don't think you're beating him. I don't think you're beating this team. I think that he's playing his best football of his career. And even if that means he's not putting up a stat line last week, it was 300 yards, whatever, it's like 160 or 170 yards passing, but runs the ball all over the place. I think he's just making the right decisions inside of their offense and playing a more complete football game overall this season. And I know that the Chiefs defense has carried them. There's no denying that overall. Their Chiefs defense has been the calling card of their team this year. I just don't see them stopping them this weekend. I really, really don't.
In fairness to us, we did mostly think it was because C.J. Stroud would be able to beat the Ravens.
Now, the other side of it's Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
So we should be giving a little bit more credit here.
No.
It's not going to be a huge shock if Patrick Mahomes goes and wins a playoff.
He's a fraud this year.
He's kind of won a lot of them.
Fraud-ass Mahomes, fam.
He was great last weekend.
one game, Michael. It's just one game where he
does have Josh
one of the best
Allen's
quarterbacks one of the best quarterback performances in the league all year. It's just one game, dude.
It was his first road playoff game.
It was.
Maybe he'll finally fail on the road again. Like that's the only other thing I can give you there.
Man, that's the most heartbreaking thing about this is none of us will be surprised if the Chiefs just go out and blow them out.
Nah, the Ravens by 10 or more.
I'm gonna say.
I hope I'm wrong because I want it to be tight.
I'm gonna say 24-21 Ravens.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go with the Ravens. Let's say 27-20.
Okay. Ravens 42, Chiefs 12.
Why did you have to change it?
What? Change what?
You said. Yeah, no, that's true. You did say 10 plus. You didn't say an actual score. I just didn't think you'd go that high.
42-12. Patrick Mahomes throws 4 picks.
I like that. I would love that. Broad ass Mahomes.
I'm just trying to be the first person to get it out there.
Yeah,
that's really what it is.
If
I hit, I'm gonna look like a genius.
Yeah, you're gonna be. Everybody's gonna come and be like, "We need to talk to this Michael Connor guy."
He has an idea of what he's doing. So we'll get to the NFC game in the next hour. The 49ers and the Lions, of course, in the NFC Championship game. Hey, let's talk some Astros when we get back. Let's talk rebound seasons. Who needs to have the biggest for the Astros in 2024? That's next here on Connor and Beard.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Everyone loves our chicken pot pie.
Chicken pot, chicken pot, chicken pot pie.
We all know and love Jack's Grill with the burgers and the wings. And we love the brunch over at the Union Kitchen. Tell me about Passarella. What do you have going on there?
Passarella has 2 locations, one in Cypress on the boardwalk, and we have one on Washington, right at the Washington-Westcott roundabout. Super excited about brunch, Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. We've got some traditional Italian fare, and then we've got your American classics that everybody just loves. We've got mimosas, we've got great coffee. Come by and see us.
For more information or to book your table, go to greatplate.com. That's GR8plate.com.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The patented key ingredient is something called Testofen, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness. You can now buy official Texas lottery tickets right from your phone with Jackpot.com. Mega Millions and Powerball jackpots are getting bigger every day, so don't wait. Go to Jackpot.com and buy lottery tickets on your phone. Go to Jackpot.com. That's Jackpot.com. Jackpot.com. Paid for by Jackpot.com. You must be 18 or older to order a lottery ticket. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Waymore Silencers, the only one-stop Class 3 NFA dealer with the largest selection of all of Houston. Just got in fresh stock. Celebrate the new year with a new silencer. Waymore Silencers just got fresh stock on all your favorites, like Silence Co's Scythe TI, the AAC Jaeger 30, Q's Trash Panda, and so much more. So come on down and check them out. You're sure to find the perfect one for your gun. Hey, that rhymes. Don't forget, Waymore Silencers has one of the only in-house electronic fingerprinting and photo services in town. Best of all, they eliminate all the hassle by filing the NFA Form 4s for you. Waymore Silencers is located at 15255 Gulf Freeway, Suite 167B, right off the Dixie Farm Road exit, or online at waymoresilincers.com. Again, they're located at 15255 Gulf Freeway, Suite 167B, right off the Dixie Farm Road exit, or visit waymoresilincers.com. Way more selection, way more personalized service, way more silencers. Your one-stop shop for the right to remain silent.
And with the local DBC news, Aaron Coonjay with a triumphant comeback.
Back to Connor and Beard in the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Do you smell that? What do you think that is? I don't know.
It's Connor and Beard on your Friday. We're halfway home, fellas. Smell the weekend. You can taste it. What's the taste like to you?
I just realized I have to go to a wedding tomorrow, so it's gonna be fine. Like, there's gonna be food and drinks. I have to be the DD.
You need to be careful on the dance floor, Josh.
Huh?
You need to be careful.
I'm gonna cut her.
No,
up,
you need to be
dude.
careful because you injure yourself all the time.
So
like,
I injured
I'm
myself
worried.
walking downstairs. I'm not dancing on stairs, Michael.
Dude, those floors aren't exactly sticky. They're slick, so you can slide a little bit.
They end up being sticky after all the drunk people spill drinks on them, so you have better traction after
What kind of wedding are you going to?
My brother's wedding in May. His wedding was out in Austin. The number of people that got so drunk, because everybody's staying at the hotel that the wedding was at. So the number of people that got that spilled drinks on the dance floor because they were so drunk they couldn't actually stay up, or they were just spilling drinks, was astronomical. My shoes were very sticky by the end of the night. I really hope. I think it was drinks.
I'm worried about you.
No, I'll be fine. I'll be okay. I can cut a rug, man.
Should you be worried about Josh on the dance floor this weekend?
Look,
713-780-3776. Will he hurt himself?
I'll say this. I'm not a good dancer, but I'm not a clumsy dancer.
I could have guessed that you're not a good dancer.
I could do the stanky leg though.
Oh God, we don't need that.
I'll do the stanky leg for you and Andrew one day.
You can do it during the commercial break.
Yeah, I'll do that.
The YouTube channel.
Yeah. The YouTube gets to watch me do the stanky leg.
Yeah. Hey guys, we're another day closer. Again, this isn't the Paul Gallant show where we come on and Astros spring training this many days away. I don't know how the song goes. Yeah, Sean, I'm talking bleep.
You know
your
what?
Your host assaulted.
He accosted me, Sean.
He assaulted one of these people. I mean, I say one of these people. He assaulted the man to my left. I don't know why I said these people, but that's what he did, Sean. So you give me that look all you want. It's not. We're not playing we're not doing the. I don't know how many days there are. Josh, can you count real quick?
How many days are what?
Till spring training.
It's always Astros time in Houston. Are you ready to play?
A lot of people were wondering what it was going to be like if the Astros didn't win the division. I guess we'll never know.
We're counting you down to the Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to spring training in West Palm Beach.
This is a Paul Gallant show countdown on Connor and Beer here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All thanks to Sean walking in and finding it for us.
I don't know. How many days are there? Sean, do you know how many days there are? What did Paul say?
17.
17 days?
17 days.
Man, that's exciting.
That's that Longhorn math coming into play right there.
I would have known how many days there were, but Paul knocked it out of me when he punched me in the eyeball.
Yeah, Josh is concussed.
But his hands are it's like a ball-peen hammer. Like his fists are so small, it just went straight into the eye socket. Didn't hit anything around it. He just poked me right in the eye with his fist.
Yeah, you almost died today.
I did almost die.
Yeah.
Somebody on the
17 days of spring training.
I'm excited about that. I was gonna say somebody on the text line 1715 said I should take Andrew to the wedding with me to catch the bouquet. Maybe we'll talk about that later.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Catch the bouquet. Yeah.
Andrew, yeah. You want to get out there? With
You want to go to the wedding with us?
When is the wedding?
Tomorrow.
No.
Oh, come on, man.
Oh man,
I'll iron your clothes for you.
You got a snack date?
Yeah.
I got plans.
Oh,
you got plans.
Okay, never mind. My bad.
Got plans.
My bad.
This weekend,
no, but this bouquet is not for you. Okay, 17
good.
days till the Astros report.
Report to spring training.
Yeah.
Games will get going in about a week after they get there. The question today, we're gonna have Astro questions of the day between now and spring training. I don't know. We're just gonna find whatever the hell we're gonna talk about. My question for you guys today with the Astros is who needs to have the biggest rebound season for them? And we've narrowed it. I'm narrowing it to the the four most obvious candidates. Jeremy Pena last year. He wasn't and I was reading Chandler Rome on this the other day. He mentioned it in one of his pieces. There were a lot of numbers where Pena actually improved last year, but what didn't improve was his power. He went from 22 home runs down to 10, and he had an walk slump. It was really, really bad for a really long period of time. But his strikeout rate went down a little bit. His chase rate went down a little bit. His walk rate went up a little bit. He hit the ball on the ground the entire season.
Yeah, hit the ball straight to the second baseman. Percentage went up. I don't even know if that's a stat but that's just it's like they had magnets every game specifically for Jeremy Pena.
He just had, when you talk about the era of launch angle, he didn't have launch angle at all last season.
No.
It did not exist. So hopefully he can, I've seen some videos of him working out. Guess what? He looks as jacked as ever. He's going to come back strong. Let's hope his bat produces some power. And he's going to be,
Who's in better
26
shape?
years
Who's
old
in
this
better
season.
shape, me or Jeremy Pena?
Jeremy Pena.
Come on,
It's not
Look,
even
I'm flexing for you right now.
Dude,
look at that.
Jeremy Pena's jacked.
It's me or Jeremy Pena, though.
Have you ever been around Jeremy Pena?
Yeah, I have been. Me or Jeremy Pena. I don't think
it's
you're not looking at me. You're looking at your microphone.
It's Jeremy Pena.
Me or Jeremy Pena?
It's Jeremy
I don't think
Pena.
you're getting a good look. We'll do it in better lighting.
So Jeremy Pena hit 10 home runs last year, 705 OPS. Does he need to have the bigger breakout season then? I'll give you your other candidates right now. Jose Abreu, who actually finished the season pretty well in the last month and had a good postseason. But He overall last season was not very good. 237, 18 home runs, 90 runs batted in, had a 680 OPS. And then we'll get those two guys in with the pitchers. Fromber, overall numbers looked good, but the end of the season was bad. 12-11, 3.45 ERA, 200 strikeouts in 198 innings. Christian Javier, 10-5, 4.56 ERA in 31 starts. Only had 159 strikeouts in 162 innings, which was his worst year in terms of strikeout rate last year. Who of those four guys, has to have the biggest rebound year for the Astros?
It's Fromber. For me, bar none. I would love it for all of them. I'd love to answer all of them. But if I had said, I wanted to jokingly say all four of them, but I knew I would have immediately gotten the disappointed dad look from Andrew as soon as I said that, so I chose not to. So you're welcome, Andrew. I'm maturing, and it has a lot to do because of your guidance. So I'm going to say Fromber. We talked about it yesterday. Seeing a rebound year from Jeremy Pena, great. You get better hitting production, but I feel good about the bats overall. Jose Abreu, same thing. Christian Javier, getting a big rebound from him would be incredible. That'd be awesome. Framber Valdez needs to be an ace. He has to rebound and be an ace for the Astros. Because if Framber rebounds and can consistently game in or start a game in and game out with the games when he's coming in and starting, if he can be an ace, just like we said yesterday, this takes the Astros from they have a chance to make it to a World Series and win to they are definitively going to and winning the World Series. If Framber Valdez is an ace, especially with the bullpen that they have now. Imagine going into a playoff game with Framber Valdez having like a Cy Young Framber kind of year, and any team, doesn't matter, any team in Major League Baseball, you're the AL championship game, the World Series. Is there any team that's going to feel good about having to go and hit against a Cy Young level Framber Valdez and then 6 innings of that at the very least, and then Brian Abreu, Ryan Presley, and Josh Hader?
That's pretty good.
There's no team in the world is going to want to go against that, right? And so that's as much of a guaranteed win as you can get in Major League Baseball. Of course, you got to have the bat help. You got to hope that they don't turn it on, whatever. But Cy Young level Framber Valdez changes completely the makeup of what we think this team could do in 2024.
Andrew, which way would you go of the four?
I would actually go with Christian Javier. And I agree with Josh that I don't think the bats are as necessary to have them bounce back. I think you can survive with Jeremy Pena being pretty mediocre at the plate and Jose Abreu being something close to who he was at the end of last season. And I also think that it's not the absolute end of the world if you get Framber from last year and you just like copy and paste his performance from last year to this season. Obviously, it's not ideal, and you would like more from the guy who's supposed to be the ace of your rotation, but I believe you could survive that. What I don't believe you can survive with the lack of depth that the Astros pitching staff now has is Christian Javier going out and having the same season that he did last year. Like, there was a stretch of performances that were just unfathomably bad from Christian Javier in the middle of last year where he was giving up, 10, 11, 12 runs a game, but just like he would walk out there and it would be 1 inning, 8 runs. And that happened for almost damn near a month.
Yeah.
And you simply can't survive that given the current state of the Astros rotation and what we expect them to be coming into next season. They don't have the depth to fall back on anymore. They need Christian Javier. Maybe he's not going to be the, everyone's favorite bet to win Cy Young like he was after his incredible postseason run heading into last season.
And it's good. He had a really good start to the year last
year. And he had a really great start. But he needs to be something closer to who he was in 2022 than whatever the hell we saw really at any point in 2023. Because even in the postseason, while he was better, he wasn't the strikeout machine and just like the wizard that he was in 2022.
We sweated it out with him on the mound.
Oh, yeah.
For sure. That Twins game, like he didn't give up any hits, but he was walking
he
guys
danced
left
around
and right.
trouble.
Yeah, the whole freaking time. He's the most obvious answer to me is Javier. Like, I think Framber falls back into being better than he was last year almost by default because, like I said yesterday, like the stuff didn't fall off with him at any point, and it was just I just think he lost command, and then between the ears was not good. Now, look, you can have your concerns with that. There's no reason you shouldn't have your concerns with the between the ears stuff and all that. Like, that stuff matters. I think that the overall team mood and the pissed off and all that thing is going to matter for Framber to where it's a good thing for him. The Javier one is the clear, obvious choice, but just to be different, I guess, I'll go with Abreu here. Just from the standpoint of when you look at the offense, we know the consistency of the top of the lineup. We know that you're going to have Jose Altuve up there, right? And he's going to be awesome. We're going to have Alex Bregman somewhere up there. You're going to have Jordan Alvarez. You're going to have Kyle Tucker. You have Yainer Diaz in year 2, which we think is going to be a great year for Yainer Diaz, getting the bulk majority of the playing time behind the plate. And this is a guy that hit over 20 home runs last year. But he also strikes out a ton. He will strike out a ton. He's never going to walk. His chase rate is going to be extreme. Chas McCormick was unbelievable last year in terms of a breakout player. What happens if he goes back to being Chas before, which is a 250 hitter and 14 home runs? Like, it's not the worst thing in the world, but what happens if the Chas that was here last year doesn't show back up? We know that Jake Myers, unfortunately, is going to play some for this baseball team. We'd all love to see them add another outfielder. I just don't think it's going to happen. Even if he was hurt majority of the year, there was something to having Michael Brantley's presence in the lineup at the end of the year that made this lineup a little bit lengthier and everything. That was part of the appeal for it. Bregman, I mentioned him earlier. You think he's going to be good? Like there's a lot of guys in this lineup that are really, really good. But when you look at Jose Abreu, he's going to hit somewhere 4, 5, or 6.
Yeah.
That's where he hit last year, all year long. They're going to put him in that spot again. He's a year older. There's no reason to think he's going to get any better. When you do go back and look at it last year, he hit 54 games in the cleanup spot where he hit 230 and 3 home runs. As the 5-hole hitter, hit 259 with 9 home runs. In the 6th hole, he hit 213 with 6 home runs. In all likelihood, I bet they slot him 5. That's an important spot in this lineup, a very, very important spot because they're going to break up the lefties and everything still. They have to have him be more consistent. I don't need him to go back and being Jose Abreu MVP year, the 2020 shortened season, or even those years before. But, like, if if the guy that was with the White Sox the year before he was at the Astros that gave up some power and only hit 15 home runs and hit 304 showed up, that'd be awesome. But I could live in a world where Jose Abreu isn't a 237 hitter, is hitting 260 and hits about 20 home runs and drives in close to 100. I think that the Astros offense is going to be more stable because I do have some question marks about like I said, is it a guarantee that Pena is going to get back to being Pena from his rookie year? No, not at all. Could Yainer Diaz have a sophomore slump where the league figures out a huge, massive hole in his game? Absolutely. I think they need Abreu to show up.
Yeah, even if you get that 300 plus Abreu with the fewer home runs, to me that's at least getting a Brantley type of hitter in the lineup, which he has been successful doing. I like that one. Keith Cordero on Twitter sent in a write-in candidate.
Who is it?
Rafael Montero.
No.
You don't like that?
No.
You don't want to see the Montero reclamation?
How hard
season.
How hard is it to rebound from like a 6 ERA as a reliever?
The Montero comeback season it abounds.
Like if he rebounds and has a 3.5 ERA out of the bullpen, like that's a massive win.
Yeah.
Massive, massive win. What did he have last year? He had a 5.08 ERA. So I'm not going to put him at the top of my list. They don't need him as much as they need those other guys.
It'd be
guys
nice.
Are more important.
That'd be like icing on the cake.
Yeah. Be huge. I mean, he still had a lot of strikeouts last year for a guy that was awful. We had 79 strikeouts and 67 in the third innings. Like, he's still going to get some punch outs, but I'm not going to bank on him having a 2.37 ERA again like he did the year before. So there's our picks for who needs to rebound most for the Astros in 2024. Let's talk the coaching search and one name that has not landed a job. Will he ever land a job again? That is next on Connor and Beard.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Michael Connor and Josh Beard.
Go Shorty. It is your birthday. We are going to party like it is your birthday. Do you think we're going to sip Bacardi like it's your birthday?
Probably.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure. You might be sipping Bacardi.
I actually forget all of the lyrics of that song after that part.
I do. Yeah. I had to think about it.
It's been so long since I've heard the song.
Houston legend 50
Yeah,
Cent.
Houston, all-time Houston legend 50 Cent.
Yeah, playing at the rodeo.
When did he move to Houston?
It's been a few years now.
Yeah, but people would assume that he was born and raised and grew up here.
I don't think so.
I think some people,
He still wears his Yankee hats.
If people came from outside of the city, they would think that.
I don't think so.
I think so.
I think they know where he's from, Josh.
I don't know. Do you know where he's from?
New York.
Is he from New York?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know.
He wears a Yankee hat all
See, I didn't know. What? That doesn't mean anything.
He's from.
People
have you not
all
watched
over the
Get
place
Rich
wear
or Die
Yankee hats.
Trying?
No.
He's got a movie about his life where he got shot all the
Why
time.
would I watch that?
It's not bad.
Is it not bad?
Yeah.
All right, I'll check it out.
You should watch it.
He is from New York. He didn't lie to me.
Why would I lie to you?
I don't know, because you lie to me about a lot of
I
stuff.
don't lie to you about
Also,
anything.
you said something very hurtful to me during the break, and like you didn't mean anything by it.
Oh, here
it's
we
not
go.
your fault.
Here we go.
But we both went to get water. You wanted to hold hands while we were getting water, which is weird.
I did say that.
But we got into the
Just to make you feel awkward.
yeah, and it did. You succeeded, but we got in there, and I went to get like somebody was already getting water. They finished up, and you said, "You go first. Yours is smaller." And I know you meant the water bottles.
Put the water bottles up.
The water bottles
For the YouTube channel.
I
My water
know.
bottle is a half gallon.
I understand it. Mine's 40 ounces. I get technically yours is physically bigger, but you could say it in another way. Be like, hey, you go first. You'll finish faster. I don't know. Never mind. I don't love that either. There's no good way to say that. I'm just saying you hurt my feelings.
I don't know why I hurt your feelings because
You hurt
I
my feelings.
gave
You
you a
didn't even say
fact.
it that way.
I gave you a fact, and I'm
I
going to
guess
give you.
so.
I'm going to give you a fact right now. It doesn't look like Bill Belichick is getting a job. Bill Belichick did not land the Falcons job. We've talked a lot about that. That opening being what everybody kind of felt was like, oh yeah, Bill Belichick's destined for this one because of the history of Arthur Blank, because of all the guys that they've chased in the past, whether it was Bill Parcells.
Yeah.
Who were the other ones? Good Lord. I saw that report, and I can't remember off the top of my head now. But he's chased a lot of big-name coaches in the past and whiffed on all of them. And everybody just thought, okay, this makes sense. It's finally going to happen. Belichick's chasing a number. Doesn't matter what the situation is. They'll give him the control. Well, to the Falcons' credit, they went through the entire process. They did talk to a lot of people. They did a lot of second interviews, which did include Bill Belichick, and they landed on a guy that they felt better about. But nobody, it appears, because there's been no request, or not even, I shouldn't say request. They don't need a request. There's been no interview with the Commanders. There's been no interview with the Seahawks. And all the reporting out there is that neither of those teams is interested in his services. Do we really think this past season was the last time we saw Bill Belichick coach in the NFL? Because at 71 years old right now, he would be returning next season if he did get a job at 72. And how long are you going to have that? Or excuse me, yeah, he'd actually be 73 when he returns because he turns 72 in April.
I'm going to say no. This isn't his last time. I think some team next year will want him. And we talked about it 2 days ago where the names of the jobs that could be available next year, depending on how things play out, are teams that would be primed for somebody like Bill Belichick. Like, if it is the Cowboys, let's say the Cowboys go ahead and fire Mike McCarthy after another bummer of a season.
Let me pull up my thing here and see. Let's go through a list of teams that we think could be making a change
But
next
the
season.
the Cowboys could be a team because it would have to be a team that's a Super Bowl contender or is like literally a head coach away from contention. And the team wants to hire somebody that can give them a little bit, like, just continue the success that has already been happening and without a full rebuild. The tough thing is his age. And you're right, he's going to be 72. What rebuilding team is going to want to hire a 72-year-old head coach? And
I don't know.
And honestly, I really truthfully think the only reason he doesn't have a job, and this is something we've continued to bring up, is because he has done things a certain way in New England for so long. And he's had his way, he's had control, that I just don't see him going anywhere that doesn't give him exactly what he wants. Like, how could you, after being in New England for so long and having as much control over roster decisions and everything that Bill Belichick has had, how can you then psychologically take a step back, essentially, and go somewhere, let's say it would have been, Atlanta, if they had gone with him instead. You got to pull back, and now you have somebody, an actual GM that is making decisions, that makes decisions for you. I don't see a guy who's 71 years old really wanting to pull back from something, doing something a certain way, the way he's done it for so long and been so successful.
And apparently, according to I'm just reading a report here from Charles Robinson, like part of the reason why Atlanta didn't end up getting as interested as you expected is because, and they didn't even get into like great detail in the interview, according to this report, but it was clear that Belichick still wants full control of football operations. And there's no way, like, I don't care what he's done. There's no way any team, like, let's say next year the cycle comes around. Somebody's going to interview him.
Yeah.
Like, he's available. You can't give him full control.
No.
You just can't do that anymore. That doesn't exist, and we're just looking through the teams now. We've talked about it a little bit. Like, Buffalo, you feel like there'd be heat. There is heat on McDermott this year. We'll see if that changes. Miami, there could be heat, like if things went south there. But I'd be a little bit surprised if Miami changes right now. The Jets are a team that Robert Saleh has definitely got heat on him.
Mm-hmm.
What about in the AFC North? Would Cleveland, if Stefanski doesn't have a good year this year, is there heat on him? Does he possibly, they make a change there for a guy that could win Coach of the Year this year? I don't know. Pittsburgh, Tomlin could walk away. I don't feel like the Bengals would be going to the Bill Belichick route if they decided to move on from Zach Taylor, but I doubt that they're going to do that. There's nobody in the AFC South right now outside of Jacksonville that you would think a coach has heat on at all, that being Doug Peterson, but how much heat, I don't know with him. In the AFC West, I don't see Antonio Pierce being a one and done, but you just never know with the Raiders. The Broncos would be 2 years into Sean Payton. They're not going to him. The Chargers just got Harbaugh. That's not a worry there. Would, like, Andy Reid walk away? If Andy Reid walked away with the Chiefs, they say, hey, let's go get Belichick. I doubt it.
No, I just don't see that. I don't see that happening. The only team that makes sense to me is the Cowboys, because that's the only team where if they brought Belichick in, at the very least, he could get hired under the guise that he's going to have more control because Jerry Jones is the, quote, GM.
Yeah.
But that would be an absolute nightmare. The relationship between those two would be it'd be hilarious to watch from an entertainment standpoint.
Everybody says they like each other.
Well, they look.
They've built a pretty good relationship throughout the years.
There have been people that I've liked as friends, liked them, loved hanging out with them, loved talking, just random stuff with them, loved going and doing things with them. But you get somebody in a working environment, it's a totally different story, especially when you have two guys in Bill Belichick and Jerry Jones who want to be the alpha. They want to be the one in control, and that is a dynamic that can do away. You can like somebody and have a good relationship with them, but as soon as you get into a working relationship where it doesn't work out, it can tear all of that apart.
All right, real quick before we go to our break, does he coach again in the NFL?
I'm going to say yes.
Andrew?
Yes, I would be very surprised if he does not coach again.
Put it on my list of guarantees.
Uh-oh.
Bill Belichick does not coach again in the NFL.
Oh, my God. Okay, all right.
I just don't think I think it's over. I think it's over.
What is this? Would this be, Andrew, would this be classified as a 1 to 5 year guarantee or a 5+ year?
That's
1 to 5 year?
If he gets past next year, he's definitely not coaching.
Yeah, if he's not coaching next year, there's no shot he's coming back 2 years from now after 2 years out of the game.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll put it in the 1 to 5 year bets.
I feel pretty good about this one. I think his time is over. Him, Pete Carroll, Nick Saban, all gone.
You have 6.
I'd rather hire Pete Carroll than Bill Belichick right now. To be honest with you.
I actually don't disagree with that. You have 6 guarantees in the 1 to 5 year column that still have yet to come to fruition. So one of them is actually another Bill Belichick guarantee. You have Texans will win a Super Bowl with C.J. Stroud in his first 5 seasons in the league, undecided. Guaranteed, you guarantee that Bill Belichick won't win another Super Bowl, which technically that's a double dip guarantee. If he never coaches in the NFL again. You have the Texans will go to the AFC Championship game in 2024 as a guarantee. You have guaranteed Will Anderson minimum 12 sacks in 2024, and you guaranteed the other day that C.J. Stroud have 4,500 yards and 30 touchdowns in 2024.
It's gonna be a great year, guys.
It's gonna be a good year.
My guarantees are gonna hit. You're gonna just be like, you're just gonna be happy. That's
yeah.
Gonna be. Let's go ahead and kick off hour number 3 of Connor and Beard here in a moment. We'll do that by setting the expectations for 2024 for the Texans. What is going to make you think it is a successful season next year? We'll do that next. It is Connor and Beard, and it's hour number 3, the final hour of the week here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And if you would like to join us, 713-780-3776 is the phone number to call or to text. You can also watch the show. Head over to YouTube, search for ESPN Houston, watch that. You can find us on X. That's right, guys, X Josh.
Yeah, on Twitter.
Connor Radio, M Connor Radio. I can't even remember my damn name. M Connor Radio, Josh Beard Radio, and Carlson Radio for that. Let's go ahead and do it. It is way too early. It's the way too early expectations for the Texans. On February 26th, what would you do, or what would you consider being the expectation for this season, the 2024 season that will come up in August, September, being a success?
It's really hard not to say another divisional another divisional game, right? Like, it's really hard not to say AFC South Championship.
Yeah, that's a minimum.
And AFC South champions and make it to the divisional round again. I think that has to be the expectation. I heard the Killer Bees talking about this yesterday whenever we left the decoy. And Jeremy said it best. If the Texans
you're just ripping off the Killer Bees talk?
No.
Ripping them off.
No, I'm not ripping them off. Well, they rip everybody else off.
That's
so
true,
fine.
they do.
But
They're the ultimate rip-off artist.
I think he was spot on with saying that. Well, he was close. Was saying that if they don't win a divisional round game and make it to an AFC championship, if they don't make it to a divisional round game, even if they don't make it to an AFC championship, then it's a failure. I will be honest. I think it's a step further. Why would you set your expectation at what you achieved the year before? The expectation needs to be set. Now, I don't know that they meet the expectation, but the expectation, in my opinion, should be AFC championship game. It should be that for the rest of the time that CJ Stroud is the quarterback for right now. Like, if you made it to a divisional game, the next step is to win the divisional game and make it to an AFC championship game. So your expectation for what they should do, take a step forward, make it to an AFC championship game. Now, it's going to be more difficult because they're playing a first-place schedule.
Yeah.
It's going to be a harder path.
Which everybody says that every year, and then we get into the season, teams will not meet expectations here or there. One team will actually be, whatever it is, it changes every year.
Yes. But personally, that's what my expectation would be. My expectation for the Texans is to win in the divisional round and make it to an AFC championship game. That's my personal expectation. I don't know that they meet that. I would imagine, I wouldn't be surprised if they fell short of that at all. I said the other day, I don't think 2024 is the year that they really turn it around. I think it's 2025. 2025 is the first season where I see them being like, okay, this team is a Super Bowl contender. But my expectation for them is still, the bar has been set at divisional round. They got to go one above that.
Yeah, I do think that expectation-wise, if they fell anywhere short of playing in the divisional round again this year, it'd be a failure of a season. I know, there's a lot of elements to this that we can't, you can't predict right now. I mean, number one is health. There's going to be a lot of things that happen health-wise during the season. Unfortunately, just based off of, history and kind of how it works, they will lose a significant player at some point during the season. It happens to every team. It's impossible to avoid. The question is, can they get more lucky than they did this year when it comes to the overall health of the team, because they got really, really banged up. If that happens, then we're talking about a team that's going to maybe even exceed those expectations. For me personally, my expectation, I put it on my guaranteed list, and I'm not kidding when I say it. I think they play in the AFC Championship game next year is what I'm going to go into the season thinking. Is that a lot? Sure. Do I think that they're going to get there via being the 1 seed and getting a bye, or being the 2 seed and playing home games? Probably. Yeah, you know what? I think 2 seed is where I'm at. I'm going to say it. I expect them to be the 2 seed next year in the AFC. That's crazy, it seems like, for a team that was so bad such a short period of time ago. Why will Scam Likely not stop calling me?
It's actually me.
No, it's my freaking thing just keeps going. But I think that's where I'm at. It wouldn't be a failure if they got to the divisional round and lost.
Yeah.
But it would be
a disappointment.
It'd be a disappointment, a massive disappointment.
A failure would be not making the playoffs. That is an absolute failure. Like if they just have a horrible season, miss the playoffs, or not a horrible season, but if they just have a mediocre season, only win like 8 or 9 games, miss the playoffs, don't win the AFC South, that's a failure to me. If they win, if they make the playoffs, that's a minor success. If they win the division and make the playoffs, that's a big success. If they make it to the divisional round, that's a big success too. But if they make it to the AFC Championship game, then that season is a major success in my opinion.
Andrew, what would be a successful season for you in 2024?
In 2024, it has to be, at a minimum, what you accomplished this season. Anything less than winning a game in the divisional round, to me, would be a failure. And you look at the state of the AFC South going into next season, I understand they're not all going to have the same schedule, but we know the Texans are better than the Jaguars at this point in time. Who knows what the Colts are going to be with Anthony Richardson's health being a total question mark moving forward in terms of how long is he going to be able to consistently stay on the field. We know the talent's there, and we know that he looked great in the limited action we saw of him, but he had injury issues at Florida, and now in his 1 year in the NFL, he hasn't been able to stay on the field. And look, the less said about the Titans, the better. I don't think anyone has any real expectations for them. So winning the division should be a expectation, and once you get there, you've got a home playoff game. And if you've got a home playoff game with this team and with C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans, like that should be a win. Like anything less than that is a failure in my eyes. Now, once we get beyond that, who knows? Maybe they're up to 11 wins next year and they still don't have home field advantage in the divisional round, and then we're talking about going on the road to a Kansas City or to a Baltimore again. And even with an offseason to improve, I don't realistically believe that I can say that I expect them to go and win those games. But if we take a step forward from where we were this past season where, okay, you get to the divisional rounds and people are giving you a chance to win now versus, no one really expected the Texans to go into Baltimore and do much of consequence. I think that would be my step forward. We did, and we were wrong.
I think that one of the elements of this that's hard to gauge, too, of course, is you mentioned, the teams that you could have faced. All these teams are dealing with the same thing. Like, it's unpredictable on what's going to happen. Maybe one of these teams loses a quarterback. But the AFC, let's just play the health game. Like, if teams come back and, like, the AFC, you mentioned this earlier, Josh, the AFC's loaded.
Yes.
Based off of what we've seen out of Baltimore this year and the roster control that they have there, they're going to be great again next year. Buffalo still ended up being an 11-win team this year. Do they make some improvements in certain areas and, like, maybe they get it together, but they're going to at least be a 10-win team. Miami took a step forward. They're going to play a tougher schedule next year, you'd think. I mean, they play a second-place schedule, but can they beat good teams next year? Maybe they do. Look, the Jets don't look like a team that's very good overall, but what if Aaron Rodgers does come back and plays well? Like, if that happens, the Jets are a factor in the AFC.
If he comes back and he still looks at least like some semblance of Aaron Rodgers, their offense is dangerous.
Yeah.
Because they've got Garrett Wilson, they've got Breece Hall. That's a dangerous offense. So that they could be a concern. If we're going to live in this world where we really truthfully believe in C.J. Stroud and what C.J. Stroud does, and this team adds talent, I'm not going to sit here and be afraid of a first-place schedule and all these other teams in the AFC. You can't be until they show you that until they show us that we need to be afraid, or they take a step back, or CJ has a sophomore slump or whatever. I'm going to believe that CJ is one of the best quarterbacks, not just in the AFC but in the NFL as a whole. And I'm not going to be worried about any other team in the AFC.
I'm just sitting here trying to count it up, how many teams in the AFC I think next year are going to go in with the expectation that they're contending for the playoffs. And you've got 3 in the AFC East.
Yep.
All 4 in the North are going to do it because they all just did it. The South is going to have 3 as well. And then in the West, I think there's 2. There's the Chargers maybe because of the Harbaugh factor, and then there's the Chiefs. I'm not going to put the Raiders and the Broncos there. Only reason I'm giving the Harbaugh factor is because Herbert coming back healthy and it's Harbaugh. Like, I think that they're a clear-cut candidate to have a rebound.
Agreed. The Herbert coming back healthy is a big,
so that's
big thing.
2, 5, 9. That's 12 teams in the AFC.
Yeah.
That I think you go into the year for.
Is pretty much head and shoulders above all those other quarterbacks outside of 3 or 4 of them.
I mean, I think there's a very good chance you go through the year next year and he's the best in the AFC.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt that at all. I'd be totally fine with that.
And that's why, I mean, I tongue in cheek, but I also do believe it. Like, I think that they're going to play in the AFC Championship game next year. I think they're going to do, this is me putting faith in it. And I have every reason to put faith in what they've done in terms of building this team lately. Nick's done a good job. D'Amico's done a good job. Like, they've worked together collaboratively, and it's been awesome. They go out and they make the right signings. They draft well again. And I do think it's possible because of the infrastructure that you do have. You know, they have their question marks on the offensive line, but for the most part, like, they keep CJ clean.
Yeah.
They really do. I mean, he has time back there. We saw it against the Ravens. He still has time to make decisions.
And it's only going to get better next year.
That's what I'm saying.
Like,
Like,
more health.
They have certain areas that are going to make them an even better team next year. And if you add in the right spots to fix that, I think you can take the Bengals jump in Joe Burrow's second year. I really do think it's possible. And the Bengals did that year with a god-awful offensive line.
Yeah.
I think that you could do it with this talent at quarterback. I really do.
I don't disagree with that at all. I mean, and that's why that should be the expectation. The expectation should be somewhere along those lines. It has to be. It like you and Andrew both said, a bare minimum is what you accomplish this year. But that's why I think the expectation should be a little bit higher, because the team is going to get better it's going to get better just in general because people are going to be healthier. But then I expect Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans to have some good evaluations and bring in good talent to help bolster both sides of the ball for this team.
You guys know what I'm going to be next year when they're playing in the Super Bowl?
What?
Bricked up.
Yeah, let's go. I never said it yesterday. I've got two.
You've got two.
I've got two banked up.
You've got 45 minutes to use two.
Well, technically 3, because I didn't use it the day before. I didn't use it yesterday, and I have today. So I could use 3 today. But Andrew said I could bank 3 of them. So I'm going to put those in my spank bank, and we're going to use them all on Monday. I'm just going to unload on Monday.
You get to use 3 per show, Josh.
No, you said I could bank 3.
Yeah, including the one that you get for that day.
Okay, fine. Fine. I have 45 minutes to use all 3 of them. Is it one of those situations where
They
if
don't
you
roll
don't
over from
use
the
it,
weekend.
you lose it?
Yeah, you got to use them by Friday.
Yeah, you got to use
them
it
by
within
Friday.
the week.
So I'll lose all 3 of them if I don't use. Okay, all right.
Next 45 minutes, you're going to have Josh say "beat up."
I got 3
times.
No, 3 more segments. I'll say it probably one time each segment, or I could just
see me. I'd do it all in one segment.
Yeah,
just make it really
fully
uncomfortable.
unload in the final segment.
Yeah, that's okay. It's just there's too many sexual innuendos here on this one. Let's talk about the NFC Championship game. We previewed AFC earlier. Let's go ahead and get into the 49ers and the Lions. When we return to Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
back to another attempt at Houston Sports Talk with these two noobs.
And it's time to preview on the frozen tundra of San Francisco, or Santa Clara, California. Is that where it is? Santa Clara, I think? Levi Stadium?
I think it is, yeah.
Just hilarious. We're the San Francisco 49ers, just like the Dallas Cowboys. We're the Dallas Cowboys. We play 45 minutes away in Arlington.
It's the same. It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah. I don't know if is Santa Clara the same. It's pretty far away from San Francisco, right?
I don't think so. I think it's all pretty close together. Like the San Francisco. It's been a long time since I've been up there, but the San Francisco Oakland area, it's all kind of right by there. They're all clustered in the same area and really close and on top of each other.
They're all. It's near San Jose. San Jose. I mean, it's like that's all.
San Jose, San Francisco, and Oakland are all right there.
I mean, would you want to be in San Francisco though? It's covered in feces.
No, I wouldn't. I had okay experiences in San Francisco. San Francisco did not have good experiences with me.
San Francisco is 45 miles from Santa Clara.
Yeah, that's not that bad.
Let's see what Levi Stadium is for the people over there. Levi Stadium from San Francisco is 42.8 miles. It's not close.
It's not that bad.
It's not that bad, but it's not close. Just saying.
I mean,
but in Santa Clara this weekend, they're going to be playing the San Francisco 49ers against the Detroit Lions. 7.5 point spread in this one. The books just love to give San Francisco an incredible amount of love.
They love to give the 49ers love, and they love to hate on the Lions. But this really, I feel good about the Lions' chances in this game. They have, I've joked around about Dan Campbell's grit, but they really are a gritty, scrappy team. And I could see them sneaking up on the 49ers and stealing this game away. It's most likely going to be the 49ers game. They're most likely going to win, but I wouldn't put it past Dan Campbell to have some fun stuff scripted up and ready to go for the 49ers, especially for Brock Purdy. Aaron Glenn's going to do some really interesting things to Brock Purdy.
I think that this is, look, we watched the 49ers last weekend against the Packers, and they didn't look very good. I just think he's a better quarterback, clearly, from the standpoint of he's been around.
Yeah.
Now, look, Jared Goff still does some Jared Goff things. Like, you put some pressure, and I'm sure that the Lions' offensive line, though, is really good.
Yes.
That's part of their calling card. Like, I think that they're getting disrespected.
They
and I get it. Like,
absolutely
they've
are.
never been there. Jared has been there when he was with the Rams, of course.
He's taken two teams to the Super Bowl.
You mean what?
He's taken two teams to the Super Bowl.
He's taken one team to the Super Bowl.
Well,
Jared
sorry.
Goff?
He's taken two teams to the NFC Championship. My
Yeah,
bad.
yeah.
He has the chance to take two teams to the Super
He
Bowl.
does.
Is what I meant.
I think the upset's happening here. I think I'm picking the upset this week, and this is the upset I'm picking.
See, that's where I'm at. I'm in so much in love with the Lions. I'm already picking them to go.
I know it's definitely part of that. I want to see them win so bad.
This is I'm going to pick the Lions too, but it's 100% a heart pick. Like, my brain and all logic tell me, Josh, you're being stupid. Don't do this.
Whether
I'm still picking the Lions.
It won't be rainy like it was last weekend.
But the Lions are all about heart, Michael. And I think that Dan Campbell would respect my decision to go with my gut and go with my heart and pick the Lions
And then
in this game.
punch you in the nose and kick your
No,
ass.
he absolutely no. I'm not going to rehash this, but no. The one thing we talked about, teams that have built from the outside in or inside out, there's a reason why that Lions offensive line and defensive line is so good, and it's because the Lions did that. When the Lions could have gone out and added all of this wide receiver talent, or all these other skill players, they went out and they drafted Penei Sewell, and he has been absolutely incredible on that offensive line. And their offensive line in general has been very, very good. And then they finally go out and get those last finishing touches in Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta to add on to Amon-Ra St. Brown. And obviously, I think the Lions and Lions fans would have liked Jamison Williams to, I don't know, maybe not get suspended, maybe not get hurt, maybe be able to play a little bit more than he's played and be more effective than he has been. But I think that the Lions have enough talent and enough grit to really sneak up on this 49ers team and steal it away.
One of the things to watch, of course, Deebo Samuel has been banged up with the shoulder. He's been working, I guess, on the sides and everything, but it's hard to imagine he's not going to give it a go. How good is he going to be? How effective is he going to be? I really don't know.
Right.
Christian McCaffrey's a problem. We all know that.
He is the most dynamic and possibly the most athletic player in the league. It's insane how good he is.
Yeah, it's stupid when you watch him. Like, he's a freak. I think that the key to the game is honestly not exactly how it's supposed to be. He's kind of a mess.
Yes. Well, this is the problem with Purdy. It's interesting how quickly the script has flipped on Brock Purdy.
MVP finalist Brock Purdy, by the way.
Yeah, MVP finalist Brock Purdy. And the number of people who are like jumping on this Brock Purdy is trash bandwagon is hilarious.
Yeah, he's not trash. I just don't think he's
No.
getting exposed.
I don't think you are. I don't think either of us were ever super crazy high on Brock Purdy to start with. But the problem is there were so many like national guys and other people who were really, really high on Brock. Yeah, Brock Purdy's definitely in that tier 2 of quarterbacks. Brock Purdy's definitely one of the top quarterbacks. And now they're kind of seeing you can game plan against him and you can disrupt him. And he's not one of those guys who just goes out and makes dudes better. He's been really successful in this system. I think he's a very good quarterback, but you can game plan against him. And now guys are like some other national media people are turning on Brock Purdy from, one of the greatest quarterbacks in the league now to, San Francisco needs to move on. He's not like,
bro.
What's going on? He's still a really cool story. He's a fine quarterback. He's a quarterback who can win as long as he has all the talent around him in that system. He could be successful, but the Lions could absolutely disrupt him this weekend.
Aiden Hutchinson to me. In this
Oh,
game.
man.
He's been on a heater. Dan Campbell, let that man put his hair down and just go.
Yeah.
Just say, hey, Aiden, all day long, man. I know that you're going to get some tough matchups. I would assume that they keep him away from Trent Williams as much as possible.
Do you remember why Aiden Hutchinson fell to the Lions?
No, I don't.
Trayvon Walker just skyrocketed up rankings.
Skyrocketed. Was he okay this year for the Jags, or was he? I honestly don't know.
At best. Like he skyrocketed up rankings. People fell in love with his combine stats. People fell in love with his athleticism. And there were narratives like, Aiden Hutchinson's arms are actually kind of short. Aiden Hutchinson doesn't have the motor. He doesn't have the size. That guy
Walker ended up with a 10-sack season this year.
He was fine, but he's not Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden Hutchinson goes out and changes games.
He's been a monster. Since
Yeah.
he's been in the league.
And look, it's a fine draft pick, but they had the chance that Aiden Hutchinson passed it up because of measurables. And Aiden Hutchinson is a game changer. And the Lions got very lucky that they may have
only had
done
11.5 this year.
Yeah, but go look at him against the run and, his pass rush win rate.
No,
awesome.
I think he's the better player. I mean, 33 QB hits on top of it.
The other thing, Trayvon Walker
also another interception. He's got 4. Aiden Hutchinson already has 4 career interceptions.
That's wild.
He's like J.J. Watt.
Yeah,
that's really what he is.
Similar.
Yeah,
J.J. Watt light.
The Lions would like if he turns into the 20+ sack guy.
Yeah. What's low? Is there? I don't know anything about watts versus voltage. Would he be J.J. Volt? Is that like a lower?
Okay, dad joke. Way to go. You got any others while you're sitting
No,
here?
I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Andrew, what are you thinking this weekend? NFC Championship game. This is, by the way, this game's at 5:30 on Fox on Sunday.
I don't want to be a Debbie Downer for the both of you, but this reminds me a little bit of the Texans-Ravens matchup.
Oh, how dare you?
Where I'm not necessarily saying that the 49ers are going to blow the Lions out to the degree that the Texans ended up losing by to the Ravens, but I still believe there's a pretty clear gap in talent between these two sides. And when you get to this level, I understand Debo's hurt, and that's going to impact what the 49ers do on offense. But when you get to this level, man, it is tough to overcome those things. And I just don't believe that Jared Goff on the road is going to be able to make up the difference for what I believe is between these two teams. I just don't see a world where Jared Goff plays that much above what we expect from him to where he's able to make up for the difference between how talented the 49ers are compared to the Lions. And that's not a indictment of the Lions. They've had a phenomenal season, and they're only going to continue building on what they've put together this year. But the 49ers are just further ahead in their development as a project and as a group, and it's going to take a couple of years for them to come down and for the Lions to continue building up for them to get to this level.
I don't think the quarterback matchup is close.
You think Goff is that much better than Purdy?
I think the way it's going right now, yeah. I don't think that maybe overall it's that big of a gap. I think that the way that they're playing at the moment,
yeah.
Yeah. That's where I'm at.
It seems like
we're gonna look like Andrew's gonna look like a genius on Monday. We're gonna look stupid.
Well, there's a reason
Lions
he
gonna
won
go
the
out there and get
cash cap.
smoked by like 22 or something.
There's a reason he won the cash cap. I don't know that I'm like that high on Jared Goff. I just think right now Brock Purdy is a little bit jumpier than Jared Goff is.
It's the Tua factor too. People love to just beat the crap out of Goff.
Yeah.
And I feel bad for the man sometimes. And I 1,000% will admit it. Like, I pull for him from that standpoint. When you're getting beaten down left, right? You can't do this. You can't. Guy was the first pick in the draft. He's had a really good career overall. He's played in a Super Bowl.
His own team didn't even believe in him.
I know.
It worked out for them, but still.
I don't know. And again, that's me. That's the heart in it. Like, that city. I don't have any connection to Detroit. Never been to Detroit. Nothing. Don't really care for anything about their city or their sports. But, like, that fan base has suffered long enough.
That's the big thing. I would love to see that for that city. I have a lot of friends who are Detroit fans, and I would love to see that for Detroit Lion fans in general.
Yeah, it would be interesting. Oh, guys, I just saw this story real quick on the Texans that Jeremy Brandon was. We were all tagged in a moment ago from Chaz. Did you guys see the Janice McNair? Why the efforts with Carrie McNair are going down? This story, according to the Chronicle.
I'm just now
suffered
seeing
a
it.
stroke.
That's awful.
So this is going to be the unfortunate stink of the offseason is going to be this story being around.
Yeah,
so.
and to Jeremy's point, he replied to it and said, "Hate that this is playing out publicly." I do too. It feels gross and dirty.
And that's why the McNairs, Cal and Hannah didn't want it to, because they want to keep that. So we'll see if this story has anything about it in here that we can pass along to you. But the Rockets back in action tonight in Charlotte. Can they figure out how to beat a bad team? Please, we'll discuss it when we return.
ESPN 97.5 on Twitch. You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with two dudes just slogging through life with no direction or motivation. Just like you, it's Connor and Beard.
Connor and Beard, ESPN 97.5, 92.5 with you for another 30 minutes here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm ready for football this weekend, but you know what I'm also ready for?
Well, we got more football right now.
Well, yeah, we do.
I'm watching my Manchester City.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Singing
we do
Blue Moon
on.
during the break. We're watching my team in the
You're
FA
singing
Cup
what?
right now. Singing Blue Moon.
What's that, Josh?
It's the Manchester City song.
You hit Google, didn't you?
Huh? No.
Andrew, you can Google.
No, I didn't Google it at all.
It's learning.
Yeah.
It's learning. I didn't Google it at all. I saw it in an episode of Ted Lasso.
Oh.
Yeah.
I hope that's actually accurate. I would assume it is.
It is 100% accurate.
Well, I'm over here watching my boys Chelsea. They're 0-0, getting close to half here.
Yeah.
Against Villa.
See, I even got the lingo. I even said 0-0 during the break. Look at me.
you did.
Figuring it out, guys.
Look, congratulations.
Yeah.
I mean, the FA Cup, big deal. Everybody cares about the FA Cup. That's it.
It's the biggest deal
there
in
was
all
one
the land.
big, legit big deal in soccer today. And I think look, there's a lot of people that know his name. Jurgen Klopp leaving Liverpool today,
Yes.
or he's announced that he's leaving Liverpool after the season. It was so big, I got somebody in the NBA to mention it. Part owner LeBron James over there tweeting about it.
Oh,
because
good
you know
old
that
LeBron.
LeBron and Jurgen Klopp they're tight. They're probably boys.
Well, of course,
hanging out all the time, talking all the time.
Of course, some soft ass boy over here in America would be tweeting about it and complaining about it.
He wasn't complaining.
What did he say?
Congratulations.
Oh, well, dumb.
I mean, he's a part owner of Liverpool.
Is he really?
Yeah, LeBron.
I didn't
He's
know
part of
that.
Fenway group that also is part of the. He's a part owner of the Red Sox and.
Interesting.
Do they own anything else? I think that's it. There might be something else they've got investments in, but yeah.
Okay, that's cool. I guess.
what's his?
I guess he can do that.
I don't know how much.
I really was just looking for an excuse to call LeBron James a soft ass boy.
I mean, LeBron's definitely watching Premier League soccer.
Yeah,
all the time.
All the
You know
time.
He is.
He
You know
gets bricked up over Premier League.
Hey, there's one.
Yeah.
You got one out of the way.
Got one of them. Yeah.
So yeah, there's your latest in the football world, not the NFL world, but the football world.
Football.
Basketball tonight. Rockets out in Charlotte. Can they actually win a game, please? Can they actually beat a bad team?
I would hope
I'm going to
so.
say this. If they don't beat the Charlotte Hornets tonight, I am going to boycott their Saturday game against the Nets. I will not watch it. I mean it. I will absolutely
That's a
boycott
big
it.
game. The game against the Nets is a big game, though.
I mean, I always put the games on. There's some nights, it's like baseball. There's some nights where you're less engaged with it because you're doing other things or whatever when there's 82 of them, like there's 162 of them. So, I get that. But no, I'm going to say it right now. I will absolutely boycott watching Saturday night's game. I will find something else to do if they lose to the Hornets tonight.
Yeah.
A Hornets team that's made a trade this week. They've sent off Rozier to the Miami Heat.
Yep.
They're in let's blow it up mode.
Yeah,
you got to beat them.
You know what? Honestly, the thing that I'm most intrigued by is just the Hornets continuing to blow it up. I want them to keep blowing it up. I think the Rockets win tonight and at least notch one more W onto the win column for away games. I don't know that. Here's the bad part. I don't feel good about them winning winning both games on the road this weekend. But I think that they can at least win tonight. And honestly, this should be. There's one player if the Hornets are selling, which they're not going to sell at this level. I want Jalen Green to just go off tonight.
Oh,
I want Jalen Green to have 45 points and look like the next big thing in the NBA, so the Rockets can go and get Miles Bridges and just do a swap and be like, oh,
no,
look.
hold on. Wasn't Miles Bridges?
Miles Bridges has been good this year.
But is he the guy that's involved?
I do not want Miles Bridges anywhere near this basketball.
I thought it was
Didn't he have a bunch of problems?
I thought it was
he beat
Mikal
his
Bridges.
wife.
Well, I thought it was. Oh, so it's Miles, not Mikal?
No, Mikal Bridges is the Nets player who is an excellent 3-and-D wing.
Okay,
Miles Bridges, I want nowhere near any basketball franchise or any team I ever support, regardless of sport.
I have him
Josh
flippy
wants the
flop.
Roberto Ozuna of the NBA.
I want to essentially bring back KPJ.
Jeff Luno's not making.
I didn't.
The
I
deals
just
over
got
here.
him flip flopped. I thought that Mikal Bridges was the good one. My bad for mixing up
Mikal
twin
Bridges
brothers.
is the good one. Miles Bridges is a terrible human being.
I know.
You literally
I thought Mikal.
look how upset you got, Andrew.
I thought Mikal was Miles. I just flip flopped the two of them. That's all. My bad for mixing up twins.
Watch more Charlotte
look,
basketball.
Look, Andrew. Parents mix up their twins all the time. You think I can't mix up twins every once in a while? Thank you very much. How rude.
No, you really came in here with that take that you wanted Bridges. That you thought that was a good take for
No,
this segment.
So I'm gonna flip flop
Because I did put in our rundown here. Is there any player on the Hornets that you'd want?
So I'm just going to move my take and act like I didn't say Miles. I'm going to say tomorrow night I would really love for Jalen Green to ball out against Brooklyn. That way he score 45 points against Brooklyn. That way they can make another trade.
Yeah, I don't want any Brooklyn
for Mikal
players.
Bridges.
I honestly asked you guys this question the other day when we were out in the bullpen, and I don't think that they're trading him yet, but you never know if you're blowing it up. Would you make a phone call and say, hey, is LaMelo available? He's been really nice.
Man, I don't know. I don't know that LaMelo is it looks good, but I don't know.
Hurt.
I just don't know.
He's young.
I think it would be better than what you get from Jalen, but I don't know how much better.
It's a lot better than Jalen. He's a significantly better player.
He's a better scorer, but is he winning? Is he a winning player?
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to judge a player that plays for the Charlotte Hornets on if he's a winning player because they never win. Their history is losing. That's literally it. It's an incredible feat when you think about like in the NBA now where 20 teams make the playoffs technically.
Yeah.
They are still this bad. Like, I mean, hell, for all these 8 teams in your conference have made the playoffs. They're awful.
Well, and
they're such a poorly run franchise.
LaMelo's not a good defender, but again, to your point, it's hard to judge what his defense would look like on a good team
Would
or
he
a better defensive
Would
team.
He play
versus,
more
yeah.
like I think
that's fair.
The reason I brought it up to you guys the other day, like it feels like the inevitable. He's not staying there. We all know at some point he's getting moved. He's going to want out. He's going to want to play for a winner. Like his star doesn't shine how he's going to want it to shine in Charlotte compared to any other city. So like I do wonder at some point, like if they're truly blowing it up, do they even think about like, hey, let's make this player available?
You know what? I'm going to say yes now. I say yes, make the call. Do everything you can to bring LaMelo to Houston because we will be the show of record for LeVar Ball.
LeVar Ball's got an open invitation on the show.
Open invitation to come on Connor and Beard once a week and just talk ball with us.
Does he still go on like shows and stuff all over the place?
Not really, but
what happened to that
guy?
try.
They tried to come out with like a workout.
Is Big Baller Brand still around?
It is. But Big Baller Brand tried to come out with workout equipment, and it was like a year or two ago. But somebody told me to check out this workout equipment that LeVar Ball was trying to create and promote. And it was, I think it was Andrew that brought it up, or somebody at the show. It was literally just like metal bars. It was like monkey bars and parallel bars. It's like something that you could weld and put together in your backyard, and they were selling it for exorbitant amounts of money. I think whenever I was doing Josh and the Who, we brought it up in one of the segments where we talked about it. Yeah. It was just these metal bars that LeVar Ball was trying to sell, but that's essentially what he's doing.
His kids aren't wearing their shoes still, are they?
Oh, I don't know. He tried.
No, I mean, yeah. What's LaMelo's got? Puma deal. Like he's the Puma. He's like the primary Puma guy. Because I know that because all the boys last year they went crazy for the.
They wanted Pumas.
They wanted the LaMelo Pumas because one shoe's a different color than the other one.
Back
Big Baller Brand still sells shoes. Look at this.
They do still sell shoes.
Wow.
Yeah, but they were.
Guess what? They're still ugly as they were with the first.
Are they still selling the workout equipment? I think they were selling other stuff too. But they tried to tout that workout equipment as like, oh, all of the Ball sons trained on this. Your son should train on this too. And it's just like, okay, your parallel bars. I'm not training a gymnast. What is this good for?
Look, you can get LaMelo, or you can get
you can get
some Big Baller Brand shoes like for $170.
Should we buy some Big Baller Brand stuff?
Buy a 3-pack of socks, crew cut socks. They're only $25 for 3 pairs of socks.
This is the most hurtful text of all time. 9123 says Josh struggles with basketball talk. Basketball is my favorite sport. Basketball is the sport that I watch the most.
Say that
I
you
mixed
wanted the
up
Rockets
two twin
to
brothers.
To get a wife beater.
I mixed up Mikal and Miles. My bad, Aggie Matt. You know what? How about that Aggie brotherhood? How about having some love for an Aggie brother? I know ball, okay? I know basketball. I just mixed up 2 twins on 2 bad teams that I never watch.
Do you?
Shut up and leave me alone.
Do you know ball?
I know ball, dude.
I don't know, man.
I know ball.
I'm questioning
but yeah,
now.
I LaMelo ball. I want LaMelo ball on to be with the Rockets.
I don't think I'd want him.
Why? We could have LeVar Ball on the show weekly.
No, I'm good, man. Like
he'd bring LaMelo with him. I honestly, did you ever watch that reality TV show that the Ball family did?
No, I have better things to do with my time.
I never watched it, but I would see clips of it, and there was one clip where like LaMelo Ball didn't know the difference between cities and states. And
that's embarrassing.
And it was before he went to the, or maybe it was right when he went to the NBA or before he went to the NBA, and he didn't know the difference between cities and states, and it was like, And it reminded me of the clip of Charlie from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia where he didn't know the difference between Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, and he thought that Philadelphia and Pennsylvania were the same thing.
I mean, Philadelphia is basically New Jersey.
I get it, but that's essentially what LaMelo Ball thought. So I kind of don't want, and I don't know how would the Ball family operate with Ime Udoka.
Not well.
I don't
and
think
Ime
well.
wouldn't want them around. Hey, real quick note for the Chiefs. They have ruled out Joe Thuney on their line, the all-pro guard. He's out.
He's out?
He's out.
That is a big shot for them.
He's out. Derek Nandy is out. Sky Moore, of course, out. Prince Tega is also. Prince Tega, how do you say his last name? I don't know how to say it. He's out as well. That's that. Their injury report just came out. Pacheco, Willie Gay, Kadarius Toney, questionable for Sunday's AFC Championship game.
That might be if he's healthy, that might be the biggest detriment to them.
Which one?
Kadarius Toney being healthy.
Oh, to detriment to the Chiefs, yeah.
To the Chiefs, yeah.
That could be a massive problem for them, so they better hope that he comes to the stadium way hurt.
What's a bigger shot for the Chiefs? Kadarius Toney being healthy or Toney being out?
Toney being healthy.
I think Toney being healthy.
I think that's the easiest way to do it. We'll do our final segment of Connor and Beard of the Week when we return, and it's going to involve a Florida story. Uh-oh. What's that going to be? Well, you'll find out next.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Michael Connor and Josh Beard.
It's our final segment of the week, guys. We made it. Our first week after the Texans season ended. We survived.
That was easy.
Was it?
Yeah, it was easy.
I don't think so. I
What?
think it was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life.
Wow, soft.
I don't know how I'm going to make it.
You're soft. The way we handled this week's got me bricked up for the rest of the offseason.
That's two.
Got
Right?
one left. Yep.
I mean,
Two
you got-
down,
you got-
one to go.
You got one to go.
I got one more left.
I think he can make it.
I'm going to do this more often now.
What?
I'm gonna save.
Hold
I'm
them
gonna
until the last
start
week?
saving them. No, I can't do the last day because mathematically it won't work out.
Yeah.
So I'll use Monday and Tuesday and just save every Wednesday and Thursday and just and then just phrasing, and then just use them all on Friday.
Last week I got to have 2 of them.
That's
Remember?
true. You did, yeah.
Because of the Josh Hader thing.
Yeah. Well, and on special occasions, we'll ask Andrew if we're allowed to have an extra.
On some
one.
of them, I'm going to overrule him, no matter what.
Well,
Which
that's
that
fair.
one he agreed to.
Like, if the Texans were playing today, I would say you can use Bricked Up as much as you wanted.
Okay.
Hey, you got your one.
That's true. Hey, nice, nailed it. How much can we use it if they win a Super Bowl? It's just that's the only word we use, or that's the only phrase we use.
I mean, like,
day after
you
a
can
Super
use
Bowl.
It, I think at least twice an hour. The day after a Super Bowl.
Day after, more than that. That's not enough.
I think it's nice to think, but like by then, I mean,
It
look,
might
it's
get
gonna
old.
be 2025. It'll probably be out of our vocabulary by then. Look, we're the hip, trendy show on this station.
I think yes, we are.
We've got all the new slang that's out there, which I gotta check in with the kids.
That's
see if
true. We
there's
haven't done a
anything
check,
new.
but that's the problem though. We're hip and new compared to like John Granado and Lance, right? Like
what do you think if we told Granado, "Hey, Granado, you bricked up for this weekend"? Do you think he'd know what we're talking about?
He would have no. He might actually. I feel like the connotation is pretty obvious.
Lance would have it. Lance might have an idea.
He'd have an idea because he's got kids.
Yeah.
He's got young kids, so he would have an idea. I think the problem is you're just not realizing how old you actually are now.
I'm not that
and
old.
you think that like your your vocabulary and all that stuff is going to change. You're at the point now in your life, Michael, in your old age, that you're starting to get pretty set in your ways. So like your lexicon isn't going to change a lot. So you're still going to be saying, well, you know what? You're still going to be saying bricked up like 20 years from now, and you're not even going to think about it. That's my last one. Worth it.
That was good. I just, I think that you're underestimating my ability to adapt and change.
I think you're underestimating how old you're getting.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
I'm only 33.
This is
not that old.
0446 says I could easily see Josh trading Jalen Green, 3 first-rounders, and Alpi for Thanasis and Antetokounmpo.
Yeah, I could
That's
see.
rude.
I could
That is
see,
the meanest thing
you know
anybody's said on this show.
I could see Josh trading Jalen Green and all the Brooklyn picks to the good Lord.
You're nailing this one.
I know.
right
I had
now.
it.
Man,
I just had.
what
an,
a great joke.
an international player on my top of my head. Now I forgot his name. That's on me. I screwed up.
You hit the nail on the head on that one.
Yeah, you'd probably trade for Chauncey Billups, the Portland Trail
Oh,
Blazers,
what
he could still play.
What a great one!
I had an international player. You know what?
Best high post point guard one of the best high post point guards that the game has ever seen. By the
still
way.
think Sergio Yule's going to be a big thing for the Rockets.
I actually wrote an article on Sergio. One of the first articles I ever wrote in sports media was about Sergio Yule.
Oh God, you got duped into that
I did.
every summer. Is this the summer Sergio Yule comes over and joins the Rockets and becomes the best point guard in the game?
It was under the old CBA. See, this is the thing. Like I haven't watched basketball as much over the last 2 years outside of the Rockets and the Mavericks. I haven't really paid attention as much as I used to. But basketball used to be like the number one sport. So I used to have the NBA CBA memorized. I could tell you exactly what you could do or what you couldn't do in a trade or signing a player and all this stuff until they changed the CBA. And so Sergio Yule is still operating under the old CBA. My article was about the Rockets using Sergio Yule as trade bait.
Well, they have traded him.
They have.
His rights were traded in 2020 to the New York Knicks.
God, this guy's never going to play in the NBA.
He's still playing, so his rights are still active. He's still playing in Real Madrid. He's now 36 years old.
It's hilarious.
Absolutely incredible. He is like he told. Think about that. He told the NBA in NBA money, "Nah, I'm good."
Yeah. Which is, I mean, that's fine because he's been successful with Real Madrid, and Real Madrid has been a successful team. We just need to get in the meat of basketball and into the meat of basketball season, away from football season where I'm actually paying attention to it and watching it. During football season, it's like I'm like everybody else. I pay about 15% attention to what's happening to the NBA, and then I'm all on board whenever the football season's over.
No, man, I'm watching every second.
No,
of
you're
every
not.
game.
No, you're not.
In my house, so here's our hack lately. We've been doing now look, I refuse to pay for a streaming service. I just do those free trials on one of those streaming services for like 7 days, cancel it, just make another email account, do it again. Just do it over and over and over. But you can always add the League Pass option to it. So we have the League Pass on. And we got a 15-year-old in there that loves the NBA. So we got an NBA game on every night.
Yeah.
I've been watching a ton. I've actually been watching a ton of NBA basketball lately.
The move. I mean, I'm watching a game almost every single night, but it's usually because I'm watching one of the two teams. That's the problem. I have two teams I have to keep up with. One out of passion, one out of purpose.
Yeah. Mine's out of passion. The other one, you get the hell out of here with your Mavericks.
We'll fight later.
All right, let's get our Florida story in real
All
quick.
right,
Josh.
well, look, Florida does a lot of stuff wrong. Florida does a lot of weird stuff. Florida man, there's a reason Florida man is a joke, right?
Florida is like when people have Florida stories and then you go to Florida, you realize why these stories happen.
Yes, because Florida
is the most bizarre place ever created. I like Florida. I overall
beautiful beaches.
Yeah, like
Disney World's there.
Yeah, I mean, I could actually live in Florida in the right spot, but it's a different place, man. Different breed over there.
Florida is like the chick that you date that smokes incessantly. She's like 22 years old, but she smokes incessantly and has a horrible personality.
Yeah,
but she's crazy hot. Like she's a 10 out of 10 in looks, but everything,
she's got the lungs
everything
of an
else,
80-year-old.
yeah, the lungs of an 80-year-old. She's got this kind of voice already. And then she's just, everything inside of her is awful. That's Florida. But Florida did something right, okay? Florida approved a bill banning social media usage for kids under the age of 16. This is
now how do you
thing.
even make that a thing? Like how do you
There's going to be ways around it, but at least they're making it a thing to where you are not supposed to have social media under the age of 16.
What are you going to do? Knocking on kids' doors?
Yeah.
Let me go arrest this kid for being on social media.
No, arrest their parents. That'll show them.
This is
you wanted a
I've heard of dumb things. This is the dumbest I've ever heard because you can't enforce this.
Oh,
you can enforce this.
You wanted an Instagram account, 14-year-old boy? Well, guess what? Your dad's going to jail for 5 years.
I agree with keeping some of them off of it. Like one of the nephews of the house loves to keep creating Instagram accounts and messaging girls on it. The youngest one, and that's a problem.
That's a huge problem.
Yeah,
that could
No,
get,
trust me, we've shut down about 10 Instagram.
That could get really problematic really fast.
He doesn't have a phone now because of it. Like, I'm not even kidding. He doesn't have a phone now because of it.
There's the phone's fully taken away. Good.
Yes, he hasn't had a phone in a year. He wouldn't stop.
I get the impulse to want to try to stop this is awesome. It's coming from a good place, but you're right. There's no way to enforce this because the kids can just find any way humanly imaginable to skirt around the edges and still get social media accounts. So I don't know what method they're going to use to try to enforce this, but I'll tell you, like social media and my kids having phones in general, I have to take them away from them or else they won't do any of the other stuff that they're supposed to do. Yeah. The other stuff that they should do to become like well-rounded human beings, because these kids will spend hours per day. Before I like learned how to put locks on the phone to shut it down during certain times of the day and shut it down after a certain amount of time of usage, they were spending 5 and 6 hours on their phone just on Instagram or YouTube or whatever. But I think trying to ban social media usage for kids under 16, at the very least, they have to pretend like they're not 16, right? At the very least, there's not going to be like people going on there trying to look for kids and trying to have conversations with random kids on social media. So I like the meat of it. There's just no way to actually
I mean, I've reached a point in my life I try to keep off of it as much. I have the notifications for all the news breakers in the sports world, so I'm never, not knowing what's going on. But like, I try to keep myself off of it. What got you now?
Somebody on the chat wants to know if Deshaun Watson is your nephew.
No, he's not asking for happy baby massages. But he just likes here's peeling back the actual curtain of life. He is one of these kids that's obsessed with being the cool kid, and he's not upset. He's
That's
not the
my
cool
son.
kid. He is a nerd at heart. And
that's my son.
He refuses to embrace it, and he wants to be the cool kid and have and we're just going through a phase right now. I'm actually learning like
what grade
legit.
Is he in?
He's in 8th grade.
8th grade?
I'm learning legit parenting lessons right now. It has been the most trying year at times with him.
Yeah.
It really has.
So that we're going through the same thing with my son where he's like me. Like you guys know me. I don't have a cool bone in my body. I'm cheesy, I'm corny, and I love geek stuff. And it took me a really, really long time. I was the same way. I tried to be the cool kid. I wanted to be cool. It's why I played sports. It's why I did other stuff. Once I joined the military and became more secure with myself, that's when I finally accepted it. So it's tough being a kid that age and accept it. I don't know. We're going to have to get the kids together. Get them to accept their geekdom. You know what? I'll take Luke. I'll bring him over to the house.
He'll play Lego Fortnite.
He'll play Lego Fortnite.
I'm not kidding. The kid loves video
games. We'll get him to watch Doctor Who.
There you go.
We'll get him to accept his geekdom.
We're gonna get that's what this show's about, getting the geeks together.
Yeah, exactly.
We might not be them, but
I
who
am.
knows?
Well, you may not be. I
don't
for
know.
sure am.
I'm a sports geek.
Yeah.
That's what I am. And speaking of sports geeks, a couple of them are coming up next. That's the Killer Bees from 3 to 6 right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Have a great weekend without the Texans. Don't be too depressed. We'll talk to you Monday.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank, I'm Branham, it's Brian and Abigail behind the glass because, Joe wears a lot of hats. Joe wears a lot of hats around here, so you need two people to do the job of one Joe, apparently. I mean, there's been two producers all the
always thought
entire
he was
week.
just an average Joe, but you're saying that he's a big-time Joe.
It depends on the time. Depends on the time and what the task is.
I mean, most big-time people get a week off, right? They can
didn't
take
get
the
a week off.
whole
He
week.
took
That's what I'm
4
saying.
days.
Yeah, so I guess he does have some pull around here.
He had 4 days. Worked Monday, didn't work the next 4 days. Bizarre. Really bizarre. And to do it in January, what is Joe doing? 713-780-3776. What is Joe doing? It is conference championship weekend. We're just a couple of days away. I'm really excited for these matchups. I think we have two heavyweight matchups. I would like Kansas City, Baltimore to have been the late game, just from an entertainment point of view. Like, it feels like that's the main event. Like the co-main event to me, San Francisco, Detroit, I feel like they should be flipped, but I'm not the schedule maker. No one cares what I have to say. I want to get into which 4 quarterbacks, ranked from 1 to 4, need a Super Bowl win the most for their legacy. But we saw this Chronicle story come out just moments ago about Janice McNair. Apparently they had a little court hearing today. And you have one side arguing one thing, the other side arguing this other thing. Lawyers always try to use fancy words to defend their case. You really don't know what's true, like the facts. The only really fact that came out of it was that Janice McNair did have a stroke recently. How much that impairs her, who knows? Because one side argues one thing, the other side argues the other. My only real feel from this and to create a take on this news story, I feel bad that Janice has her 2 sons arguing in the court and going like this has become a public deal. Like now you have, and I know that's happening in a courtroom, but this has become public. One side arguing one thing, one son arguing one thing, the other son arguing the other thing, and at the center of this whole drama is poor old Janice McNair, who may or may not have some health concerns.
It's extremely embarrassing, right? I mean, it's one thing that we all know that you all have things that go on in your lifetime that happen within your family business. And the best thing you can say is you handled it internally. It's not going to be on the court of public opinion. But this kind of stuff right here is flat out embarrassing because it's rich kids fighting over the family toy while the mother realizes this might be the last memory she has while, living her last years, is the fact that out in the middle of everybody, the family is fighting and they're bickering over trying to get the most money, the most clout, when at a time when the team just turned the corner and got back to respectability and more again, and everybody should just be having fun and celebrating. It's not a good look for the family. It's not a good look for the organization.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's what he wants. Like I think we're jumping to conclusions that that's what he wants. It's probable that's what he wants. When rich people sue other rich people in a very rich family, it usually has some monetary, reasoning. We don't know that for sure. Like we know that he wants to govern her finances and her well-being. What if he's genuinely concerned about Gallant? Like it could be. We don't know. We have no idea. That's why I don't want to jump to any sort of conclusions when it comes to. Because we have no idea. We have no idea Carrie's motives. Like Cal's motives, I think, are clear. They're trying to cover up some information that they don't want to come out, which could be minor stuff. Could be bank account information. Could be medical history they don't want other people to know, and I don't blame them. This isn't at all a knock on what Cal's trying to do. It's just very sad for Janice McNair, and I hate that it's being played out publicly.
And again, the only reason why this information wouldn't stay private is because of the kids bickering over control over the biggest asset in the family. And that, what?
But who's to say he's wrong?
Regardless, wrong about what? The fact that...
Yeah, what if Carrie's concerned that Cal's not handling her best interest the right way? We don't know that that's... Like, we assume that it's not, and everybody likes Cal right now. But what if Carrie has a case?
I suppose you're right. I think that the reason why I would, and you're right, I'm assuming going by the fact that it seems like finally there's some stability at the top of the organization. Finally, it seems like, probably right. You're probably right. I probably got caught up in it too to say, hey.
I think everybody has.
Yeah, it's going the right direction now. And if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Let's keep it going that way.
But I don't think those things go hand to hand. Like, just because we like where Texans ownership is now doesn't mean that's in the best interest of Janice McNair. Like, we don't know that. Like, we have no, like, maybe her being wheeled around at training camp and being put in the suite and John McClain putting propaganda out there isn't what's in the best interest for her. I don't know that. I have no idea. That's why I don't know who's right. I don't know who's wrong. These lawyers are going to present a case this way. The lawyers are going to present a case that way. And 2 sons are bickering in front of a public audience about the well-being of their dear old mother who may or may not be having some serious health concerns. It stinks. I hate it. And I don't know who's right, but it's awful. Moving on. Not an easy segue, but 713-780-ESPN. Tony the Handsome says Hannah's my owner. Maybe Carrie doesn't like that. Maybe Carrie doesn't like that Hannah feels very comfortable being the owner of the Houston Texans. Anyways, there's 4 quarterbacks that are playing football in the conference championship games on Sunday. The 2 in the AFC, Lamar, Pat Mahomes. I think those are the best 2 left. I don't think there's an argument to be made there. The NFC Conference Championship features Jared Goff and Brock Purdy. From a legacy point of view, and talking about the individual quarterbacks, from a legacy point of view, Who needs this the most? Who needs a Super Bowl victory more than anybody else? Who would you have at the top of the list, and then 2, 3, 4?
I think top of the list is Brock Purdy because of the fact that, Jared Goff's already been to a Super Bowl. He's done some things, though he didn't get full credit because everybody pointed to McVay first and foremost. But coming off of the fact that he's at least taken a team there, he's also spun off into the Goff version in Detroit, where he's done a lot of good things, and he's led his football team to another deep run. So I think that, and he's still got plenty of football left. I think that you're looking at a 2-time MVP in Lamar, and yeah, he does need a Super Bowl at some point in his career or more, but I think that he's already set himself for a legacy that looks like it's got the trajectory to head him towards the Hall of Fame, and we all know Mahomes is on a level all by himself. So I think that he would be last on my list no matter what. I think when you look at it from a Brock Purdy perspective, he's a glorified game manager in a lot of people's minds. We saw what Ryan Clark, said this week and basically started to throw some dirt on him and basically try to crap on him a little bit. But the fact is that it's a great story, but yet is it a great legacy? I think it's a story coming from Mr. Irrelevant to doing what he's been able to do with the Niners the last 2 years. But in order to really solidify himself as a better-than-average, legit NFL quarterback with a chance to do more, I think it means the most to him.
Interesting. So you had it Purdy, Lamar, Goff, Mahomes?
Yeah.
Did I hear you right? Okay. I'm on the complete opposite.
Actually, I would say Purdy, Goff, Lamar, Mahomes.
Okay, so Purdy, Goff, Lamar, Mahomes. Ours are pretty drastic. The only thing that we have in common is Mahomes. Like Mahomes is chasing quarterbacks and chasing greats. Pat Mahomes, I think he's already created one of the all-time great legacies, and I expect him to win more titles. And you can make the case, Mahomes needs to kind of catch up to Brady if he wants to be in this greatest quarterback of all time conversation. But I also think the legacy's already there. Pat Mahomes, in my mind, is already top tier. Is he past Brady in terms of resume? Absolutely not. Do I think he's more talented than Brady? Yeah, I think that he is. Brock Purdy, to me, for all the things that you said, is the reason that I have him third. Because I don't think that you really respect a game manager. Like Trent Dilfer, is he celebrated for winning a Super Bowl title? Not really. He's kind of mocked that he won a Super Bowl title. Well, yeah, you did, but you did it because you had the greatest defense of all time. If San Francisco does win the Super Bowl, no one's going to, unless Brock Purdy just goes nuts, no one's going to sit there and say, well, Brock Purdy's the reason that they won it all. So I don't think that it really impacts the legacy of Brock Purdy because he's a game manager. Second, I have Jared Goff, and I know that Goff has been to one, but I feel like Goff is kind of underappreciated. I feel like he is underrated, and people kind of mock Goff's Super Bowl appearance too. Well, it was, you didn't score points, and you had the wonder-canned Deshaun McVay that was whispering sweet nothings into your ear until a certain time was left on the play clock. To me, this Jared Goff winning a Super Bowl would establish himself into, I wouldn't say the top tier of quarterbacks, but he would no longer, in my opinion, be underrated and underappreciated. I think he would be properly rated and properly appreciated. Number one to me by a mile is Lamar Jackson. Because what do we say about Lamar Jackson? Well, he's great in the regular season. He's going to win his second MVP, but it's the postseason struggles for Lamar Jackson. If he wins a title, you can never say that about him again. I think it probably puts him on a Hall of Fame path where it really wouldn't for a Jared Goff. It really wouldn't for a Brock Purdy. Pat Mahomes is already on the Hall of Fame path, so it's not putting him over the top. For me, it's Lamar Jackson by a mile.
See, and I think that the point that you make is the one that I also considered, which is we're talking about a legacy with two guys that might never have the kind of legacy that when you start talking about quarterbacks, right? You can remember their careers, but would you remember Jared Goff as having a legacy? Well, if he wins the second Super Bowl championship and he gets another trophy and he's resurrecting this Lions the organization and taking them for the next several years to success, there's a chance that he continues to build a legacy where we have these discussions with some of these Eli Manning's the guy that everybody picks apart. Should he be a Hall of Famer or shouldn't he? But the biggest thing that everybody hangs their hat on with Eli is 2 Super Bowl championships, 2 Super Bowl MVPs. So you look at it from that perspective. I think it's fair to say from a Purdy perspective, you don't know if he's ever going to be considered great. You don't know if he's ever going to be considered to be really, really good. But if he gets one here, and then the Niners know we still got our guy, we're sticking with him, and the Niners aren't done with their window being open, and they continue to go back, Now he can build a legacy, which otherwise maybe he couldn't. So I get that.
To me, it's just difficult for him to create the legacy when he would never be given the praise for winning the title. Because it'd be, Christian McCaffrey. It would be Shanahan. It would be that elite defense. It'd be Deebo Samuel if he's good enough to play. Like, I don't think that Brock Purdy has the most to gain. He's a game manager. He can win on really good football teams. And could he do that by himself? Could he be an MVP? I know that he was kind of in the race this year. Lamar has the most to gain in the sense that what our perception of him is. Like, well, he sucks in the playoffs. He stinks. Great regular season quarterback, but he can never win the big one. You've called him the James Harden of the NFL at the quarterback position. You win a title, you silence all of that, and now because he is so good, two-time MVP, how many quarterbacks have done that? Very, very few. Two-time MVP plus a Super Bowl title, he's an all-time great, where he's not an all-time great yet.
Well, but the thing is I would say the legacy's there no matter what, right? And I think that he solidifies it if he wins one.
I think the legacy's stained if he doesn't win a title.
But maybe a little bit, but I think he's still probably going to be in the Hall of Fame someday.
I don't know. How much is James Harden's legacy stained for never winning a title?
I think James Harden's still going to end up in the Hall of Fame someday.
Right. But,
so that's what I'm saying.
But you wouldn't consider him anywhere near the same level as like a LeBron or even a Kevin Durant who jumped on Golden State's ship to win a title.
Well, similar to probably, look, the fact of the matter is the window isn't shut on him yet either. I still think that there are chances for Lamar in his future to win one. And if he wins one, no matter when he wins one, it probably does enough to kind of silence enough people, right?
Yeah.
But because of the fact that you were the 1 seed and got bumped in your first game to Tennessee a couple years ago, people are looking at this as this is the redemption tour. And if it falls short again, you're right. Then there is going to be a stain to talk about. Yet I still think he solidified the legacy of being a Hall of Fame type quarterback at the end of his career.
You bring up a really interesting angle of it, too, that I hadn't thought about that I want to discuss on the other side. In 713-780-ESPN, of these four quarterbacks, who has the most to gain for their legacy? Who has the least to gain? Which of these quarterbacks is this close to the final chance? Because I agree with you. Lamar's going to have more opportunities. I think Mahomes is going to have more opportunities. I think Goff's going to have more opportunities, perhaps. I think Purdy's going to have more opportunities. Of these four, who is seeing the last of those opportunities? Who has the fewest opportunities of these four? 713-780-ESPN, our HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Busy show. We got to get to the craziness that is this coaching carousel. We were on the air yesterday when the Falcons hired Raheem Morris. It didn't really hit me that they hired Raheem Morris over the greatest football coach of all time. And then where's D'Amico in relation if he was in this year's carousel? Alpi Shingun was on that podcast with Reddick. He talked about how he likes tough coaching from Ime Udoka. Who fits Ime Udoka after we've seen him here half a year? Who said it? Everybody's favorite game and BZ Money. 2 games to talk about. Killer Bees had a great week last week. We'll continue to have a good week this week. 713-780-3776. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're also on YouTube. Just search ESPN Houston on YouTube. He's at Pac-Man Joel on Twitter. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Welcome back to the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5. Killer bees are also known as Africanized bees. And we all know there's nothing Africanized about these two guys. It's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So it's the first time that Abigail's running the board like by herself. She's done it, bits and pieces, right, Abigail? You can turn on the microphone. It's okay. So she's been she's been a few segments running the board, things like that.
Yep.
First ever rejoin she plays for us is a lie. It's a lie. Spencer is a liar when he says that there's nothing Africanized about this show. And you need to know that, Abigail, as somebody who's going to be playing rejoiners for our show. Just know that Spencer is lying when he says that. Okay?
Spencer,
I got you.
Thank you.
Spencer lies a lot, actually.
He does.
He fabricates.
He's a liar.
Yeah, he fabricates a lot.
He's a liar. He's a big liar.
Maybe his touchdowns.
He lies more than he scored touchdowns in the NFL. There's no doubt about that. 713-780-ESPN. Which of these four quarterbacks that are still remaining have the most to gain for their legacy with a Super Bowl title? Because, look, Super Bowl titles are massive when you talk about legacies. Peyton Manning, well, he's won two. But he's not Brady, who's won more than any other. Brady has more Super Bowl titles than in every NFL organization has Super Bowl titles. Why Brady's the GOAT. You bring up Eli Manning. Well, how would we view Eli Manning if he had zero titles?
A lot differently.
He might not be a Hall of Famer. He might not be a Hall of Famer if he doesn't have the two Super Bowl titles. How do we view – Dan Marino could be one of the greatest quarterback talents of all time. We never talk about him as one of the greatest. Why? Because he didn't win a Super Bowl. Joe Montana. Who's a better quarterback, Montana or Marino? Well, everybody says Marino because of the resume, or Montana because of the resume, but Marino is probably more talented.
Yeah, because, it was interesting because this week I saw Graziano talking on one of the segments on ESPN, and he said, I think that Dan Marino is one of the greatest throwers of the football and quarterbacks that I've ever seen, but he doesn't get the love because he never made an appearance after, his first or second year.
I think it was year two.
Year two, he goes to the Super Bowl and never sniffs it again.
Yeah, and he doesn't get his due because of that title. And I think that the Super Bowl titles, you might be able to compare NBA titles to, but it's weird because NFL, the quarterback position is the only position that matters when it comes to Super Bowl titles. We don't look at Barry Sanders he didn't win a Super Bowl title. We don't look at Randy Moss didn't win one. He was on that undefeated Patriots team that lost in the Super Bowl. We don't look at Randy Moss and be like, well, you can't compare him to Jerry Rice. Not that you should, but you can't compare him to Jerry Rice because he doesn't have the Super Bowl title. The quarterback position is the only position in the NFL where we look at Super Bowl titles as legacy accolades to grade these all-time quarterbacks against each other. 0-1-0-2. Goff needs this. Got his revenge game against the Rams. Now cap off this offseason with the ship. That said, I don't see anyone beating the Ravens. So there's a vote for Jared Goff. We both had Goff second, on our list of four. We agreed on Goff. We agreed on Mahomes last because he's already kind of built that legacy. 3154 brings an interesting point to this. Just look at the guaranteed money. It's far and away more important for Purdy. That's a really good point that I hadn't thought about because Lamar's been paid, Goff has been paid, Mahomes has been paid, Purdy's on a Mr. Irrelevant rookie contract from a let's cash in while we're still good in the NFL. That's a really good point.
See, the other thing that I was going to say about that, though, and I kind of alluded to it in the first segment, which is if Purdy wins, there's a pretty good chance San Francisco sticks with him as the quarterback, and then he probably gets a contract at a certain point, and they kind of ride with him longer. If they don't win this year, and if he plays as bad as he played for 3.5 quarters last week against Green Bay, then they could look to move on from him this offseason. Now, not only does he get the first big contract, he may not get any more of his contract, and he may be looking for work. So from that perspective, you have to think about it going, this is the guy with the least amount of achievement that has the most to prove.
That's it. I hadn't even thought about, his job security.
Yeah.
Because he is Mr. Irrelevant. They seem to like him, and they traded Trey Lance. Now, Trey Lance was a bust, but even people thought, when they brought in Darnold, I remember some bold preseason predictions.
Mm-hmm.
The Niners will win the Super Bowl behind Sam Darnold. 2128 without the rings. Chargers win the Rivers Manning trade. That's a fact.
Yep.
Phillip Rivers statistically has better numbers than Eli Manning. But Eli Manning has the two titles, and Phillip Rivers never got there. 7727 Lamar, run the table, get all the medal, take all the trophies, and tell everybody to shut the bad word up. Because I think that does exist. That narrative does exist with Lamar, and it would shut everybody up. You would have nothing. He would have 2 MVPs. He would have at least 1 Super Bowl title in his career. You could say nothing about Lamar Jackson.
And you got to believe if they win it all, he's probably going to be in the running for MVP of the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
and if he gets the MVP of the Super Bowl as well on a year when they always say, well, if you won the MVP in the regular season, how'd you do in the playoffs?
Yeah.
You got the MVP of the Super Bowl and you won a Super Bowl title the same year. Now people are really elevating your legacy. So that's a fact.
I'll be honest with you. I never put any stock in Super Bowl MVPs. And I know that I'm in the minority there.
Yeah.
This is kind of like my Pro Bowl. I put 0 stock in Pro Bowls. It's one game. It's one game. Oftentimes they give it to the more popular player than any. Like the year Andre Iguodala won an NBA Finals MVP. Probably should have went to LeBron on the losing team.
Yeah. But the thing is, Jeremy, it's on the biggest stage. It's the biggest game. In some people, it's in their career. But if it's the biggest stage, biggest game, and you win it all, now people are talking about making statues and solidifying this, that, and the other thing. So I think that it does matter how you perform in a Super Bowl. But to your point, look, Desmond Howard won a freaking Super Bowl MVP one year over Favre because he ran a kickback.
And that's where I just whatever. Like you had a big game. Like